Welcome everybody to another exciting edition of the Lodge live stream. This is going to be part 2 of the Doug Polk, Kevin Rabichow heads-up battle. We're playing 200, 400, and you've got Greg Potter in the booth all day today, joined by Mr. Mike Brady to give us a little expert heads-up analysis. How are you doing today, Mike?
I'm good. Looking forward to another long day of action. I had a ton of fun yesterday.
So I don't have to like pick through chips. Just ready to go.
We're getting started.
Locked and loaded.
Fireworks first hand.
Yeah, right out of the gate here. We have a couple nice starting hands. Expect to see a 3-bet pot with Kevin calling, and it's exactly what he does. 7,400 in the middle.
Oh, 1-1.
That's a good start for you.
Yeah.
Kevin outflopping Doug here, but Doug's got a little something with the 2 overcards and the backdoor diamonds. It's like Doug's going to come with a continuation bet. Kind of on the small side.
I can't imagine Kevin's going to be folding here. Does not.
Doug's range wants to see high cards on this turn. Kevin's wants to see the middle and low cards. Yep, that's generally going to be a good card for Kevin.
I think Doug recognizes that as well.
On the turn. Free river.
That's a good one for Kevin. This guy was running pretty above average yesterday. It looks like that's going to continue, at least based on the first hand.
Kevin obviously going to go for some value. Will be interesting to see if Doug considers a hero call with his ace-queen high. Certainly could be the best hand. Kevin could have stuff like king high and queen high that floated on the flop. Maybe some straight draws like 9-8, 7-9, although those might bet the turn. He's going to go big, too. 12,200 full pot size bet. One thing I've been really impressed with these guys yesterday and today, they're really good at calculating the size of the pot and betting exactly it.
I noticed that. They were even talking about it at one point, saying in certain times when the numbers get so big, it's hard to keep track, but they were keeping track pretty well, down to the dollar.
Yeah, exactly. It's really impressive.
I think I'd rather have some different suits. Nice, Sam.
Thanks.
We'll
Doug
lay it
does
down.
Make the fold. Yeah, so for those who didn't tune in yesterday, these guys played for 8 hours, playing 200, 400 with an initial $100,000 buy-in. Early on, it was pretty back and forth. Kevin got out to a quick like 30K lead, but then Doug battled back. He was up about 10K as we see Kevin pick up pocket queens on the second hand.
Wow. It's good.
After Doug kind of battled back, there was some continued jockeying. But then at one point, Kevin really started to pull away. Doug started adding on. Doug was eventually in for $300,000, and at his lowest point, was down $170,000. So in a really, really tough spot. It's over 400 big blinds.
We both played well. I mean,
Oh, you checked that one too?
yeah, I checked that one.
Yeah. That seemed raise.
But Doug did battle back a little bit. Ended up only losing 80,000. There were a lot of really interesting hands.
Well, there's many questions on your side.
Yeah, there's a
mine
lot.
would be the flop C bet, I guess, but it seemed fine.
Yeah, it liked your line. It was like one of the main ace kings that goes in that line, that combo specifically.
Yeah, king of diamonds made sense for me.
My hand just like rips turn.
And it
half
looks
the
like
time, which I was doing in game.
It's another one of those scary plays when you're just like,
It really
is this way too thin?
It really is, yeah. It's that the double flush card turns use a bunch of big sizes.
Yeah. Well, you had one of those against Brewer in the
Yeah.
25K, right?
Yeah.
King's hand.
Sounds like these guys have been doing a little
Looks like the trend from
studying.
yesterday Yeah, Doug, I know Doug was in the lab last night looking at all the interesting hands that they played as we see Kevin make 2-pair on the river, Doug with just jack high. And it looks like the trend of these guys being really open about their strategy is going to continue today. All day yesterday, these guys were discussing what they thought the correct play was in every situation. Whenever there was an interesting hand, they were kind of openly discussing strategy. They were even sharing their cards quite a bit, which is pretty nice if you want to watch and understand high-level poker, because these guys are 2 world-class heads-up players who have done a ton of work, and they're just openly discussing how they should be playing, what they're thinking. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, this is going to be a really, really good stream for you. There's going to be a lot to learn. Doug does flick in the call with jack high here.
Wow. Yeah, it's awesome to hear these 2 guys that are at the absolute top of the game sit here and be so willing to discuss it with each other. I mean, once you get to this point, I think, you know, there's that certain respect for one another that talking about a few hands they know for a fact is not going to give either player like a significant edge or anything like that. And so it's really cool that they're willing to have the discourse here on the stream for us. Both players with a
Doug
queen.
picks up clubs on this turn. Yeah, and Doug out kicked. Doug's going to come with full pot here after checking back on the flop.
Easy call for Kevin.
Queen.
Showdown. Queen.
Oh, kicker plays.
Oh, wow. Yes, it does.
At the clubs.
Doug must have been up late. He sounds a little tired, but he is certainly still here to battle.
I just went home and reminded myself of the greater strategy, you know, have the best
You're
hand.
doing
Just have the best hand at showdown.
Very nice job so
It's
far.
a very simple race. It's a very simple strategy.
You guys heard it. Just have the best hand. That's all you need to do to be a world-class poker player. Just run good.
Got another 3-bet pot here. This time it's Doug with the suited connected hand as the 3-better. Kevin calling in position with the big ace.
Oh. This is a familiar board. This is the exact board I was looking at this morning.
Just switch from red to black, or black to red.
Yeah. The 8 was the offsuit card. I gotta study more. Every time I study, I get like the exact flop.
Doug starts with a check with his middle pair as he talks about the kismet situation of him studying this exact board earlier today. Kevin outturns him. $724 in the live chat. Those of you here early, thank you. Appreciate you showing up. Check on turn, free river card. 3 of diamonds completes that front door flush draw. Crab, very unlikely to not go for value on this river with this hand.
$3,700.
3,700.
Call.
Gonna be a quick call from Doug. Nice start for Kevin. Quickly up about 50 big blinds, 20K.
And I'm gonna add 20 more.
Okay.
I don't think Doug has won a hand yet.
Let me know you're good.
Already adding on
Okay.
the 20K.
I'm sure.
Fold.
200 big blinds not quite enough for Doug. He wants to be in for 250.
I like it. I'm always happy to see more money go on this table.
Is it ORTY or AW?
Yeah, maybe we can see a $250,000 pot today. Who knows?
I'll make sure.
That would be spectacular. If we can get it all in at least once today, that would be fantastic. But these guys are so good, it's going to take a pretty specific scenario for that to happen.
Kevin outflops Doug here. There is no max buy-in, so they can add on however much they want at any time. Doug's going to come with a, what's called a probe bet here on the turn, betting into the pre-flop raiser who checked on the flop. Kevin with just bottom pair. This is not a great spot, but I don't think you can fold just yet. Doug's definitely going to bluff if the river is a heart. That's a spade. Let's see if he bluffs that one. Just jack high. He's going to fire again pretty quickly. Oh, and he's going for a small size, just 1,600. Kind of representing a hand like an 8, maybe a 5, maybe some 10s. It puts Kevin's exact hand in kind of a tough spot.
Yeah, this would be a great call with the deuce. I'm not sure his hand has too many good properties for calling other than...
Okay.
He's going to call, though.
Wow. Kevin making all the right moves. Little continuation story from yesterday.
Best hand strategy remains in effect.
It's a spicy turn probe. Spicy turn probe.
Okay, appreciate it. Yeah, there's a raise to 1,000 and a fold, okay? Okay, sounds good. Yeah, just fold, close the pause or whatever. Thank you.
Raise.
There's an opportunity. Things go well for Doug to get a little back. He's got him pipped pre-flop.
Got a little poll in the chat. Yesterday, Kevin won $83,000. Will Doug get back to even or better today? Options are yes, Doug will fight back, or no, Crab will win again. Check on the flop and turn here in the battle of the Jack X hands. Ace on the river. Both players have some showdown value. I don't think a bet's going to go in.
King Jack.
King Jack's good.
There you go, Doug. Points on the board. Small pots are important. You can see Kevin is already up 22,000 in the first 9 hands.
Fold.
Shout out to RW Jones in chat. Content writer for the Lodge. Thanks for tuning in, bud. So just like yesterday, definitely expect a lot of raising preflop on the button. Expect a good amount of 3-betting. And if we even see half as much 4-betting as we saw yesterday, we're going to see a lot of that today as well. These guys are both very aggressive players who really know their ranges. They know how heads-up poker is played at equilibrium. In other words, in theory, the theoretically correct way to play heads-up poker. As we see Doug make an interesting check back on the flop with bottom 2 pair on 7-6-5. Kind of protects the rest of his checking range on this kind of tricky board.
Yeah, I think Kevin would have a lot of check raises on a board like this, so it's not unreasonable.
Definitely, and a lot of Doug's hands don't want to face a check raise on this flop. Bottom 2 pair doesn't mind it so much, but thinking about all the other hands Doug could have, like pocket jacks and, you know, a 7 for just top pair, those hands don't love facing a check raise. So you got to check back some of these strong hands too to protect that checking range. Doug does take it down with the turn bet, and we're back on to the next hand as Doug folds. You're going to see a lot of that as well, some raise and folds.
As is the nature of
we got the
heads-up.
2-dealer setup, so there's not really much indeed, but we do have this 2-dealer setup. So you're not going to have much downtime. It's pretty phenomenal.
Wow.
Flop. Oh my god.
Wow. Well,
Kevin indeed picking up where he left off yesterday. Flopping the absolute dream versus Doug, who also has flopped a strong hand with trip 4s.
yeah, I think this pot is going to get out of hand very quickly. Kevin just calls.
Kevin does just... Yeah.
And a club for Doug.
The good news for Doug is, if there is any, they're very, very deep. So he's not going to lose too much here. You know, you're not... In a single raise pot, you're not going to lose 250 big blinds with trip 4s.
The fly's back.
There's some different version of it.
You got the fly swatters ready?
Yeah, we got the
I
fly
don't know,
swatters.
where's he got the shoe?
We got to fly back early today.
Kevin mulling over whether or not to slow play or check raise on this turn. He's going to slow play. Some disastrous rivers for Doug, a club or a 7. But no, it's just a 5. Chat really expecting these players to get in 12 more bets on this river with how much they think Doug is going to bust. Don't worry, guys. Doug is not going to get stacked here, but he's going to lose a lot, that's for sure. He does go for the over bet. Yeah, 11,200. Crab with a full house is certainly going to raise. Doug is not going to call quick.
Yeah, whenever you're overbetting and then face a raise, I don't think that's a position anyone likes to be in. At least if you don't have the nuts.
Kevin mulling over what size he wants to raise. Let us know in chat what you think you're going to see here. How much Kevin is going to make it. What size is Kevin going to go for here? He's facing a very polarizing bet here. With this bet size, Doug is saying he either has an extremely strong hand like a 4 or he has a total bluff.
$44,000.
44,000?
Ooh, that's a rough one.
44,000.
Let's think about this. So I'm gonna have to 44 to win. So about 30-ish%. Four of spades is the best card, I think. Maybe four of clubs is actually better. Think about that. Four is better than a straight.
Doug's saying he'd rather have a 4 here than a straight because at least the 4 blocks a full house.
Blocks boats.
Oh, there's these twos. So it's basically a boat. Yeah, it's not these twos. It's basically a boat. So it's better than straights. 4 off.
What other hands do you think Kevin would make
Obvious bluffs.
this play with?
Could have threes. Could have.
It's tough, man, because a lot of the hands that like to bluff in these spots are hands that are like 2 pair, so like 5-3 in this
Right.
spot would really like to bluff. But Kevin can't have 5-3 because he called a
All
flop
right,
bet.
I'm gonna go pure flip.
So what is he bluffing with?
Pure flip, baby.
He's gonna flip for
Okay.
it.
I'm locked in.
Classic.
I have 2 cards. One is a 7 and one is a 4. If I flip over the 7, I'm folding. If I flip over the 4, I am calling. We got a pure flip here. Ready? And fold.
Wow.
And Doug flips the right coin, saving that $33,000 raise. Wow,
Hope I
great
won the
fold
flip.
from Doug there.
Less exciting than the last flip. The 2 aces in a row was really
Yeah.
something.
Yeah. Wow, I did not see myself folding in that hand on the flop. Then I turned to flush draw and I'm like, well, I'm definitely not folding anymore. Off?
Well, we have certainly had an exciting start. Thank you guys all for tuning in. Just over
I think trips is better than
1,500 of you tuning in now to the Lodge live stream.
I'm with you on that.
Seen some names in chats. Got eFan. Slick Rick joined us. Saw Nik Airball popping in and out. Glad to have everybody here to watch part 2 of this high-stakes heads-up match between 2 of the best in the world. Got Greg Potter in the booth, joined by Mike
Yeah,
Brady.
if y'all like that fold from Doug, if you think it was a good fold, hit that like button. Let him know.
Raise.
Feels like
See that like number increase.
So I think boats are,
Would not have raised ace deuce.
yeah, boats are nothing. 4 is good. I don't know, 4 spades versus club. What's better? I don't know. Probably club, actually. I don't know.
Curious why Doug thinks it's better to have 4 of clubs,
Spent forever there just trying to figure out my size.
given that backdoor clubs came out on the turn.
I don't know. I really don't
Like
know.
it's only boats, but like 4x removal always makes it like you have to shift things around when
Yeah, paired spots are
a
weird
big
like
chunk
that.
of your range just like removes half my value.
Yeah.
And it's always weird. Fun game.
You get one through there?
You know my strategy.
All right.
Best handed showdown.
All right.
Kevin being a little coy, but still kind of answering Doug's question.
I like it. Kevin staying true to his strategy. Just have the best hand.
Got a J.
I had 7-6.
I would like to bet 2,000.
I would like a new river. Get something else going. I was hoping that I would start off with a little winning, but, you know,
Can't always get what you want.
I've been here before. You shuffle the small chips. I find the big ones way more just like,
Yeah, I'm just not used to them.
yeah, okay.
Because like every casino I play at uses chips this size.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It's just what I'm used to, I think.
You know what they say about Texas? Friendly people.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah. You know Texas's state motto is friendship? Do you know that?
I didn't know that.
It doesn't sound very Texasy. There's some comedian that does a bit on this. It's like New Hampshire's motto, I think it is live free or die. And Texas is friendship. Queen.
Queen's good.
I forgot what comedian it is. I'd give him credit if I could remember his name. Yeah, it seems a little backwards. The friendship, of course, means with your gun. They really are, actually. It is.
Good old Southern hospitality.
Southern hospitality is a real thing.
Reminds me, have you seen that movie, is it Just Friends?
That's
That's with Ryan Reynolds. Where he's
raised to 1,000. We raised 3,700.
he plays a fat kid at the beginning, and then he stuff later on goes back to yeah with who's the girl with his
Is that Mila Kunis in this one?
no, not me.
Then I'm thinking of something different.
No. What's her name? What is that actress's name?
Who's the funny blonde girl?
I'm not the guy to ask, unfortunately.
It's Amy Smart. Amy Smart. I would have never thought of that. Solid flop for Doug with sevens after 3-betting. Has a gut shot as well as his over pair. Kevin with a pair of fives. Fairly likely to be the best hand, so he's quite certain to continue. $12K in the middle going into the turn. There's a set for Doug. Doug slows down with a check here. I think that's kind of acknowledging that of the two players, he's the less likely one to have a 4. He wouldn't 3-bet with so many 4s. Kevin would call a 3-bet with some 4s, hands like Queen 4 suited, King 4 suited, etc.
$3,600.
That's 3,600.
Kevin's going to go for a small bet in position here. This does put Doug's high card hands in a really tough spot. Of course. Doug's going to go for the check raise, it looks like.
Wow.
1,800.
Kevin was probably not expecting to see that so often.
Raise.
1,000.
Doug goes for the overbet continuation bet here on the flop with the jack high, ace 10-7. Neither
That's
player with much of a
another
hand to
thing
speak
that-
of,
Can
so
you
puts
imagine
an end to
seeing
that
someone
one.
do that in like 2013? Like, what is this fish doing? He doesn't even know you bet small on the flop. It's like stuff like that. Sauce was doing way before anyone.
Really?
Way before anyone. Yeah. And like that small lead on turn board pair. A lot of people think that like I created that because like a lot of people saw me do it or whatever. But I just stole that from Sauce.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Raise.
I do remember just hearing that he was always like, I mean, because he did have some kind of like custom program.
He did, yeah.
So like whatever that was,
And it probably got some
it was probably making it a lot easier for him to do that kind of research, right?
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
It wasn't like what we have now, but I'm sure it was making that whole process easier.
He definitely had
Wow.
some stuff that was ahead of its time. I mean, they competed in that bot challenge in like the Calgary thing, or is it Calgary or is it?
Oh,
No, it's Alberta.
University of Alberta, right?
That's where they hold it, right? It's like the bot
Which
challenge.
might be in Calgary, I'm not sure.
I know that his bot competed in there. The university ones I think were better than his bot if I remember correctly, but it's been a few years now.
Well, Kevin has flopped extremely well.
Players were talking about Sauce
All
1,
right.
2, 3 there.
Let's see about the
Yeah,
big
as
board
Kevin
Sauce.
flop squads. And he goes for the check raise.
Just having the best hand.
Is that quads? What? I was like, this guy's been just peppering me up on these paired boards. Like, he's full of shit, but I got like, no, I can't float this shit. Wow.
That's such a funny one to raise too. I'm just like, well, I'm just never gonna get action here, but
Yeah.
I mean, just pray he has a 6 and puts in tons of money with it.
I floated one of yours yesterday where like I floated a flop check raise and then I floated a turn barrel and then I bluffed a river, so I mean, it can happen.
I remember that one, yeah.
What,
That was annoying.
Remember
I
the
had
7?
missed. I had a 5 with missed hearts. Like
Oh, okay.
I had 8-5 of hearts.
okay.
If you
okay.
remember the board, it was
Yeah.
7-7-4 queen with 2 hearts.
7, 7, 4, queen, and the river was a 5, right?
Yeah, river 5.
Yeah. Oh wow, we both had missed
We
hearts?
both had hearts. Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
A moment ago, the players were talking about Sauce 1, 2, 3. And I saw someone in chat ask, what's Sauce up to these days? He still plays some poker, I think. We actually, as we see Kevin pair his kicker again against Doug.
Wow.
Doug with the backdoor flush draw, though. We did just post a video on the Upswing Poker channel where Doug and Upswing coach Ryan Risk reviewed a hand that Ryan played against Sauce quite recently. So Sauce is still playing some heads-up poker. If you like heads-up poker strategy, if you're enjoying this stream, I would recommend going and watching that video. Some really nice high-level analysis of a really big pot between Sauce and Ryan, where Ryan flops the nut flush. It's over on the Upswing Poker YouTube channel. And if you enjoyed that video, there's another hour and a half of review from that match in the Upswing Lab. So go check that out as we see Doug brick out with his ace-king high.
Yeah, that is a not good river. That is not a good one. That is just not what I'm looking for.
An action killer.
It's one of those ones where it's like, if you're bluffing, you got it. You got it, man. I'm not messing with that river. that river just like,
That's fair.
I'm out of there. pre-prep 3-bet size ready to go. That was clearly the play. I got my 4-bet over here too, so don't get any crazy ideas.
Doug's loading up the clip already.
I guess if you do, then I'll have to adjust accordingly. I'm not committed. This is not a binding bet over here.
That's my hour 13 strategy. Just start like opening 3x and start 3-betting like 12x.
I would actually be just kind of impressed that like you prepared that. Like you're like, yeah, hour 13. I'm gonna spring this on him. Like you know what, man, you got it. If you're prepping a secondary strategy of like crazy sizes down the stretch, you earned it, man.
It honestly crossed my mind. It's not going to happen, but it did cross my mind.
The thing is, its usefulness is just so slight, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you'll probably catch me in some spots where like I'm gonna basically be a little confused and not know what to do or what sizes to use, but
Yeah.
then you're gonna go back to living your life and have this dumb size that you don't use. So it's just
Yeah. A little more practical in like the 50K online hand challenges
Yes.
or whatever.
Oh, yeah, those
there,
for sure.
There it makes perfect sense, but
especially if you know they've been practicing versus certain sizes and stuff.
yeah.
Doug bets this turn, gets called by Kevin's 2. It'll be interesting to see if Doug bluffs this river. He obviously can't win if it goes check-check. He could definitely have a 5 in his hand. He would bluff the turn with hands like 10-5 suited. Doug's going to go for it. It's going to be a tough call for Kevin. I don't even know if he'll consider it much. Thanks for the kind words in chat, Jack Luchette.
A lot of fans of Mike Brady in chat. Always happy to see that.
Kevin really mulling this one over with just the 2. Perhaps he's thinking, and I'm just speculating, that Doug wouldn't really bluff with a king in his hand because that has some showdown value. So if Doug had a king, he would check back, not bluff. Therefore, having a king is kind of nice. You don't block Doug's bluffs compared to having, say, a 10 or a 7 or an 8, cards like that that are pretty irrelevant. Would be worse to have for Kevin here. And he is going to flick in the call. Nice call from Kevin.
Nice call.
Thanks. It's legitimately just trying to figure out what I'm supposed to do on that ace river before checking. It's just like, oh, it's an interesting spot.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird.
Nice pot to Kevin there.
Raise 2,000. Raise 3,700.
I actually like your comment in chat. A lot of people will say, I hear this a lot, that it's disrespectful to call in these instances. But if someone calls you light, I think they just give you a little bit of credit.
Maybe a 10% lead spot.
It might be.
Yeah, it means they actually think you're capable of bluffing.
makes a little sense,
Whereas,
actually.
I'll tell you one thing. When I'm playing low stakes live or whatever, or a tournament, and I make a big fold on the river with quite a good hand, that's a disrespectful play. Because I'm saying, you know, I have a good hand, but I know you're not capable of bluffing in this spot. So I'm going to fold anyway, even though I have a hand that I'm supposed to call. It's essentially the concept of using folding as a weapon. Something I heard from Alex Foxen once that has really resonated with me. Against certain people, you really get to use folding as a weapon. Spots where they're supposed to win money from you, but they don't win the money because they don't bluff enough. So you're able to get away. Anyway, on to the turn here with the bet and a call, and Kevin gets there with the jack.
7 checks.
Free card. Doug needs a 9 or a 6. Won't get it. Ace on the river is not a good one for him, too. He's gonna like his 9 a little bit more, given that card.
Check.
Yeah, he's probably going to have to pay Kevin off here.
Check.
7,200.
7,200.
Queen Jack.
Call. 2 ones.
Very good river. Very good river.
There's a better turn.
Doug's gonna face the 3-bet here. Kevin with the ace-queen suited.
32.
Raise 3,200.
And not only is Kevin playing exceptionally well, it really just helps to run as good as he has for the 350 or so hands we've seen.
What's that phrase? Luck is where hard work meets opportunity.
I like that.
I would say that's been Kevin's experience yesterday and so far today. Playing great poker, putting himself in good spots, and then also running well, so he's allowing himself to win as much as possible. Doug, easy call with his gut shot on the flop. No one with spades. And there's the 3rd spade. Really not a good card for Kevin. He is ahead of a lot of Doug's hands, though, like the one he has. Doug would have a lot of hands like 5-4, 6-5 suited, 6-4 suited, 9-8, Jack-9, all these gut shots. So Kevin will have the best hand a good amount of the time here. Although on that river, ace-queen high really shrivels up. Welcome to the chat, Darsh. Thanks for tuning in. Doug with just jack high here. Gotta take a stab at it, right?
Certainly can't win by checking.
Yes, 8,400.
And Kevin's not snap folding. This would be a super sick call. Kevin did make a really sick call yesterday with queen high against a big river bet, incorrectly in that case. But it does show that he's, you know, he's capable of these big calls.
He's really mulling it over. He certainly looks a little confused. Deep in thought.
This would be legitimately an insane call. He does let it go, though.
Yeah.
Posthuman says button clicker would kill them both. It would be a good match. Doug is coached by Button Clicker, though, so I think Doug would acknowledge that Button Clicker is an even better player than himself. And I think Button Clicker's still playing heads up all the time, whereas neither of these guys really play heads up every single day like the online guys do. They've kind of both moved on to other parts of their career. Kevin now mainly playing live high-stakes tournaments. He plays a lot of 100Ks and 50Ks and stuff like that. Doug, of course, mainly plays poker to promote the Lodge and Upswing Poker. Almost more of a recreational player's playing habits these days for Doug. Kevin outflopping Doug's ace-king. Picking up 2-pair on the turn. Doug dead. It's like Kevin's coming out with an overbet here on the turn versus Doug's check back. Oh, my mistake. I missaw. Only 1,300. Chat asking, wait, Doug gets coached. Yes, before the Doug versus Daniel Negreanu challenge, as we see Kevin boat up here, Doug put in a lot of work before facing Daniel. And he worked with two very, very strong heads-up players. Button Clicker, who is, I believe, Finnish. Really strong player. He's played on Hustler a little bit and some other places. And Fabian Adler, Frab XD, Swedish guy, really, really good poker player. He's actually the strategy advisor to Upswing Poker now, and he's helping Doug create a new heads-up course coming out this fall.
4,600.
Kevin going to come with some value here. Yeah, pot-sized bet. Doug with a pure bluff catcher.
Bit chilly in here.
Yeah, it just got really cold.
Nice fold from Doug. Gets away from it.
It is cold, and I forgot my sweater in my friend's car last night.
Oh, we'll get you a lodge sweater.
It's like,
We'll get you one on the house.
oh, little branding opportunity.
Yeah. Get this man. What size are you?
Probably small. Yeah. Thank you. Let's go zip up. Yeah. Thank you. Either one's fine. Raise.
Raise 2,000. We raised 3,700.
Kevin lets go the 6-3 suited versus the 3-bet.
Raise it, 1,000.
Small bet from Doug is going to get called by Kevin's gut shot straight draw. Doug's going to double barrel with this hand. Looks like an overbet, too. Obviously going to get through against Kevin's 10 high. Interesting to see Doug overbet there, though.
What a fun one.
Two kings for Doug.
Going to get a little action.
Cold? Yeah, you look cold. Look over here, grimacing.
Might be 3 large hoodies in here.
Doug checks it back.
Full round of large hoodies.
Why 2 dealers? Heads up. Helps to have 2 dealers to get in hands more quickly. Otherwise, the pace would be
less
pretty
downtime for
slow.
you guys. We don't want to have to make you guys watch a dealer shuffle for a combined hour today. As we see Doug bet on the turn now after checking the flop. Did Kevin? Kevin did not check raise. I thought he did for a sec. Check calls. River 10 of clubs does bring in the flush.
Some thin value from Doug.
3,100.
You think Kevin will just call more often or go for a check raise with the 7 of clubs in hand?
I don't think the 7 of clubs is quite relevant enough to check raise. I think if you're going to check raise here, you want to have a higher club. But I do think he could consider a call because of the 7 of clubs. But in any case, he does let it go. Generally speaking, when you're taking those like really aggressive check raise lines with a blocker, a flush blocker, you're doing it for usually quite a big size with the high flush blockers, because you're playing a game of like, I have a high flush, you don't have a high flush. Like, that's what it comes down to. So blocking like the 7 of clubs, well, it's not totally irrelevant. It's just not like it's not enough to like make such a big play. How many extra hands per hour can you get with 2 dealers heads up?
100.
I'm actually not sure. Chat, what do you guys think?
I want you to pick it, make sure you like it.
Nice.
So this is the only zip up I have.
Not bad.
It's gray.
I like it.
This is the hoodie.
Yeah.
And then this is just the crew neck if you prefer no hood as well.
Let me try the zip up.
Okay.
I like the color.
It is a nice color. It's a little thinner too.
Okay.
Good for summer.
Oh, wow. the fashion consultant here at the lodge.
Yeah.
The other features of
Is
the
that one
product
good?
line.
Does it fit okay?
I think it fits right.
Okay.
Wouldn't you say it's more of an autumn gray? I mean, it just...
It matches your shirt
Is it-
perfectly.
Is it really in
It's
season,
pretty
though?
comfortable. This is good.
All right.
Thank you.
Safi, the leading local expert on fashion.
You could get the whole product line on the table. Like,
Right?
you got a lot to show off.
She brought a lot of them.
Good work, Safi.
Yeah, they're all pretty solid.
Check on flop with Doug's top pair. He now picks up the nut flush
things
draw.
I really wear are the hoodies and like the what was that even called? Zip up or what is that? I don't even know what clothes are called.
The thingy with the thingy.
Yeah, the thingy, yeah, exactly.
I want the green sweat pants.
13.
I haven't even seen those.
Kevin has the third nut flush draw here. So it could be some nasty rivers. He also could hit a 10 for the best hand. It's an offsuit 5. Now this is going to be a hand that Kevin really wants to bluff with. He only has jack high. He blocks flushes. But he does give up. Wow, I'm surprised by that.
Ace.
That's good.
He's got an 8.
I missed. I guess it's good that I missed.
Yep. Well, I guess it depends what you were aiming for.
It was spades.
And
Well,
then-
I could have. I had 10 was clean. Offsuit 10 was clean.
BW Bug, one of our top tier moderators, had answers for us.
Is it
Mr.
possible
Mike,
to raise the temperature
2
in here?
dealers, we get 50 hands an hour. One dealer
We
average
have the
30, but I'm
capabilities,
wondering
or
if that's
is that not
across all games.
Someone
Full
told me
ring
that when you did that yesterday, like the whole room
and heads up.
was complaining that it was too hot.
In there?
Yeah, like apparently the whole
Oh my
place
word.
got,
Well,
got hotter.
that room's completely different than
Oh, is it separate?
Yeah, because they're separate units.
It could have been a coincidence.
This room has, this side of the building has a total of like 10 people in it. They're super spaced out. That side of the building has like, at any point, like 1 to 400. It's like
rooms, like every different
50 to 100 to 400. Nice.
Appreciate you.
The worst thing too is I love the heat. Like, you can't make it. You can't make
That's
it.
why I moved south.
Yeah, I've actually heard Doug say that Texas doesn't get hot enough in the
It's the
summer.
other side of
What do you think
equation,
about that,
yeah,
Mike?
What the hell is he talking about?
He said that to me, and I couldn't believe it legitimately.
2000.
Absolutely wild.
Spoken like a guy who does not play any outdoor sports.
Yeah, sits inside all day.
No, but the kickers
There's
are
just,
hard.
I mean, yeah, he gets his exercise from like his home gym.
Looking down at
I mean,
Let's just move on. We don't need to do this.
what a guy.
I want to analyze every queen high and ace high as a potential bluff catcher.
Queen high, 5 of hearts kicker, not great, but you know it is a heart. That's good. Like, what are we doing? It's full pot bet in the river. I can just let this one go.
You're so crazy.
What's happening?
Nikki's just being a creep and those 10 times, you know, nothing new.
We're having a whole different conversation.
Yeah.
I can tell.
Nothing related to poker or this game.
I can
There's
tell.
that.
No, it's not flat right. Nikki, you'd be a fun commentator.
Doug picks up a flush draw on the turn.
Yeah, you probably would get fired.
Kevin still with just an open ender with that 8.
5,400.
Doug goes with the overbet here. Not much Kevin can do against that size.
Rabbit
He
hunt.
just lets it go.
Hunt. Rabbit hunt.
Okay, we're gonna hunt.
Just hunt for the river. Hunt.
Or hunting.
Hunting.
How many outs you got?
Here it comes.
Let's hunt.
Oh, damn
Boom.
it. Wow. Damn it.
Slick Rick Lodge, who was my
Another part of
co-commentator
the-
yesterday, did a wonderful job. He just said,
The live pro arsenal is the
7.25
rabbit
is
hunt. You gotta
actual-
add that in there. You have to know if you would have gotten there, you know?
sorry, I'm just trying not to interrupt the players. Rick said, figure 7.25 hours of actual play yesterday. We averaged 46 hands per hour.
Out the river or something.
I don't remember.
Maybe that's
Pretty
a
good.
different game.
It's very
I
solid.
sort of remember that. Once in a while, players will get way out of line, though.
Yeah.
Like, we've had players do that here, try and, like, grab the deck. You're like, like, that's not your job, man. We have dealers for a reason.
I usually drop an elbow on there.
Oh, yes, some physical assault. That's a nice response.
But lately, it's not like that. So, like, no.
Upside, probably won't grab the deck again. Downside, a lawsuit. It's pretty fair. That's pretty balanced.
Doug outturns Crab
Your
here.
elbow might get away
Little
with it. I don't
reversal
think
of
Dave-
fortunes.
Having elbows.
Don't get away with it. Guys, I don't think get away with it. 2 checks to the river.
Not even just blanket guys.
River is a third heart. Kevin holding the Jack of Hearts. Fairly relevant here. Some straight draws did get there, though. Queen 10, 10-8.
That's 1,300.
Straight draws like 7-8 are now a pair and probably wouldn't bluff. So it's kind of hard to imagine hands that Doug bluffs with. And I think that's probably why he's choosing this small bet size.
Best hand.
When it's hard for you to have bluffs, you generally don't want to go too big, because then your opponent can just be like, well, you don't have any bluffs, so I'm not going to call that big bet.
No, not a chance. It's happening.
And with that pot, Doug reduces Kevin's lead on the day to about 30,000.
Fold.
2,000 and fold.
It's hard to get a fold when I have 2 deuces, but I'll take it.
Fold.
New strategy.
You know, I realized part of having the best hand is starting with premiums. So I read Phil Hellmuth's top 10 starting hands book before I came here, and I think I'm going to stick to hands more kind of like in the jacks range today. I think that's going to go well.
Right.
Play poker like the pros. Who's read that book? Drop a 1 in the chat. And if you have read it, which animal are you?
Maybe tens of film spicy.
Which animal? Is that covered in the book?
That's right. In his book. Yeah, that's right. In his book, it's like there's like 5 different animals. It's like the lion who plays like aggressive and courageous. And then there's like the elephant who does something, and the mouse. They all have little things. We actually have a quiz on Upswing Poker called Bill Hellmuth thinks of poker players as animals. Which one are you? I'll link it in the chat right now so you guys can take it.
Perfect. Did you say it's some apex predator type stuff?
I think there's an apex predator or 2 in there.
2 checks to the river. Seven checks.
Check.
2 pair.
2 checks.
I don't know about this. I thought about all my options.
You lied about that Hellmuth thing.
Right?
What about it?
I said you were lying about that Hellmuth thing.
Oh, oh shit. Oh my god. Oh, whoops. Sorry, it looked just like tens.
That's out of the bag.
looked just like tens there. The hand's a fold on 100 bigs too. Is your only suited fold, but deeper I think.
7 deuce suited.
Yeah,
I saw that.
but deeper you get in there.
2 folds.
The more money you have, the better suitedness is. It's a little tip for people at home. Flushes are good for lots of money. Some high-level poker strategy. Flush is
So
good.
true, Doug. Well put.
Raise.
32.
Raise 3,200.
Kevin's got the aces again. He had those 6 times yesterday.
Was it 6? That's outrageous. I don't think I've seen
It is a lot.
6 aces within like a month. He gets them in a heads-up match within 8 hours. Add it to the pile.
Doug's going to come with a bet here versus this check, drawing pretty thin. But Kevin probably doesn't love that flop with his aces. Doug picks up a straight draw. Someone saying in chat, no wonder Kevin won yesterday if he had aces 6 times. To be fair to Kevin, he really didn't make the money with his aces. Obviously, getting aces 6 times is amazing, but the money he made was running good in other ways. And of course, playing great as well. Don't want to detract from that at all. Doug goes for a bet on the turn here with his straight draw. This is an interesting spot. Obviously, Doug can just hit that 9 on the river and have the best hand, but I'm pretty sure if the river is any spade, Doug is going to be able to successfully bluff here. That's one reason Doug is going to bluff with a hand like this, which doesn't have that much equity, because if the river does come a spade, he actually has something to bluff with. But that's not going to happen. We get the 7 of diamonds river. There's a one-liner to a straight now, though. Any 9. Doug is reaching for a big stack of chips here. It's going to put Kevin to the test.
Appears to be 30,900. Let me confirm that for a second.
That's a big bet from Doug. Over 1.5 times the pot, it looks like.
30,900. I'm sure.
Yeah, this puts aces in a pretty
1.5 times the pot.
miserable spot.
Yeah, I wonder if Kevin would prefer to have the ace of spades in his hand here. I think he would. So these aces are not as good as if he had, say, ace of diamonds, ace of spades, because the ace of spades blocks those flushes. There is another side of that, though, which is Doug might bluff with the ace of spades in his hand.
He gets
Wow,
it
Doug
through.
gets it through.
Fun card here.
Gets it through. Yeah, I always get confused a lot about the competing incentives of blockers.
Ace deuce.
The other one was better. Queen, deuce of hearts.
Queen deuce. Oh, brutal.
Nicely played from Doug. And yeah,
Good run
Greg,
out.
that is the eternal struggle for people who are studying poker, is those
No, you want a
conflicting
flush.
sort of blocker impacts.
You definitely want the flush. I feel like this entire match versus you, this has just been like me, like, should I run it here? I guess I'll go for it. And then like, you're just like mulling it over on the river, and I'm just like sweating it out. I fold.
There has been a lot of that.
A lot of nice bluff properties to that hand, but I don't know. Obviously, I don't know. Having a low spade is better, but hard to have too much. I don't know. One for the robots later.
One for the robots.
I like it. Good flop for Doug.
7.
Chat asking about the win-loss right now. So Kevin is in for $100,000. So you can always just subtract $100,000 from Kevin's stack to know what he's up. So right now he's up about 16,500. Interesting to see Kevin check calls the flop with 7-2 here. Backdoor flush draw. But just 7 high. It is a very small bet, but interesting stuff. It might look crazy, but I tend to operate under the assumption that if Crab is doing something, it at least is going to be somewhat okay. Not that he never makes mistakes, but I certainly would have never check-called this flop with 7-2, so I'm sure I'm playing too loose, or rather too tight on these flops. If Crab is playing this loose. Now he's got a pretty clear bluff, which is not going to work out for him given Doug has a 9.
3,400.
Full pot size bet. Think Doug can find the raise here, Greg?
Yeah, I think so. Did he check the turn? I glanced away.
He did, yeah.
Yeah, I absolutely think, given that he checked the turn, he's probably going to go for value. Certainly a lot of targets for it. Just unfortunate that Kevin does have 7 high.
Raise 11,600. 11,600.
Yeah, Doug really hoping Kevin has an ace when he does this, but of course, with the 7 high, he's going to get out of the way. Thank you to the 2,200 tuning in right now to this awesome heads-up action that we still have nearly 7 more hours of today. It's very early. Kevin is up small right now.
It's early, and I'm strapped in. I'm ready to go. I'm really enjoying seeing these two titans in the industry battle it out with some great analysis from you, Mike.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I was talking to Kevin yesterday after the match on a messaging app, and
after that match with Kuhn,
we were just talking about how
I just like gave up on it. Did you remember that?
No. When did you play?
So
with Chan, you mean?
Chan.
Yeah,
His
yeah,
last
yeah.
name's Kuhn, right?
Yeah, it is. It's just when you said Kuhn, I'm thinking Jason Kuhn, and
I totally see what's happening now.
it's on me right
Very confusing for me to say Kuhn there. Chan, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I kept checking dark, and then he'd be waiting, and I'm like, it's on you. He's like, oh, and that happened a bunch of times. So I was like, you know what, man? I'm going to stop doing this to you. I'm just going to check when the flop comes out.
Yeah, I remember that. And you have a shot clock on too, so it's like,
Yeah.
kind of hurt him.
these guys are talking about Doug's final match in the 25K heads-up tournament this year at the World Series, where he got second for about 300K.
I felt like I was being kind of a
Yeah, anyway, to what I was
like,
saying.
You need to like enforce the shot
never mind.
clock in that. But they were not enforcing the shot clock at all, and he started to take a long time.
Oh, they weren't enforcing it.
Well, they kind of throw the dealers in there a bit on the shot clocks and don't really like give them like a good breakdown on how to use it, I think.
Oh. But weren't they the same dealers who were dealing days 1 and 2? Like, they should have been familiar by then, right?
Did you?
Maybe it wasn't the same
Did you,
dealers.
in your match, how was the shot clock usage?
I guess I maybe wasn't paying so close attention.
We had some people that didn't really know how they...
32.
I lost this one time bank where the action was on me, and I looked, and they're like, all right, one time bank. I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, damn, I can't believe I thought about that for 30 whole seconds. And then I realized afterwards that they weren't resetting it on the player change. So basically, someone took 20 seconds, went to me, and then I was in my own world, so I thought that...
You just had like 8 seconds left or whatever
Yeah.
because they never reset it.
And then I realized they were doing that, and I'm like, I think I realized why I lost the time bank here.
Yeah.
Poorly timed 4-bet from Doug here with Queen 10 off. I'll get back to what I was saying with Crab earlier in a moment. So now they're very, very deep. If these players were 100 blinds deep, Kevin would easily be going all in with pocket queens here. Kind of a no-brainer. But when you're this deep, it's kind of dicey to 5-bet. You want to have a very tight 5-betting range. And indeed, Kevin is just going to call. Good flop for queens.
11,400.
So goes for the small bet. This is going to be a tough pot for Doug to win.
He's going to have to get awfully creative.
Or he's going to need some very specific turns and rivers.
Wow.
Oof. The case queen. Doug makes top pair, Kevin with top set. This pot's already quite big, though, when the flush did come in, so Doug's not going to go crazy with this top pair. But he is fairly likely to lose at least one more bet. See how he decides to play it on the turn. He's going to go for the bet, it looks like. I assume he was randomizing this turn.
11,200.
Very small bet. Third pot. Kevin in a very interesting spot here. I think you have to just call. Doesn't feel great, because it does feel like Doug is going to check back a lot of rivers after betting this size. But do you really want to raise when both players have some flushes in their range? Maybe. We'll see what he decides to do.
There's the call.
55K in the middle. Biggest pot of the day, if I'm remembering correctly. Doug hits two pair, but it's the fourth diamond on the river. It's pretty likely to just go check, check.
Wow, even when Doug manages to hit two pair, he's just
Hearts, 10 of
up against the set.
something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kevin calls Doug exact
Who else
hand
lost this?
without even seeing it.
Oh, no, actually, I lost more. What am I talking about? Putting on check, check.
If you check turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do a lot of turn check, too.
And with that, Crab back out to a solid lead of about 40,000.
I have all of them, so that's impossible.
It's pretty hard for me to have a queen when you have pocket queens.
Raise.
Raise to 1,000.
Fold.
7 bets.
At least it wasn't an offsuit 10. That would have been pretty brutal.
Yeah.
Raise.
So yeah, what I was saying earlier, I'll just get back to it real quick. I was talking to Kevin after the match yesterday, and we were both just kind of talking about how amazing it is to have high-level heads-up poker have this stage, you know? Like, you don't often see heads-up cash at all on a stream, especially live heads-up cash. And then even rarer do you see it between two very, very experienced and studied heads-up players. So heads-up being my favorite game, I think it's the best game there is. Any game, not just poker game. Heads-up no limit. I just love watching this. I'm so glad it's happening. And that's one big reason Kevin decided to come out. He has no extra incentive here. He's playing a good player in Doug, so it's not like he's making a ton of money, in theory, in this match. But he's coming out because he wants to play heads-up no limit. He wants it to have this stage, as we see Doug outkick Kevin here.
Yeah, it's great to see these guys turning up just for the sake of the game. I think that's something that's really
adding
respectable.
50.
Because as you said, I mean, playing each other, I don't think either one of them would choose the other as a first pick to play heads up for money like this. But it's definitely good for the poker community.
I should have some. I'm down about 40. I'm in for 120, so 80 plus. Yeah, 130.
Okay.
So Doug added on 50,000, and now we're playing a little over 300 blinds deep.
Raise to 1,000.
Doug is now in for 170,000. Kevin is in for 100,000 still. The trend from yesterday is continuing, unfortunately for Doug, with him being the player who continually is adding on.
Yeah,
but once again, the cards just really haven't gone his way. What were you going to say there about Kevin, Greg?
Yeah, he just hasn't had to add on at all the entire several hundred hands that they've played. Certainly got to be a good feeling.
It's tough to do, too. Like, it is really, really tough to play 500 hands of heads up no limit and, you know,
I guess
never have to add on to your
like
stack.
9 or an 8 or a 9 or a jack turn. That would have been the bad news. So there would have been some barreling, and I think there would have been some not folding.
Yeah. Yeah, when I don't raise flop.
Yes.
Once again, it's like, if you have a potential value hand, you probably shouldn't be folding it.
No, yeah, definitely not.
Yeah. Raise.
3,700.
Pair versus pair battle here. Earlier we saw 6-5-5 flop when Kevin held pocket fives. That would be good timing for him if that happened again. Kevin's going to call. We're playing a 3-bet pot here. 7,400 in the middle.
Yeah, at the risk of pissing off my boss, I'd like to see 6-5-5, but we don't.
Well, 6-6-5 would be fun too.
That is true.
Pretty good flop for both players. Both players with a heart as well. Actually, didn't even realize they have the same suits with their pairs. Pretty similar hands. Doug just has them pipped. But they both have to be feeling pretty good on this flop. No high cards really got there except for the odd Jack-9 suited type hands. So Doug is, barring a 5, likely going to squeeze a little bit of value out of Kevin here.
$7,600.
Ooh, Kevin's actually going to raise this flop. There's some reasons to do this. You're going to deny some equity. If Doug has a hand like, say, Queen Jack of clubs, he would fold to this bet, which is kind of nice when you have pocket fives. You get them to fold 2 overcards, which they might have hit. And then he'll also get a little bit of value. If Doug has a hand like, say, Ace-King with a heart, something like that, he's going to call this raise, so pocket fives is the best hand, and it's going to get some value. It's an interesting turn as Doug picks up a set. Kevin now with a straight draw. 22,000 in the middle now. Final table Kev in the chat. Shout out to Kev. Check, check on the turn. We get an ace on the river. Not a good card for Kevin. Now a lot of Doug's hands that he did beat before have outdrawn him. Hands like Ace-King, Ace-Queen, Ace-Jack, stuff like that. But Doug could still have some nothing hands here. A missed flush draw, for example. Doug could definitely have a hand like Queen-Jack of hearts. And then he'll have some kind of random high cards, like, say, a King-Queen with 1 heart would have called the flop as well. Doug's going to go for some value. $15G, babies. Kevin not quickly letting this one go.
Wow.
like he's gonna flick in the call.
Wins.
Looks like he's going to get a little bit back on that one. I am a little surprised to see Kevin make this call.
In any case, nice little pot to Doug. Squeezes back about 27,000.
Raise it, 1,000.
On the flop you raised, and I was like,
With
unless
that,
I
he's-
turn a 6. This is just going to get really annoying. And then the turn at 6, I'm like, oh my god, there it is. The 6. This is no longer annoying. Bet the turn. Oh,
No, I did not.
Kevin up just 10,000 now.
Sorry.
Both players flop a pair.
700 is that.
A lot of people surprised Kevin didn't raise the river with his 5s there, given that he blocked a straight. It's a big problem with that, guys, and it's he checked back the turn. And there's only 4 combos of 5-4 suited in his range already, so it's really representing a narrow range. How often does he really have 5-4 suited, raise the flop, check the turn after turning the nuts, and then raise the river? It's tough for that to be the case.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of surprised that he called. It didn't seem like the blocking properties of his hand actually meant too much, given that Doug would probably barrel that if he 3-bet that pre-flop.
Yeah, I almost think his blockers are irrelevant. It's more of that even more nerdy concept of unblockers, so thinking about what you don't block.
That's
And
true.
he didn't block hands like King Jack, King Queen, Queen Jack, flush draws, like higher flush draws. So then, you know, he's probably somewhat thinking along those lines. Kevin's going to go for some big value here. Pot size bet. Not afraid of the flush. And Doug has a hand that can't really fold.
Ace around.
Yeah.
He's good.
Nice hand, Kevin. Gets max value there.
You have 2 barrels of purple? You want to just tell me
Yeah, I got one.
Just tell me one of them.
chirp. Make sure this is 10. Oh,
2 barrels of purple. I've never heard a stack of chips called a barrel. I love that.
Oh, really? No, that's I've heard that pretty commonly down here. Maybe that's just a Texas thing. I've heard stick, barrel.
Yeah, stick is good. I've never heard that one either. Texans do love their gun analogies, I suppose, so barrel makes sense.
It's part of the culture here.
Chad, have you heard that anywhere else in the world? Calling a stack of 20 chips a barrel? So like if you have a stack of $5 chips, someone says, is that a barrel of 5s or something like that? Have you ever heard that? I'm curious. People outside of Texas have. King 10-10 flop. Pretty good for Doug's ace-king.
Apparently barrel's pretty standard. You're out of the loop now, Mike. Spending too much
No
time in
kidding.
the Northwest.
2,200.
In Alaska, we call it a pipe. I love that.
That's one I haven't heard. I like that.
Bear with us on that audio issue, y'all. I'm sure production will figure it out shortly.
Raise to 1,000. Fold.
Take a restroom break there in a second.
Yeah, sure.
Cool.
Oh, sweet.
Let's do it now.
Okay. Damn it.
Okay, I need these versions as well, so we can all read.
Yeah,
Great.
yeah, I'll sit here.
We will be right back, everyone, and we're figuring out that audio issue as we speak.
Yeah, apologies, folks. We will get this audio issue ironed out real quick. Crack staff is on it. Guys, we're going to go ahead and reset the stream real quick and get this audio issue fixed. We should only be down for maybe a couple of minutes, so don't go anywhere just yet. Still got plenty of poker to be played. Players are on break, and we will come back in just a moment, hopefully with crystal clear audio. All right, and I do believe we are back. Players are still on break. Thank you guys for sticking with us, bearing with us. These things happen. Just a little reminder, we, on the Lodge live stream today, are playing a little 2-4 heads-up between some of the best heads-up players in the world, Doug Polk and Kevin Rabichow. Kevin, if you don't know much about him, is our challenger today. Heads-up specialist, $3.2 million in live earnings, and a coach over on the coaching site Run It Once, Galfon site. And of course, everybody knows the man himself, Doug Polk, issued the challenge for all comers.
Been in Vegas a lot, like you have been exposed to a lot of really good food, so I try and like curtail the expectations a little bit.
Yeah.
Like the sushi here, there's some okay sushi, but compared to Vegas sushi, it's like
Yeah.
nothing even remotely close.
I mean, once you like when we've had the luxury to travel and like eat good food in a lot of different places, it's like, oh, I actually understand now that like this part of the world does this really well and this part of the country does that really well.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
A good example of that is Cajun food in New Orleans
Right.
is something else.
I've actually never been to New Orleans.
It's a cool
For
spot.
someone who loves food travel, that's like one of the spots I haven't done.
Did someone really take my bets and put them into my stack? I got to remake them? Yeah. What's going on with that? Now I got to re-put my 3 bets out here.
It's hard work.
I've only been once. I went right when COVID broke out in the U.S. in New Orleans, and like I went for a bachelor party, and people were getting sick, and like it was like, what's going on?
Was that during Mardi Gras or was
During Mardi Gras, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I fold. One of our friends was like visibly like terribly sick. He's like, "No, I'm good, man. I'll hang in there for the sake of the team." It's like dying. I'm like, "I don't know if you should be, dude." But he was a true friend. It's like, I'm not missing this guy's bachelor party no matter what.
Yeah.
You been to many bachelor parties?
A handful, yeah.
I feel like what always happens on bachelor parties is people go way, way, way too hard right at the start. Like you land, it's like, let's go. People are like wasted in 1 hour. And then day 2, you just wake up in the morning, everyone's just hammered still, trying to survive. And then the rest of the bachelor party, like, 'cause usually I'll do like a few days or something, and everyone's just like slowly like recovering and they leave. Every time, every bachelor party is like that.
I have a good friend from Chicago who did his bachelor party in Vegas. And he has so many friends. He's a very, whatever, he's a really social guy. He had like 20 guys at his bachelor party.
That's too many.
Rents out, it was too many. But it was fine. Like you get like your little pockets of friends who like knew each other beforehand and like they kind of break off as their own unit. Either way.
It's just too many people though.
There was like in the first 4 hours of getting to the suite at Caesars, someone was in casino jail. Like someone got so drunk.
Yeah, going a little too hard.
That's when I learned what casino jail was.
5,100. Full.
I think around 8 people-ish is like the right number for a bachelor party. It's like enough to where you can like have some different conversations with people.
Did you do one?
Yeah, I had a post-wedding bachelor party. Because, so right before my wedding, about 1.5 years ago, COVID started spiking up again.
Right.
And my wife was like, if you get COVID, when we got married in Hawaii, and Hawaii is super, super strict on COVID stuff.
Yeah, I remember
and
looking
she
into
was
that.
like, if you get COVID on your bachelor party and then can't get into Hawaii for the wedding, like, I'm never going to forgive you. And I was like, all right, we're doing a post-wedding bachelor party.
Yeah.
So I actually ended up being okay. And then like a few months later, we went to Miami. We had a good time. We piled it in on the heat this one day and went, actually this is funny, we stayed in the FTX suite. It was a simpler time. And we piled it in on the heat, and it was a really close game down to the wire. We bet money line, and they were down 6 with like 4 minutes left, and they came back and hit a 3 at the end to win, and we were going nuts. It was like all-time peak pandemonium. We had a bunch of guys that don't even really know how sports work, and they were just like, I love sports ball. Just yelling shit. Let's go our team. Oh, the ball went in. Oh, it didn't. Like some really high-level analysis going on.
Kevin flops top pair here. 2, top and bottom. Doug's going to bet with some backdoors.
Then later that night, we went to the club for my bachelor party. Got a VIP table on the dance floor in like one of the like biggest clubs in Miami. And I get there, and then they're like, all right, this one comes out. We're now going to celebrate a man getting married. And I'm like, that's weird, like someone else getting married here. And they're like, Bill Perkins! Didn't know he was there, had no idea that he was coming. And then they come out with these cardboard cutouts of like Bill and Laura just like dancing around. I look over, he's got the way bigger table on the dance floor. There's just money everywhere. They're just throwing ones all over the place. It's like a whole corner of the goddamn like prime club area is all just like booked for Bill Perkins. I'm just like, what the hell is going on?
You definitely live in a sim. Between that and the Phil Hellmuth thing at Wrigley, like...
Yeah. I mean, the Hellmuth one makes a little more sense, because Hellmuth, like, he likes to go to stuff like that, like, you know, big events and sporting events and stuff.
Yeah.
So, like, that one makes... But the Perkins one, it's like, let me get this straight. We both got married. We both had bachelor parties in Miami. We booked the same weekend. We booked the same venue. We booked the same tables on the same floor. And we're both here celebrating without any knowledge that the other person was there.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's nuts.
Doug Polk and Bill Perkins confirmed the same person.
I've never seen so many dollar bills on the floor in my life. Like when I went over to their table to say hi, I had to get up and go like through dollar bills, and I look over and there's like a guy hustling in with like a bunch of stacks of hundreds. Like I'm talking like stacks and stacks and stacks of hundreds, like or not hundreds, sorry, ones, not hundreds, ones. What am I talking about? Just like dollar bills, you know?
Bill
Like, what the
Perkins
hell is
sounds like
going on here?
the guy that would certainly be fun to have a party with.
Clubs are so loud. Too loud.
Yeah.
Tried to like talk. There's a few people over there I saw that I'm like friends with. Like, oh, I'll have a conversation. And I'm like, how's it going? Like, I can't hear you. Oh, and I'm like, you know what? Let's just call it a day. Just throw in the towel. Just have a couple of drinks. And one thing they did have there though that was cool. They had like massage therapists on the dance floor.
What?
So like they'd go table to table, and so you'd be having drinks. Like, you want a massage? Like, oh hell yeah, I'll take a massage. So you're just like getting a massage, just like having a drink. It's pretty cool. Oh, that was a nice touch.
Clubs are different in Miami.
That's pretty great.
Can't say I've ever seen that.
Yeah.
School Mike says Doug's not a club guy. You a club guy, School Mike? I don't know. Could see you mixing it up on the dance floor. Certainly saw a little bit of that at your wedding. Mike Brady will rejoin me shortly.
Played this for today too.
We have.
Pimsa, Doug has
Oh my
certainly
god, are you
earned.
kidding me? It's the exact same board.
At least I know you don't have 10-7 suited. Pretty sure.
That read's gonna really help you in this hand. I have a
I'm
4.
back just in time
You know
to see
what's
Doug
funny
have
is
the
I
best hand here.
also have the same hand that I had the last time we had this
Oh,
board.
this time I had it.
It's actually kind of ridiculous.
That's insane. If I had another hand that wanted to bluff, and I got called by the same hand, the same board, I'd be like, I gotta learn my lesson on this board. You're like, oh, this is easy. I've already thought about this. Fold.
As long as you don't change the line, as long as you go exactly like delay double barrel.
Yeah,
Okay, we're good.
I think I would pretty balanced in my approach. That's it. If I had 10-7 suited, I'd be like,
Strong evidence that they're setting the decks. 3,200.
Raise it 3,200.
Fold.
Yep.
I incorrectly called a 3-bet with that hand yesterday.
You could say those cumulative
receded.
winnings. Kevin's lead has
Yeah.
dwindled to just under 8,000. Doug has clawed his way back.
You good?
A couple good bluffs in the past 25 hands or so.
Really hard to fold suited hands, you know? Get a nice price. Hit a flush. Flushes are good.
And it seemed like he made a pretty reasonable adjustment to the smaller size.
Yeah. Gotta learn some stuff.
It's not going to be that far off.
Both players flop a pair here. Doug with the best of it. Queen 5. Pretty nice flop for Queen 5. A lot of backdoors plus the top pair. Thanks to everyone who suffered through that brief audio issue and is still watching here. Appreciate your patience and understanding. Kevin with just middle pair, not really much else going on here. Doug Rivers is straight.
So that's 3,800. Sorry, 28. Sorry.
Five.
Kevin likes his hand to call.
What was it?
It was 28.
I think that's another one of those spots where Kevin doesn't block a lot of the hands that Doug would bluff with, so he decided to call with that
I
hand.
can always put in the exact amount.
What'd you say?
I can like always put in the exact amount. It feels silly like waiting for change, but
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Fold.
Rare button fold.
You're
from
not
Doug.
married, right?
I've seen a few people bring up.
I've been in a, I mean, I have a partner. We've been together for 9 years.
Okay.
Not
Cool.
married.
Seen a few people in chat
I
ask
like we're
about
getting
the
to the
stand-up
age where
game.
people are having a lot of kids.
Yeah.
I'm in that group.
Raise.
There's a lot of us.
Shout out to Otis Polk, Doug's son. He picks up kings here. 3-bet's coming in. That 3-bet that he's pre-carved out.
Calls. Good call. Seven checks.
Ace-high flop. Doug does not love to see that.
Two checks. So turn. Seven checks. Two checks. Go over.
Kevin gets just a little piece on the river. Could be enough to pay off a bet here. Doug's gonna go for a small little block bet, 2,400.
Kings.
Two calls.
Kevin does pay it off.
At a maybe raise. A maybe raise.
$3,400.
Doug picks up second pair, or his second pair. Gets Kevin to fold a flush draw. Dave B asks if this is the Mike Brady. If you mean the one from the Brady Bunch, no.
How often do you get that one, Mike?
Over the years, a good amount. Less lately. I think it's starting to expire a little bit. People's knowledge of that 60s and 70s sitcom.
Is it really that old, Brady Bunch? Wow.
I believe it is.
So that's 600. Seven raises, 1,800.
So raise from Doug.
Two calls. 7
Small check raise is a fun development. Solvers. Good one.
You know, I looked at some check raise stuff today.
Yeah. Caught your interest.
Nothing that interesting. I didn't spend that long. I just was like looking into some things, and
Raise 2,000.
it was kind of what I thought. It's been a little bit since I looked at like specific sizes and stuff. But
It's 3,700.
And you
it's been
guys
a little while
think you
since I
had it
thought
bad
about heads up check raises.
Yeah.
with Brady and Jack, but how about having the last name Potter? Doesn't go so well.
Also, it's going to function a decent amount differently because you have more hands. Like the Jack 10-4 ace spot we just had was like on 100 bigs. Let's just say, like, for example, you have Jack 10. On 100 bigs, you're like, I'm feeling very good about this. They're going to not really have ace Jack, ace 10, king queen. Like, unless they have ace 4, I'm like pretty good to go. But when you're really deep, it's like, oh shit, they can have like all this shit. Like, they can have ace Jack, ace 10, king queen, and ace 4.
Yeah.
So it's like, you like size down when you're deeper. I don't know. It's weird. Maybe just more polar. I don't know. Kind of a crazy situation.
Raise 3,700.
Found a lot of the weak opens today.
Oh, if they keep feeding me the 3-bet hands.
That top 10 starting hand.
Oh shit! I forgot I was doing that. Got to get back to the top 10. It is kind of funny too when you run into a bunch of 3-bets in a row and you keep folding.
32.
You're like, maybe I need to be balancing this in with some looser calls.
I'm just going to call this 3-bet with the 5-4 suited.
That's a good flop.
Flops a flush with a straight flush redraw. Doug is up money going into this hand, up about $10,000. Nice little comeback from him so far today. Lord Powless asked, were there any big hands already? We've had a couple. I think the most notable, well, there are a couple really notable ones. One where Kevin flopped a full house in a hand where Doug flopped trips, and Doug did actually get away from it on the river, saved like $40,000. As we see Doug call the c-bet. Not a great turn for his 5-4. It was also a great hand where Doug bluffed Kevin off of pocket aces when the board ran out. Really, really scary for the aces. 9,600 in the middle, check on turn. See if Kevin decides to take a little stab at this one.
9,600.
I don't think Doug's going to fold.
9,600.
Oh, but he goes full pot.
This was not the way I wanted this to go.
Started great for Doug. Not so much by the river.
Looks like he's leaning towards flicking in the call. It would be a good one in this case. Kevin could easily have a hand like, you know, Queen 10 with the Queen of Spades, but Doug doesn't believe him, calls.
I'm gonna add 25.
There's the first reload for Rabichow.
I believe our reload tracker is now Doug 5 times, Kevin once. We got you on the board.
That's right, Kevin with the first reload in nearly 10
No,
hours
my middle
of
name's
play.
Kevin.
It is?
Yeah, my dad's name's Kevin.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Good name.
Yeah, it's all names. We have a tradition. Our family only uses 3 names.
What do you mean?
Douglas, Kevin, and Otis.
Oh, like,
We just like rotate through basically.
yeah. This is a rule that goes back how far?
Like 5 generations.
5?
Yeah.
Pretty good. And yes, Yoda, that was a 25K
There was a
reload
Henry
for Brad.
Otis before that. And there was a Howard. Howard's definitely an old person name. How many?
Is this an Irish family?
Irish? There's a little bit of Irish, but it's mainly English.
No
Lot
offense
of
to all the
Scottish.
Howards in the chat.
People think Polk is Polish a lot, but they think of Polski. But it's not. It's different.
Right.
$2,200 in the live chat right now. Thanks for all tuning in. I will say the like count is a little bit low, considering how great this action has been. So if you're enjoying the show, hit that like button. It's free for you. It means a lot to us. And if you're not subscribed to the channel and you're enjoying streams like this, we're going to have more. We also have 4 streams a week of lower stakes action at a normal 9-handed, 8-handed table. Kevin goes for some thin value on the river, and he uses a big size here, 2,000 into 2,000. Doug with a 5. Gotta be tempting to flick this in a check down pot.
Wow. Lays it down, though.
Great fold. Really great fold.
Is your family Irish?
Partly, yeah.
You don't look very Irish.
I don't think I'm any more than a quarter of anything.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Have you ever done one of those genealogy test things?
No, I haven't.
Oh, they're fascinating. I mean, I know people are like, you know, like you don't want the man to have your data, but like,
Yeah.
I'd rather know like what percentage Cherokee I am, which is 0.
Yeah.
I was one of those white people, by the way. When I was a kid, my family was like, you know, you're 1/16th Native American. I was like, that's so cool. They told you that too?
Yeah, I'm like, I'm probably I want to do one of those DNA tests.
You're going to find out that you're not 1/16th Native American. There's some other funny stuff too. So my mom is English, like she's not an American citizen.
Yeah.
And my dad's side, they came over like, 10 generations ago or whatever. They were one of the first family, or not first, you know what I mean? They were in like the first few generations of people that came over. And I showed my parents my genealogy, and it said like less than 0.1% Asian. And I showed my mom my thing, and it was on there. She's like, "What? There's Asian? That's got to come from your dad's side." I'm like, "Mom, it's less than 0.1%." And also, like, why are we getting defensive about this? Like, it's like I don't understand what we're doing here. It's just so silly.
Shout out to Jazzbo in the chat. Good to see you, man. Doug with nothing here. Crab with the boat. Ill-timed bluff from Doug. That's $1,300 he's never getting back. The descendant of the 11th U.S. President, James Knox Polk. That's literally true, by the way. Doug is
My
a descendant
genealogy is
of
pretty
that
boring, though.
president.
It's like, it's almost all just England. Because my mom's is really boring. It's just England. And then my dad's side is mainly England with like a little Germany, little Ireland, little stuff like that.
$5,900.
Take it down.
Shout out to School Mike. I saw the
I believe
super
the
chat.
breakdown
Thank you, sir.
Is that on my
1K likes and
dad's side,
Safi sings
I
Titanic.
have, Israeli and Ukrainian, or like
Yeah.
what was Kyiv, but in the 1900s when it was still the Soviet Union.
So what you're saying is you're fighting for freedom right now. You don't have to respond to that. You don't have to respond to that.
And then,
I was like, oh my god, that was actually like, there's no way he can look good by responding. Just don't respond to that.
I'm just going to move right past that. And then
Right past that one we go.
English and Irish on my mom's side. English, French, Canadian, and Irish on my mom's side.
Okay, gotcha. That's French Canadian, you said.
Yeah. Yeah, the story as I recall it, and she'll correct me if she's watching and I get it wrong, but is that her parents met. One of them was working and one of them was visiting at like the big Chateau Frontenac in like right over the border into Quebec City from New York. I guess like her mom grew up in New York and her dad was traveling into Quebec for work. But I guess that only really makes sense if one generation above they were.
Why is that?
Well, like that's how they met, but they were both
Oh, the years
already
don't-
in the U.S.
Okay, I see.
They weren't like, neither of them were living in Canada.
Gotcha.
So it had to be a generation earlier. I don't remember which one of her grandparents would have been Canadian.
My parents met in Saudi Arabia and are both fluent in Arabic. Something you wouldn't think my family, but there you have it.
Unexpected.
When I was a kid, they'd speak in Arabic to each other, and I learned like some Arabic thinking it was English. And then you say some things at school and like, what's wrong with you? And I'm like, alhamdulillah. Like, like, that's not a thing. Like, no, like you're relieved. Like, not a thing. The other thing is having a when you have a British mom, you say some words kind of funny. So like, we would always say herbs.
Yeah. I picked that up after moving to Canada.
Oh,
I switched.
They do it in Canada too?
They say herbs in Canada.
Oh, wow, I didn't know that.
Herbs. Get out of here.
Say, who says herbs? That's what I was just thinking.
Herbs. Get out of here, guys. Drop a 1 if you say herbs instead of herbs in chat. I'm curious.
Drop a 1
many
if
people
you
get it
are
wrong?
wrong.
7,600.
Just kidding, by the way, y'all. There's no wrong answer. I don't like that the Brits spell words that have a Z in it with an S, though.
An S,
Don't
yeah.
love that. Anyway, back to the hand. Doug with top pair in this 3-bet pot. Kevin going with the overbet right away on the flop.
Yeah, it's actually a really great overbet.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with the Jack of Hearts, you block a lot of the hands that Doug is going to call with, including Ace-Jack and flush draws. King on the turn is probably going to slow things down. Kevin now with some showdown value. No real reason to turn this hand into a bluff.
DC says they say herbs because there's an H in it. Great clarification.
$6,800.
6,800.
He is going to keep up the aggression, but really tone down the bet size. This is actually a smaller bet than he made on the flop. Going for about a quarter of the pot. Doug's going to not go anywhere against that bet size. Quite a small bet. Kevin needs a king and a king only. 10 to chop it up. Offsuit 9. Doesn't change too much. There are some hands like the Queen 9 suiteds, the King 9 suiteds, the Ace 9 suiteds, and offsuit that get there. For the most part, this doesn't change too much. Check, check. Doug's going to drag this one. Nice little pot for him. Electing not to go for that value on the river. Thinks it's a little too thin.
Doug now solidly in the black. A cumulative winning showed earlier that I think he was up 18,000, now close to 35. My math's correct.
Sell me some yellows.
Yeah. That's purple too?
Sure.
And I'm 30?
30?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doug now playing the banker. Was the opposite yesterday.
Should be 30, just make sure.
I'm curious for all of the people in the UK in the chat, or actually, I would love to hear from any country, but I think particularly the UK. What's an English slang word that people use in your country that you think is just ridiculously silly? And I'll give you one example because I asked my friend Gary Blackwood about this, who's from the UK.
32.
And he said, getting Larry, I believe.
Getting what?
Or maybe
now?
it was something about bear, something. It's like you say getting Larry, and that means like you're going crazy, like it's a crazy party, like we're getting Larry at this party, which I thought was pretty terrible.
Yeah, I don't like that one so much.
I'm curious. Oh, me neither. It is not intuitive at all.
Miff,
32.
bloke. Someone said Larry.
Fold.
Chuffed. That's not one you hear much.
Got another 25.
What'd you say?
I'm gonna add another 25.
Oh.
I think I was at like 80 during that hand.
Okay, good. If you dip under, it's not like you have to add on.
No, I know.
It's up to you.
It's just like, for me to know how much I have, I would rather have
Yeah, that's cool too.
around 100.
Happy to go either way.
Yeah. I know I'm not obligated. Raise.
Raising 2,000. 3,700.
Interesting flop here. Kevin flops top pair, Doug with the open ender and a backdoor flush draw. Doug re-raised pre-flop. He's going to start off with a check.
That's 5,000.
Doug's going to check raise. This puts Crab in a really uncomfortable spot right away on the flop. I don't think he can fold. But it's already getting a little dicey. A lot of money behind, a lot of streets that Doug can still bet. One thing I've noticed about Crab is the way he looks at his cards and his overall stature and demeanor at the table is very consistent. And wow, there you go. He does just make the fold right away. I guess that's a hand that he doesn't think can stand much future aggression, so he just wants to get out of the way.
I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. Like I feel like at 100 bigs, you know what you're doing. On these deep spots, I'm just like, just gonna. I mean, I had a nice hand to do it with. I don't know like what my. I don't know, man. I had king 10 of clubs.
We're just playing poker.
Yeah, playing some poker.
King 10's a good hand.
Feels nice, like round to the nuts, little backdoor equity with the flush draw too. Kind of pairs nicely with your value. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it could be you really don't want to be raising. I don't know. I really don't know. It's one of those checks that I hate to make, but I'm pretty sure is right. I have a 10.
Good check.
Oh, nice, nice. All right. Yeah, it feels bad checking it. I don't know.
Brutal.
Oh, wow. I was like expecting the pot to come to me. Like, nice, nice. Oh, where's the door? Oh, I lost. That's right.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why you got to bet when you're over the bottom two.
I know.
Maybe that's the
The whole
logic
thing
there.
was swirling through my mind, and I was like, no, I think I'm just gonna. I was probably just gonna check call, I guess. Like, I
think
don't know,
you- yeah.
it's a weird. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna check call.
The hand feels uncomfortable in every line. It's like
Yeah.
kind of uncomfortable, you know?
Yeah. I guess the less you bet a 10 in
For the
position,
handful of people who
the more
demanded the
sense
dog.
it makes for me to.
Yeah, you
I
can't.
know I'm
Put money
supposed
in there.
to check a 10 because I can't even tell you how many times I did like a post-session review with Fabian, and I'd be like betting a 10. He's like, "What are you doing? Like like he's just gonna check raise you a lot. What are you gonna do with this hand? Like, what are you even getting value from?" I'm like, "Yeah, but he probably has a 7. Like, I'm just gonna go for it. Like, stop betting here." So yeah.
He's good at that stuff.
You can't mention a dog, Brady, or have it bark in the background.
I guess in a lot of those
Without
situations, it's
providing
like
proof.
you look at spots where you want to bluff, and so you're like, I got to pound some thin value here because I'm going to bluff
know.
here.
Yeah.
But then sometimes it just doesn't really work like that. It's like you need to have certain thresholds. You don't get to bluff as much, but it's just how it works.
Top pair for Kevin. They're going to check his ace high. I think Kevin can definitely go for some more value here. We're checking bluff catch. He really has options. But he's going to go for value against, it's exactly like Doug's in any worse pairs.
Doug considering a hero call here. The 9 seems like quite a bad card to have. Crowd would bluff with a lot of hands that contain a 9. It looks like Doug might agree. He lets it go. So for those keeping track at home, Doug is in for 170,000 right now, so he's up about 30,000. Crab is in for 125. Or rather, that's not right. That's math. What is he in for?
I think I want to say he's reloaded twice now.
Right, he reloaded 25K and then,
Then I believe another
well, I
25.
guess it must be yeah, it must be because Doug's up. Doug, yeah, they have 250K on the table. Right, so yeah, that sounds right. Thank you, Yoda. Yeah, so Crab in for 150, Doug in for 170.
About how much are you playing
Got
right
a
now?
couple
Like
good hands
100?
clashing here.
I could check. It should be around there. That's 75.
A little more
Hey,
than
like
that,
110.
boys.
108, yeah.
more
Thank you.
like 110.
Doug's going to probably 4-bet this hand some of the time, but call most of the time. He is going to call. Ace high flop, that's good for Doug. Not the flop you want to see when you have 10s. See if Kevin decides to come with a c-bet anyway. He doesn't. He slows down right away.
2, 32.
Doug's not checking anymore.
83.
Wait, Doug bet the flop. My mistake. Well, he's not checking. Crab lets it go. Doug takes down a solid-sized pot.
I had it.
Five, four seated.
I had ace queen.
Ace queen. I had a pretty terrible bluff catcher, really. Raise.
2 raises, 2,000. Seven calls. No flop.
Clubs for both players. No club on the flop.
Profile was like, yeah, I'm gonna 4-bet some of the time. How much you got? And then I was like, is that kind of a tell? like, I'm strongly considering 4-betting you. What do you have? Okay, I call. Like,
It's a little info there.
like, oh shit. Probably should balance that a little bit, maybe. Oh.
It did not go unnoticed. I'll put it that way.
Well, normally, honestly, this is a first world problem because I've just been the shorter stack in almost the whole match so far. So I
Right.
count my own stack, and then I know what I've got.
It never mattered. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Raise.
2 raises, 2,000. 7, 3 raise. 3,700.
Doug 3-bets with the pocket eights. Quick question for you, chat. What's the nickname for the hand pocket eights? Wrong answers only. See what Kevin decides to do here with the king 9. Yeah, just lets it go. Probably just weak enough to make the fold. King 10, I don't think he ever folds. Both players flop an open ender. Kevin has him pipped the ace high.
800.
Sand Angels.
I like eggs
I did like
as a name
eggs.
for eights.
The Olafs. Dolly's Dumplings. Don't really get that one, but I like it. The Lassos.
Turn 8, no help to either player. Doug's got kind of a nice hand to keep bluffing with here with that Jack of Clubs. Not only does he have equity with the 6, of course, but the Jack of Clubs prevents Kevin from having a hand like Jack 10 of... Well, Jack 10 of Clubs 3 raises pre-flop, so that's moot.
2,400.
Actually, maybe the Jack of Clubs isn't that relevant, come to think of it. Just because Kevin's going to 3-bet pre-flop with so many of those, like, Jack 9, Jack 10s. It's probably still somewhat relevant. Is Doug gonna bluff with this 6? Looks like he is.
5,800.
This is weird because I think Doug is bluffing. I can't imagine this is a value bet.
Yeah, I would be hard pressed to
But
think.
Kevin is but Kevin is considering it with like 2 hands up. You know what I mean? So
Right.
that's not a great sign for the bluff. It's a really interesting hand. If Doug gets called here, I think he's just completely... It's like completely off. Like it's one of the worst things that could happen in poker when you bluff with a hand and your opponent calls with like 2 hands up because it's like, oh, well, then what's he folding?
Right. I'm a little unsure of what Doug is even trying to represent here. Wow, the call.
Wow. Didn't think that one was going to do it.
Nice call.
Thanks. Oh, no, I'm having doubts. I thought the 6 was clean.
Yeah, I don't know if the 6 is good.
Yeah,
That's a crazy
I don't
hand.
know who was off there on like the equilibrium, but one of the players was like way off
He
there.
might just be like a little
Either
more willing to
Kevin
follow
is
through
wrong to
clubs
think
on
that a 6 is a
run
good
out.
call
I
there,
am, for sure.
or Doug is wrong to think
sure.
that it's a
Few
good
random
bluff.
bluffs with just like a 10 that I don't interfere with.
Yeah.
Raise 3,000.
Yeah, I don't know. I have a lot of 9s.
You do. Some 4s.
Yeah, force check. It's probably an out of line bluff and probably an out of line call.
That's to be expected.
Doug,
sometimes.
I'm not
Doug
playing Jack 6
positing
anymore.
that
I'm
they were
done
both
with
wrong.
this. Unlucky. Back to 10s.
Jack 6 no good. Maybe King 6 is.
Raise 3,000. Someone else. To the top.
Check.
Two checks. To the turn. Seven checks. Two bets. 1,300. 7 folds.
So happy. Can I get a Topo Chico with lime? Yeah, that'd be great. Fold.
Actually, I'll take a coffee. If you could. Yeah, just a black coffee. Yeah, thank you.
I've decided I'm stopping drinking caffeine when I play because it just wrecks my sleep.
Really?
It helps you a little bit when you play, but then I get home and like I'm already so wired from poker after I play.
Yeah.
I don't really want like anything that can keep me awake. I've also
I haven't really tested like playing without it. I just when I'm not playing, I drink it through the afternoon usually.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
like it's just kind of normal for. I probably have like too much dependency.
If
I dip pretty hard in the afternoon.
yeah, I deal with that too actually, and I get really bad headaches when I don't have it in the morning. But I can see the data because I track with the sleep tracker thing,
Yeah.
and so I can see what my heart rate is like and what my sleep is like. And when I have afternoon caffeine, it hurts it a bit. What really hurts it is even one drink, one alcoholic beverage. Sleep is just.
I remember looking at that when I was tracking more closely for a while, and it was terrible. Right.
It's unfortunate that alcohol really is just poison. Unfortunate,
Is it?
but it's pretty fun.
Eight's going to hold for Kevin.
Seven.
Two checks.
It's one of those, I don't really want to check this kind of hands.
You might have gotten check raise.
I can just count all the hands. Yeah, you get a jack, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think if I have a kicker,
Fold.
probably bet with a good kicker.
Kevin picks up the Robbie. Oh, Greg, I was playing some low stakes live with my wife, like last week. There was an amazing moment. So this flop comes Jack, Jack 4, and a guy a couple seats to my right goes, "Oh, the Margot Robbie." He calls it the Margot Robbie. He confused. He confused Robbie J. Lou with Margot Robbie.
I love it. I feel like that's what we should call it from now
It was
on.
so good. The Margot.
The Margot. You guys heard it first here on the Lodge live stream. Margot doing pretty well on this board.
Low. Yeah, picks up the low straight. Doug's got a nice bluff hand, too. Just queen high, the 10 is a valuable card. I think Kevin's going to pick up some money from Doug here. Certainly not going to fold.
Call.
Queen eye.
Those offsuit jacks have done me well today.
Can't say the same. Cannot say the same.
We're just withered live players.
Yeah. That's a lot of hours of play. You got to talk about something, you know? It's just too awkward.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Both players flop a pair.
Pairs for flop. Jinx.
8 under
Oh, God, doggy.
Throw up the link again. It's mandatory.
2200.
Doug goes for the turn bet. Picks up a straight draw. Goes for some more value. Chat asking how long we're going today or what the limit is. We're going until 8:45 or so Central Time. So still about 5 more hours to play.
A lot more poker to be seen.
Doug currently up small, about 20,000, which is not a lot in a game like this.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Two raises, 3,000.
Kevin has top pair. There's 4 to a flush and 4 to a straight out there. Doug's going to go for it with a 10.
4,500.
No spade. Overbets the pot. Yes, this stream is happening live. Doug Polk, come out of hibernation. Though he's been playing quite a lot lately and on the Lodge live stream. So if you like seeing him play, you can always tune in here. There's a chance you'll see him. Kevin's got just a pure bluff catcher. Be a pretty wild call. He does lay it down.
Always have the nut low. It's just like every single hand. Is it this? I guess it's not quite. Then is it Jack 10 off? No spade. Is that
10 deuce.
Yeah, I guess I could have 10 deuce.
10-4.
That didn't bet turn.
I think I probably would have called down if you bet turn.
Fold.
That was a weird one.
I had Jack 10 the turn, and I was like, I kind of hate betting this hand because, like, then, like, my equity, the cleanness. So I'm just going to check fold instead. I don't know. What are we doing here?
I'm not sure I follow.
I don't know. Like, I'd rather have, like, nothing in a polar spot and even check fold some equity. Because if I bet and get called, that equity's dead, so it's only equity versus the checks. I don't know. Maybe I'm just crazy. Who knows? Tell you what, though, I didn't want to bet get a call to hit straight there. I'd be pretty unhappy with the situation if it goes down like that.
Doesn't seem like the worst situation.
If you're enjoying the stream and you haven't already, hit that like button. We'd appreciate it.
True.
And as far as I know, it doesn't cost any money to do so. You can let me know if it does, though. I'll reimburse you. Flop's going to be a winner for
10-7
Doug.
of clubs
Kevin
again.
completely missing.
Big clubs over clubs.
Ooh. One of these days, someone's going to get flush over flushed. Another thing that I feel like I got from Heads Up is, so you know how there are certain players that are always scared that they're going to get coolered, you know?
Yeah.
Coolers obviously always happen in every game type, including Heads Up, but like really hardcore coolers in big pots, they don't happen that much really, so you don't have to be that afraid of them.
That's
like
true.
if one of us flush over flushes someone in like a 3-bet pot or something, it's going to be just bloody for the other person for sure.
Yeah.
But it's just actually pretty unlikely, you know? It doesn't actually happen that much.
Yeah.
So you can
No,
kind of...
I know what you mean. You get
Some
kind
advanced
of
stuff from
comfortable
Doug
with
there.
the idea that you have like control over
Yeah,
the
less
situation.
cards.
Yeah.
Less people, less
And
coolers.
that you're not going to get coolered that often. It'll happen, but you're not like afraid of it because you see so many hands. And like, how often do you get like a cooler is like, I ran into the same pair with a better kicker or something, you know?
Yeah.
Whereas when you play a ring, you're like, oh god, this guy hit a set again. There were 9 people who could hit sets at any point.
It is a pretty crazy game for that reason. I had a hard time playing Ring for that reason.
Easy to get really spewy in some
It's,
close
just,
spots.
it's so easy to just like take every idea too far.
7 raises 3,700.
Yeah.
And there's not as many clean like, not many spots. You know, there's a ton of spots in Heads Up where it's just like, oh well, I have second pair or better, so like I just can't fold this hand.
Right.
That,
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
that's so much less common. It's usually like, oh, I need to call top pair 25% of the time and bluff with it 10% of the time.
The thought of having to, like, in most spots, if you flop top pair, you can call down. Obviously, that's not always like that,
Yeah.
but just like as a good general rule, if you flop top pair, you should call people down.
Yeah.
But in Ring, that is not true.
No, not even
You are going to
close.
get messed up doing that versus some people, or in some spots.
Yeah. That was one of my major problems.
I have a thing I want to talk about, but I'm going to wait. But I want to talk about the aces hand I had in the $1 million game, just to make sure some. You see that hand? That's pretty sick.
I think everybody, the whole room was.
I saw the clips of that. Yeah,
It was, yeah.
that's pretty cute, actually.
Pretty much everybody stopped doing. It was just, yeah, it was. Everyone was yelling.
Oh, I wish I'd randomized the call there. That would have been
We were
pretty sweet.
open.
Yeah. So yeah, in that hand I had where I had aces, and it was like queen high flop, I bet, and I bet, and I bet.
Yeah.
When I looked at like what he's supposed to be doing, it's like, yeah, he's supposed to jam a queen there. And in the hand, I'm thinking, oh, I'd rather have a queen because queen blocks some of the value that can jam. But then in reality, you don't want a queen because you block his combos of hands that are going to bluff jam over your bet.
Because he just folds turn with like basically everything worse than a queen, so that's like.
Well, there's some flush
I don't remember
draws
the
and some-
exact
yeah,
one,
yeah.
that's like
Yeah.
the worst paired hand to the flop that he's gonna have. So he like uses that to bluff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it blocks more of my calls. Blocks my like really strong hands because we're like really deep in that hand too. I was like, oh man, I messed that up in the hand. I was like, oh, I'd rather have a queen as I block value. But you actually block bluffs. But the solution was similar, so it wasn't too crazy. I can't believe that guy bluffed there.
I don't think he was too interested in what the solution looks like.
I don't think so either.
I think he had his own idea.
The most
His idea was, I'm going to win a gigantic pot against Doug on this.
yeah. And he did. But he almost lost the gigantic pot too.
Yeah.
Dude, it's so much money. Just like brick your flush shot and rip in $1 million. Like, oh my god. That is just something.
So we got 1,600.
Doug gonna go for value with his flop top pair.
Misread the board.
Is that good or bad for me?
I mean, I had it, so.
Okay.
But I had it in a way where I was like, oh, this is thin. we're going on an adventure here.
Good thing I didn't make the ace-high call then.
Yes, he would have been like, okay, this guy means business on that thin value.
Yeah.
So as a true Mike, you're a
32.
Frisbee golf pro now these days. No longer playing heads up, sit and goes for piles.
Not a pro.
Not a pro.
Not a pro. I'm that level of at disc golf / frisbee golf right now where, as we see Doug call this 3-bet here, I'm good enough to where someone who's not around disc golf a lot will think I'm really good.
Ah, I see.
But if I'm like, at a disc golf course, like 75% of the good players are better than me.
I'd say it's respectable.
Like, I'm not actually good, but I've practiced a lot and I've been playing for 2 years, so I'm solid, you know? Like, that's kind of...
Yeah.
It's how it goes with a lot of hobbies. I mean, poker's a good one. There's probably a ton of people in chat who could say the same sort of thing about poker. Like, they're good at poker, but if they walk into, like, a high-stakes poker room, they're probably one of the less good players, you know, because they're recreational or whatever.
Absolutely.
I mean, if I played the 25K, if I played like a 25K at Aria, I'd be one of the weakest players in the field, so it's all relative. Now, shout out to A's Gaio in the chat.
4,200.
A tool that's coming out soon on Upswing Poker that I think is going to change a lot of people's games. It's going to be called Lucid, coming out in a month or two. Maybe a little more. Amazing tool. Kevin going to go for the bet on the turn here with the pocket threes, turning them into a bluff. Doug now with...
A boat.
And now a boat skis. See if Crab decides to turn this one into a bluff right now. If he bets, it does put a lot of hands, like a 10, in a tough spot. But Doug could also have a 9, which is never folding. So he does just let it go. Or rather, I should say wave the white flag. Crab not instantly pitching this one. Kevin really considering it. But he does think better of it. Good fold. Nice pot to Doug. Puts him about 35K in the black now. Classic Mist asked in chat, when he's first starting out, should he play, or she play, shouldn't assume gender, I suppose, cash or tournaments? My personal opinion is tournaments
I keep
are
finding myself in
softer.
spots where I'm bluffing early streets, and then I think about calling you on the river. It's just like keeps happening.
I'm a pretty
But
tempting
very
person to
important.
hero call.
Yep.
I don't know like
I'm
what
just
the
trying not
list
to
of
interrupt the
people
players.
that you most like to call river bets from are, but I gotta be pretty up there, right? I don't know who else, who is someone where you're more happy to make like calling the river than me?
I mean, There's probably very few people who I know by like name, like, you know, professionals who I know by name. There's probably like people I've played with in some casino where it's like, yeah, I've never folded to that guy on the river.
Okay, so like you're saying someone like degenerating in the pit walks over. I love that I'm in that category. Yeah, if a guy's playing blackjack and he finds his way to the poker table, that guy, but then Doug after that.
Yeah, it's a short list. I could probably come up with someone, but I'd have to give it some thought.
There's probably
Cumulative
people.
winnings up on your screen. 36K in the green. for
Adamo
Doug.
guy.
Pretty good.
He seems like he's probably up there.
He's a good one to call.
I've seen a lot of Adamo.
I don't play, but I don't like. That's not someone I would play frequently. I would like run into him.
Sure.
That's the funny part. Even when like even when the high stakes tournament community is pretty small, like the number of hands you play with one specific player
Sure.
in a year is like I might play 10 significant pots a
Yeah.
year with like each individual person.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe less.
I mean, this is just like from what I've seen about the guy. Like I don't really know him very well or anything, and I've just seen some hands, and it seems like he's kind of in there a lot, doing some aggressive maneuvers.
Yeah.
Foxen's pretty nice to call.
There are some players who like to bluff.
Like a nice bluff.
This is 2,000.
You know, get the blood pumping a little bit.
I mean, really, it's in a game like MTTs where you're supposed to be tighter pre-flop. It's just like all the crazy loose people. Like that's the easy answer. People
Yeah.
just like VPIP twice as much as they're supposed to. Like, oh, you just don't fold to them.
Yeah, because then either they're forced to bluff way too much, or they just give up so much post flop that they get kind of run over.
Yeah.
So there's not really like a good solution
600.
other than not play that loose. But then in some situations, when the ante is so big, it's like gotta play pretty loose.
It's looser than you'd expect for sure. Like cut off flat range versus whatever. Small blind flat range.
I remember flattening the button kind of wide versus opens, and getting just berated by tournament regulars for how loose and crazy like, what are you doing? You can't flat queen 10 off on the button. I'm like, I think you might be able to. I really don't even know if that's right now.
It's usually good with big blind handing.
I actually played a good chunk of Ring online. Obviously way less than Heads Up, but like I played a good chunk of 6-max and stuff, and I just always had this problem that I could just never really overcome, which was like, I always had a really good win rate in the button, and pretty good in the big blind, but I would just get completely smashed in the small blind. And I tried everything. I tried playing tight,
really?
I tried playing looser, I tried playing 3-bet only, I tried like playing pretty conservative. Like I think my lifetime, if you look at my entire lifetime in the small blind, I might have made more money just playing nothing than how I played the small blind.
What do you think it was?
I don't know. I really don't know. It just like that spot mechanically is so different than I guess like the way that I kind of play poker.
Yeah.
Because it's like tons of just, it's tons of just like, you know, your entire range is re-raising or a very small call range.
Yep.
Lots of like super face-up spots where you have like not very many different kinds of hands. Post-flop, even if you're at pots, isn't, I don't know, I just feel like it's weird when your range is so like kind of face-up in some situations. I don't know. Maybe I just sucked at that. People have things they're just bad at.
600.
I just never really could make that work.
Yeah.
7 folks.
I have a lot of students who play 6-max, so like I kind of have learned the mechanics of that game a lot better than when I was playing it. And yeah, playing like 3-bet only strategy, there's a ton of weird, unintuitive stuff you have to do. Like there's a ton of just like bet full range situations. There's a ton of like bluffing with hands that look like they're way too strong to bluff situations.
And there's lots of like you face a 4-bet, you're like, I don't know if this hand continues or not. I could see going either way.
Yeah, you really don't. The like whole range construction process is different from what you'd be used to from Heads Up.
Whereas big blind feels really natural.
Yeah, that makes
Because
sense.
you're like, I got these, like a bunch of these hands. I can think about way I'm doing check raise. I have all this stuff. I know kind of what I need to be defending. I don't know.
Kevin missed his gut shot here after calling the flop.
3,400.
3,400.
He is going to bluff. Going to get snapped by Doug, who has top pair.
Two raises 2,000. Second calls. Flip flop.
You said that you back some heads up guys, right?
I used to, yeah.
Any players I would know?
I don't know how many of them still play. I mean, a bunch of them are friends with Button Clicker, actually. Like,
But I didn't.
if you knew Flying Llama, or
Yeah,
if you knew Acceleration.
Oh, I didn't know you backed Flying Llama. Okay.
This is like that's like going way,
acceleration.
That's like going way back though.
Was there some weird signs in acceleration or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the E's are 3s.
Okay.
Yeah. I feel like they're the ones who ended up playing the highest, so you'd probably
I know both those guys.
recognize them.
I've talked to Llama a couple times. I don't think I ever talked to acceleration, but I remember him.
Three bets 1,000. Seven raises to 8,000.
Doug's going to go for it. Here in the river, blocking Broadway. Two pair for Kevin.
Don't think I get to fold anything this strong.
King eye.
Two calls.
There's the call.
It's like the 7's probably a bluff card for you. It's another one of those like, well, I have 2 pairs, so I guess I call, but
Yeah. Yeah. High spades can get in there too, though.
I mean, the whole reason to use a 7 is so I don't have that, so I guess that means I'm supposed to call it. 32.
Raise 3,200.
Kevin 3 bets. King Jack. Don't think Doug is going anywhere.
Wait, this is the wrong amount.
Does not, in fact, puts in the 4 bet.
I think that's my first fold to 4 bet.
Yeah, you do not like folding to 4 bets. Wow. You do not like it. I am making them really small. I'm joking.
It's a reasonable price.
Yeah, it's reasonable. They're not small, though.
No, they're not small.
They're not small. Fold.
It's actually kind of crazy card distribution, because I'm probably folding like half the time or something.
Sure,
Just-
sure.
And you just 4-bet me like, what, 7 times yesterday or something? 6 times? I don't know. Wasn't keeping track, but
I'm not sure. That's a good question.
Kevin's going to flop 2 pair. Good call. And he does. Maybe mix in a check raise some of the time. Doug improves to the best hand. And he will go for value.
That's some action. Kevin drawing to just 2 outs here. Doug now with 3 pair. Three pair is a very special hand in my heart, Greg.
I love me some 3 pair.
First time I played poker. First time I played poker was my 12-year-old cousin was teaching me how to play on his.
17?
I'm gonna let
16?
them talk.
16 or 17?
So that was probably like raise.
Raises 3,000.
So that was like the tail end of my backing group. Like probably by then, those guys were off on their own.
So I didn't actually end up leaving by choice. I mean, the last couple of years, I didn't really have any opponents.
Raises
Yeah, I mean,
3,700.
So I just mainly coached guys like Jimmy, Dong,
Right.
Cheat,
There were like,
Dougie Dan.
so you were just coaching them, or you had like you were backing those guys?
I was backing coaching them, yeah.
Yeah, those were some of my more frequent opponents, I guess, later on. Played Dougie Dan a lot.
Yeah. I mean, his name's Dougie Dan. I gotta.
Good.
It's right there in the name.
It's a good name for you.
Just to get this thought out real quick. My cousin taught me how to play poker. He was 12, I was 16. First time I played. And we had a somewhat passionate debate over whether 3 pair beat 3 of a kind. And they didn't know either. So we were in a rough spot. And since then, that kind of inspired me somewhat recently to create an article on Upswing Poker called "Is 3 pair a poker hand and does it beat 3 of a kind?" And that article gets a shocking amount of traffic on holidays, which implies that other people are having the same argument while playing home games with their family.
That's hilarious. That's definitely something I could see coming up in an environment
Dong
that
was the
nobody
best
knows
of all
anything
those
about
guys.
poker.
I agree.
Exactly.
He was not fun to play.
And Upswing Poker is there to help them out.
Got something for everybody over at Upswing Poker. Let's go check it
Jimmy
out.
was the most successful, though, for the Swarm.
He was?
Yeah. But, I mean, he's just like a sick work ethic guy.
That makes sense when you say that. Like, seemed like he always played the most, but he also played the lowest for a while, right? Like, or did he just play the biggest spread of games and was like always playing?
He would just play everything, basically.
Yeah, that makes
more
sense.
or less. He moved in with me in Vegas. He was playing 25-cent, 50-cent, and I was like, Jimmy, I'll tell you what. If you listen to what I say, you just follow the strategies I create, you're gonna go far. He's like, I got it. And like, he legitimately never argued with me one time over like 4 years. He's like, yes, yes, and he just like and like we'd do some reviews and go through his hands, and like, okay. And he didn't argue with me. He just did exactly.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He was just like, this is how we approach. This is how we approach it. He's just like really good work ethic, really good dude. Dong was tricky. Like the way that he plays is like very tricky. I remember looking through his database once, and like I'm like, hey, why do you have so many river raises? He's like, oh, people just love folding in the river when you like check through a street and then raise the river. And I'm like, what? And I looked through and it was like 2-to-1 bluff the value, just raising people all over the place on the river, like bet raise. Like he's repping like super thin all over the place, just like tanks well and then raises people. I was like, dude.
I think he did that so much to me that I actually thought that was like one of your strategies.
No.
I thought it was like a whole, that wasn't part of the plan.
No, it was not part of the. Well,
That's funny.
it was part of the plan to use raises in those spots, but it wasn't part of the plan to go that completely ham sandwich with it.
I like hearing that people go ham sandwich on things.
Doug's gonna go for some value on the river with his inked jack.
King Jack.
Kevin pays it off. The ace high.
Another guy that plays kind of that like weird style. Do you ever play much versus Thurits?
Who?
Michael Thurits?
Not a lot of volume, but he was the first person I played, I think, at 50-100. So
Okay.
I like recorded it, and
Oh,
I remember
cool.
that match pretty well.
He does lots of that kind of style where like you end up in a weird line, he's raising you on the river.
Yeah.
Lot of that kind of like tricky.
Race.
Definitely want to bluff
I remember,
you.
like, he was just the type of person who was like, I don't think you can beat this strategy, so I'm just gonna, like, I'm gonna bluff whatever I want to bluff in this spot, and you're just
Him
gonna
versus
fold.
you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
he was-
yeah.
He would take flop check raises that were just like total bottom of range, like obvious flop folds, and he would just check raise me on the flop. And
Yeah, I mean, I think like that era of players, because he's a really good poker player. Like he has a brilliant mind for poker.
as I understand it, like one of the most successful all-around players ever.
Yeah.
Like,
I think he just 5100 is actually like really low for him, so he just used it as like a tool to get better, which makes a lot of sense.
could have been, yeah.
Do a quick recap of the results so far as we see Doug bang off the best hand on the river here. Probably gonna go check. Wins a small pot.
7.
So Doug is in
No,
for
7.
Doug is in for 170K today. Kevin is in for 150. So Doug is about plus 50K today, ballpark.
Fold.
Folks, there's about 2,500 of you tuning in to this high-stakes heads-up battle between Doug Polk and Kevin Rabichow. Do us a favor.
You gonna sell me yellows again?
Throw up in chats
What's up?
where you guys are tuning
Oh,
in
yeah.
from.
Thanks.
We got international viewership here on the Lodge live stream. I always like to see where our viewers tuning in. Little roll call for you guys. And while you're at it, if you're new to the channel, first of all, welcome. Hit subscribe, hit like for us. Costs you nothing. Means the world to us. And it helps to support the channel.
Raise it 32.
Fayetteville, Charlotte, Tacoma for Mr. Mike Brady, who's joining me, doing commentary today.
Raise it 96.
As these roll call answers fill in, Doug
Had
puts
you.
in the 4-bet with pocket tens.
Firmly had you.
Columbia Bound asks, so chat, what is this
I know
challenge?
what thin value
I'll
4
answer
bets.
for you. You don't have to ask the chat this time.
Gears have been changed.
It's pretty simple.
Raise.
Back in the
guys
day,
are
I would have
playing
slowly started to 4-bet your bigger
heads up
size. But this
cash.
guy is just not. Let's see you call 12.
I mean, that actually, like, I remember some crazy players we used to play against. So
The Swedes.
Again, like, I don't know if this was your doing back in the day, but when like min raising the button was on trend and people were just never folding the big blind, play like 99% or whatever in the big blind, I would just start opening bigger and bigger and bigger until they folded their first big blind. 3,200.
Yeah, I think we were the first people to defend 100, which ended up not being good, but we were defending 100 versus min. Let me rephrase it. If you min raise opened 100, we would defend 100.
Right.
Which is still not good. But the thing was, like,
it was probably winning. Like, I don't know if you were winning with 7 deuce, but like you're probably winning with almost all those hands.
Yeah. I mean, also, like, people played so weak post flop.
Raise.
A lot of times you could get away with more shit, you know?
Well, that's the way I would do it is like if their C bet was lower than some number, I would just like defend everything. Yeah.
It reminds me of a match I played with Isildur once at 501k. Check. It was capped though, but I looked at his flop C bet and his turn barrel and the sizes, and I was like, I need like negative 7% equity to flip the flop. And I was like, so any hand has that. So then I was like, all right, well, if I show down just like the complete nothing flop float,
Yeah.
like let's just say I have like 5-4 and I float like ace jack 3, or no, ace jack 6, just something where it's like just absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
He's gonna know that I'm just not folding.
Yeah.
So it was like, how far do you press that? Obviously, you press it as far as you can get away with. I think at one point you realized, but he didn't have the technical. It's check, check. It's okay.
That's 100.
Yeah, so one of the guys that we used to play, like when my stable was at, let's say, like small stakes, like they were playing from 100 NL to 400 NL, there was this one guy who just didn't fold the big blind all the way up to 4x open. Like we just kind of figured out where his threshold was.
A reg?
Yeah. And he was defending, he was playing 100% all the way up to 4x. Like if you were in the 3.5 to 4x range, he wasn't folding. So
Wow.
we're just like, okay, emergency session. Let's figure out how to beat this guy. Let's get everyone playing him at the highest stakes he'll play.
Yeah.
It was so fun.
Yeah, stuff like that was great. One of the big things that changed too is I just remember back in the day, you'd have these reg wars where people would just like be willing to dump infinite buy-ins, like just buy-in after buy-in after buy-in after buy-in. You just like mash people up and win like 30 buy-ins. Happened back in the day.
Yeah.
But then like what I realized, even when I was practicing for Negreanu, people would lose like 3 buy-ins and call it a day. Like people don't like play when they're down a bunch.
Yeah.
And you could argue, you know, what's better or worse or whatever. But for me, I always like, I didn't get action that often. So when I had it, I'd be like, you can get me varied for as much as you possibly want. I'm just going to stick in here and just battle it out, you know?
Yeah.
But typically it's smart to quit if you think you're not playing like 100% A game, as long as the action will be there.
When there were some like 4-tabling matches back then.
Oh, I love that shit, dude. Blast some music, 4 tables, playing imp hands everywhere.
Takes you back to your Warcraft days, just
Yeah.
or more like the. Well, you played full ring, like.
Well, that was, yeah, but that was like when I first found poker, you know? You first find poker, you're just trying to survive.
But still, like, I was never a mass, like, in any format, I never played tons of tables. The most was, like, I would play 45-man sit and goes and play, like, 9 tables or something.
Yeah,
But I never really got up to speed to be, like, a mass multi-table player in any format. And every now and then I would have to raise. Battling for like the party poker lobby or something, I would occasionally have to like 12 table heads up because
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember their system, but it was
There's only a set number of tables.
it was 18 total tables existed on the lobby, and you could sit 16 of them yourself. So it's like it's pretty valuable real estate.
Yeah, definitely.
So I would fight for it, but it was.
Dude, there would always just be someone on party that would sit down, and they would just have like a generic like avatar of a watch, and they would just punt buy-ins. I'm like, how did you find this table? Like, I'm glad I'm here, but how is that possible?
Saw in chat that somebody said they're only 8 hours from the lodge. That's nothing. You could be here by midnight. In fact, you could be here just in time for the summer $100,000 guarantee.
Who's your
$30
number one
buy-in.
all-time volume played opponent?
Going
You
on
really,
until the
really
second. Come on
battled out
down. Check
somebody?
it out.
It's probably either Moomy Puss or whatever.
Oh
his-
yeah, I know what you're talking about.
or Philismes. Probably one of them.
Oh, Philismes. I know about them. I know
Pauly,
about them.
Yeah.
Philismes still plays
Kevin
some, I
folded
think.
King 9 offsuit to a 3-bet earlier today. He does fold it
He's
again.
probably-
Curious to see if
he-
he goes
he's
for it
kept
again.
I thought Mounpuss was pretty good.
He was really tough.
I played him a little bit, but
He was someone. I mean, I didn't battle high volume against that many people. I think he was someone who was like deceptively good. Like the way he played made me think he was bad.
yeah.
And over time, I realized how good he was.
I played him a few times at like 5-10 or something, and I just remember being kind of impressed with his general like frequencies. But yeah, you'd
Yeah.
see a hand, you'd be like, what?
Yeah, in individual spots, he would play like pretty wild. But I think he was a really sharp like adjustments player.
Yeah.
And it's like the type of guy that makes me realize I had certain leaks. You know, like you play him enough and you review the hands, and it's like, oh wow, I was actually getting run over in this spot. Like,
Yeah.
You don't see that much.
It's good to play people like that once and then learn,
Yeah.
and then you take away some things that are you can use in the future.
Diamonds for Doug. Top pair. Straight draw. Kevin. Straight draw for Doug as well. Looks like Doug went for a slight overbet. Eric, we appreciate you are appreciating content we're putting out here at the Lodge live stream. Heads up between Doug Polk and Kevin Rabichow.
Brick on the river. Let's see if Doug decides to fire another shell. It's not great to have 10-4 of diamonds here. It prevents Kevin from having a hand like, 10x of diamonds himself or some other draws that have missed. But it looks like Doug is still going to bet. He's going to go pretty solid size, it looks like. Looks like pot. Really feel like Crab could go any way here. He could call. He could fold, thinking he's no good. Or he could even turn his hand into a bluff and raise. His hand has some nice properties to bluff. Doug is pretty much never going to be making this bet with a naked jack, just like king jack. So you don't block the bet folds so much. And you do block some hands like ace jack, which probably won't fold to a bet, or to a raise rather, on the river. And then of course the 10. It's a very valuable card. Prevents Doug from having queen 10 and 10-7 quite as often. Based on Kevin's body language, though, I don't think raise is in the rotation for him. I think he's mulling it over between call and fold.
You win.
He does make the call.
Kevin, man, he likes to pick off bluffs. Doug certainly likes to
Yeah, he's been
run them.
Yeah, as Doug said earlier, is there anyone who you like calling more than me as we see the cumulative winnings? Kevin said there are not many people in the world who he would be more likely to call against on the river than Doug.
Pretty excited on the turn.
I could see why. It's quite the turn card for that hand.
Less excited on the river. Fold.
2000 folds.
Joey Henson asking about the upcoming Mega Monster tournament with 24 starting flights, $400 buy-in, $1 million guarantee, and the first prize, just the first place prize, is going to be $250,000. You can turn $400.
I think it was actually Dong who first told me that he thought thought
There's
Mummy was
2
good.
or 3 day.
And I was still like playing him nonstop, and I was like, oh, really? Like, maybe I should take a second look at.
I only played him a few times, but I always thought he was pretty good on from a frequency standpoint.
Yeah. I mean, there was just like, you know, this would have been across a couple of years. Like I would have played him from like 2014 to 2016 or 17 or something like this.
Right.
And I think in the early parts, I just like didn't have that great of a review process for myself.
Right.
Raise.
Raise 2000.
And then like, you know, start running a stable, so like I get used to reviewing databases and start using PO Solver, and I get used to like figuring out spots, and by 2016 I have like an actual good process for
Database review is like its own skill set almost entirely.
Yeah.
Just like knowing how to like search for things that you're doing right or wrong, and like how to like spot leaks, and like what win rate should be like in certain situations. And
that's big for me. That ended up being a huge part of my coaching when I work with online players. It's like the whole thing pretty much.
Whoa.
Wow, look at this flop.
Alert, alert. Action flop. If you're not keeping your eye on the screen, this is one you probably got to watch. Kevin flops straight draw and a flush draw. Doug flops the bottom end of a straight.
There's a lot of potential here. See these guys shovel in the money. Kevin gonna go for the raise immediately.
800.
Doug, of course, happily calling. Queen doesn't change much.
I see Kevin coming with a really big size here. He's representing 10-9 offs. Excuse me, 10-9 offsuit, which he's going to have quite often. 9-5 suited. He probably would fold 9-5 offsuit pre-flop. So it's only 9-5 suited that he can have. Yeah, he's going pretty big.
7600.
Yeah, about 3/4 pot, 76.
I'm actually surprised Kevin didn't go larger. Doug just going to make the call, looks like. Board ran out, pretty bricky. Queen and the Jack don't change anything about the texture. Clubs did brick. So did spades.
Doug not likely to lose this pot. I'm curious if Crab is going to bluff this hand. He doesn't. Yeah, it's really not a good hand to have bluff-wise. The hands that are in Doug's range that are most likely to fold are hands like Ace-9 of clubs, King-9 of clubs, King-4 of clubs, Ace-4 of clubs, all these missed flush draws. So when Kevin has both the 9 and 4 of clubs, kind of sucks to bluff because that removes a lot of those auto folds from Doug's range, makes him slightly more weighted towards good hands like the one he actually has. Crab would much rather have 9-4 of diamonds here if he had played the hand this way with that hand.
$23,800.
Full pot from Doug. Kevin.
Another chance for clubs over clubs.
Didn't have clubs.
Not this time.
No clubs.
I think you were right,
Nice
Mike.
pot for Doug
Pretty
there.
hard.
It was.
It flashed
And
towards you. I didn't see it, but
I do think if
wanna do your
Rabichow
hand?
had a different suited
That's what we did
combo,
last time.
he
Let's just do
would
that.
have
That's, you know
gone
what,
after
and
a
that's
little,
why even though it was a
more
queen, I was
aggressively.
like, I know it's a queen. I'm not going to. Let's keep it.
I didn't know you saw it.
Yeah, I saw
If
it.
you see it, then we should probably just deal in your hand.
Yeah.
It's gonna feel weird flipping
I
hands.
know, right?
Like, I was just kidding. Yeah.
You know what's weird? Because like if we had no precedent, I'd probably, if you didn't say it, were cool. But because in that one,
Yeah.
we did,
Yeah.
I think that we should just do it as the standard. Poker's funny. There's so many little spots like that where someone could be like kind of unethical and totally get away with it. You know?
I think it's better to, like, when you just kill the hand, that way nobody has to think about what they're giving away.
Right.
Even if you're the only one who saw it, it's like, okay, well, does the way I reacted to that awkward situation impact the way this hand's about to play out? Like, who wants to, I don't know.
Yeah, but like, let's just say like, I was not an ethical player. I could really have just kind of tried to force my way to get to play my queen there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because I know it's a queen. I'm like, oh, it's fine, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Boom, you get an advantage. There's like all these little things like that where, or if it's a deuce, I'm like, yeah, let's get a new hand, guys. I think that's why it's important to kind of protect ethics in poker.
Yeah. I agree. I've heard conversation recently about some kind of like ethics board or trying to form some kind of ethics board.
You know, so as someone that is an operator and a player, I don't think that players recognize how difficult it is to accomplish this because they're looking at it purely from their perspective as players, which is fine. Like, obviously, players should look at things from their own perspective. But if I'm an operator and some group of dudes comes to me and goes, "Oh, by the way, you don't let these people play because like we decided," like, we're not gonna like run our business based off like what some group says, you know? Especially when that group's incentives are going to be to protect themselves, whereas an operator, your incentives are to try and have people play poker at your venue. So the incentive structure of that, I think, has some kind of clear issues.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I mean, that said, obviously, I think
But it's like, yeah, it just depends on who you're prioritizing, I guess. Like
well, the players are prioritizing themselves, and then the operator should also prioritize themselves insofar that they protect players in their room.
yeah.
But it becomes difficult to exactly understand where that line is, and I give up.
I have an 8.
It's good. I'm glad I gave up.
Yeah, that hand wasn't full.
But you see what I'm saying, right? Like, if I'm a player and I'm on the ethics committee, of course I'm going to be like, if it's questionable, just ban this dude because, like, it's only good for me, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how it works, but like, obviously you need industry players industry people or whatever on the
Yeah.
same board, right? Like, you
Yeah,
can't just like say the players are going to do this and we have no interest in like what the businesses care about, and that's that. But it's like the same. I mean, I don't know that much about how it would work, but it's the same kind of relationship that like unions and corporations have, right? Like, you need someone who lobbies for one side and someone who lobbies for the other side, and then they just like discuss what's needed.
Yeah, but unions have a bunch of problems too. Like, states without unions have a few problems, states with unions have a few problems. Like, there's issues both ways. So I don't think, like, the ethics committee idea, so look, like, overall, the idea of trying to enforce ethics in poker is good.
Yeah.
And, like, obviously, like, if someone is clearly a cheater, then I don't want them to play at the lodge.
Yeah.
So we're happy to ban people to do that. But a group of people coming to me and saying, yo, we're banning this dude because, like, we just don't really feel, like, good about him. It's like, I'm not going to, as a room, I don't know. It's tough.
It doesn't have to work that way.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't.
tough.
I don't know what they'd be lobbying for, but like it doesn't have to work that way, where you have to oblige. Could be more like, you know, members of this like businesses who are members of this organization get like some sort of certification, and then like players choose if they care about that certification or what. I don't know. However it works.
Yeah. There's like some legal stuff there too with like members of your business and like, I don't know. It's very complicated. And I also think like committees kind of like that are subject to groupthink where everyone's just kind of like ends up thinking the same because you hear the same kind of arguments and perspectives over and over again.
Yeah.
I get the idea. You want to try and have people that like can look at something in an unbiased manner, but it's I think a little hard to execute than when that conversation is made publicly. People really realize. Queen eye. The queen jack. Oh, a little backdoor straight action. Didn't get there. Fold.
Seven folds.
Yeah,
I'm backwards.
Try to check myself for.
Eric, thanks for tuning in.
What
You
time
can
is
come
it, by
back
the way?
on Saturday and watch the Lodge live stream yet again.
Okay, gotcha. On the dealer break, let's take a little break.
Okay.
I keep wanting to say it.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's getting good.
Yeah, the first time I think that's the first time I said it. 700.
You are right. It is heads up.
It is still heads
It
up.
is still heads up.
I've caught myself a couple times with that. It's just such habit.
Pair for both players.
Doug picks up a straight here on the river, actually.
You are correct.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Sneaky indeed. Would have got me.
2000. Two pass. Two pass. Two checks. 7 bets 800. False. Two checks.
Both players pick up a straight draw on the turn. Kevin has the ace of diamonds. Looks like Doug is going to double barrel.
Interesting spot for Kevin. Ace of Diamonds is a pretty valuable card here. You'd have some bluff opportunities on Diamond Rivers. Say the river's the 9 of diamonds and Doug bets again, he could check raise. That would be a pretty effective bluff. And then, of course, he also has the gut shot straight draw, ace high, and overcard. He does have the best hand in this instance.
So it was a 7800.
He's actually just going to check raise right away. Pretty nice hand to check raise on the turn, come to think of it, because you do block those ace high flush draws, and Doug would never fold with a hand like ace 10 of diamonds here. And having the eight's nice. Got a nice little backup escape hatch should Doug call. Can always just bang off the 7. Let's see if Kevin decides to bluff with this hand.
Does not.
He does check. Yeah, it does just really suck to have the ace of diamonds.
Yeah,
Blocks Doug's most obvious folds.
Yeah, it's funny how the ace of diamonds can be great for bluffing on the turn and a terrible card to have to bluff the river. There's a bet from Doug. Can't imagine Kevin's going to find the hero here.
Pretty sick.
Definitely be sick.
I mean, let's think about this from his perspective. The ace of diamonds isn't really that bad of a card to have, because Doug wouldn't bluff with the ace of diamonds in his hand. He blocks 8-7. He blocks ace-king. So his actual removal effects, his blockers, are pretty good. It's just his hand that's not that good, just ace high. But what's Doug's value betting range here? Is he doing this with just a king? Is Doug making this bet with king jack? Not sure.
I would say Doug is actually pretty polarized here, and he is polarized around Kevin's hand, but...
What do you have? what?
Just another spot where I'm giving thought to calling a bluff. And
Yeah, you would have won this one.
I would have.
Yeah.
Oh. I had the feeling.
Really interesting hand there.
Ace 8.
Oh, you had ace-8?
Ace-8 with front door. Well, diamond, ace of diamonds.
Oh, okay. Makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, so tempting. Raise.
You like calling me.
We've discussed this.
You start tanking, and I'm like, what hands are tanking here? And I'm like, so he check raised the turn with like some kind of draw or like blocker effects, and is just like, I don't know about this. I'm like, oh Jesus.
Yeah. That is where I was at.
700 to bet.
This will actually be our last hand before we go on a short break. But definitely stay tuned in. Will not be long. 10-15 minutes at most.
I feel like I just always have like my worst hand. I'm always like, here we go again, like giving up. Like, how do I always have just like the 9 high here? Jesus. Fold.
Meanwhile, I'm thinking, like, how do I keep getting dealt bluffs that want to call?
Yeah.
Like, how much am I?
Oh,
gonna,
yeah.
How much am I going to lose this week? Calling 20K river bets with high cards.
New dealers coming in.
Okay,
Thanks
cool.
so much, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate
I saw your hand where you called me when I had ace 10. You had queen jack.
Yeah, I did.
And just like that, we are going to go ahead and go on a break while we get the dealers swapped out. Mike, this game, not too much blood on the table yet, but how would you say that it compares so far in the first half to yesterday?
Well, yesterday we had that initial jockeying back and forth, and then it was just all Kevin for huge amounts. I mean, I think when we took a break at this point yesterday, Kevin was up around 6 figures. Now it's kind of been a similar story, but in reverse. There was some jockeying back and forth early. Kevin was actually out to a solid lead, like maybe 40 or 50K. Then Doug fought back, and now he's up, what, like 60-ish? Something around there.
Just about.
So it's kind of been a similar story to yesterday, just reversed, but also lower magnitude. Like Doug is not up quite as much as Crab was yesterday at this time. That said, I mean, overall in the 2 days, we're very close to even. I think Doug is only down around 15,000, including yesterday's $83,000 loss. We're talking about 40 big blinds that he's lost in. We're talking, what is this, 12 hours of play now? So
just about.
That's such a small amount. He's basically lost, how much is that? 4 blinds an hour, basically 3 blinds an hour. These guys, that's practically break even at these stakes, you know. Consider, you know, in a small sample like this, like it's very, very close to even. So it really is anyone's game on who's gonna win this overall battle between these two guys in the aggregate. What have your thoughts been overall?
Honestly, I've just really been sitting back and enjoying the show. My thoughts so far, I really just love the attention to detail that these guys are taking in every single hand when they're going about their approach. And I also love that they're relaying to us and to each other, you know, some of their thought process. It's just nice to get a good look into the minds of some of these incredibly talented, high-stakes players that you don't really get so often, and that's really what I've been appreciating most about this format. It's not one that you see very often, even in other streams when they've streamed Heads Up. You know, the players are maybe a little bit of shit-talking back and forth, but not having, like, open discourse about the hands they just played. So it's really great to watch. I'm having a lot of fun. I'm hoping Doug can turn it around and maybe come out on the positive side, though he's still been doing pretty well in the Heads Up Challenge overall so far.
Yeah, for sure. I mentioned it earlier, but I love that Heads Up has this stage right now. Hope we can run more matches like this in the future. I'm kind of curious if there's any way we could do this for some smaller stakes matches, like if that's something the viewers would be interested in. I know it's something we could do in theory. We could easily have, you know, 2 of our regulars play some 10-20 Heads Up against each other or something like that. You know, would it be the same as seeing these 2 titans battle at super high stakes? I suppose not, but I still think it would be quite fun. It would make it more accessible. So yeah, maybe we should mix in some more heads-up streams. It would be easier to build lineups, that's for sure. 2 players instead of 8.
That is for sure. It would certainly give Mike a bit of a break. Let us know in chat if you guys want to see more heads-up battles. For now, I did just want to mention once again that we do have the Summer 100K coming up starting tomorrow. It's a $300 buy-in. If you guys are in the area, come on down to the lodge before you go out to Vegas and get a piece of the $100,000 guaranteed tournament, $300 buy-in for the summer. But if you can't make that, I know you better make the Mega Monster coming up in August. That's, far enough away you can certainly plan to come down. That is a $400 buy-in, a $1 million guaranteed tournament, and guaranteed $250,000 in first place. With 24 starting flights, there's plenty of opportunity to come down and try and run it up and win a big chunk of the Mega Monster. We are going to go ahead and take a quick break. I'm going to run a clip real quick, and we will be back in just a few minutes.
He's taking the whole bet.
I would have to honor it. I would have to honor it. What is it?
So silly.
What is it? 4. What time is it? This is my last hand, boys and girls.
This is it. Last hand for Bill.
They're like, oh, he was raising no matter what.
We're going to owe you 2K, and then we'll settle it afterwards.
The last hand. Uh-oh. Wait, we might have a back.
Someone will pay on.
Yeah.
I'll just leave the chips here.
I'll take care of it.
He'll take care of it. Doug is in charge of my...
Hands with the pocket tens.
I appreciate
In fact, there's only one person.
17.
17?
Got the fucking Nik Airball on.
You didn't even ask for a discount.
Back over to Alex, the British Bulldog.
Oh, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's true.
Oh, Jesus.
That's true.
Yeah, sorry.
Lays it down.
No, I mean, it's obvious you're folding. You're never calling after.
I was not going to call. I was not
voting
going to call.
20.
40.
There's the raise from Bill.
Fucking amazing. Can we title this YouTube clip of Bill's hands, Bill's got a plane to catch?
We'll go to the turn. 117,000 in the pot.
Okay.
Check mark for hands. $40,000.
Defense is just incredible.
Dude, defensive player of the year.
Oh my
Bill goes all in.
I have a plane to catch, and that's more important because my wife will be fucking pissed. So whatever happens, happens.
What?
All right, I'll take care of it.
Okay, got you. Thanks. See you.
Bill is leaving after going all in.
Thank you.
Should I give him a discount or no?
Can't do it whatever Doug says. Doug can do whatever. I don't know. Doug can do whatever.
I'll get your number from Doug.
I'm going to just let that stand.
Okay, guys. All right. Thanks.
I don't feel comfortable offering a discount on whatever the hell happened over here.
Oh,
But,
Bill left the building.
I'll get you the contact.
Has a plane to catch.
Anyway, bet stands. I'm not offering a discount on whatever the hell.
I think 1K off.
1K off? You want 1K back? All right. I'll tell you what. You can get 1K back on this, so it's 1K off. That's a good point, Dan.
And Hands is left with a decision.
For this call, we'll pass the hat around.
However, that 1K has to be in $5 chips. So we're going to go get you 2 racks of red, and you got to play with it for the rest of the session. 1K discount.
Just good marketing.
Are you kidding me? That was a hell of a performance. Like, you leave it on this note?
I can't believe you resisted temptation not to have a look.
I don't want to.
It's gonna be a good thumbnail.
This is scary.
Well, like, what if he tries to counter negotiate? I know the cards. I don't want that.
Yeah, for the best.
No, we have to just leave it.
2 racks of red back.
But regardless of outcome, I think we have to see. We have to see it after the hand.
Hands doesn't know what to think.
Yeah, I will turn it over regardless of action here because it's going to eventually be.
Also, because it'd be funny.
Yeah, that's the main point.
Wow. Wow. When you said, I mean, yeah, this is.
It's hard to get a read on that guy, huh?
Yeah.
He doesn't look nervous.
What are you thinking? I mean, you don't have to worry about any tells here.
Yeah, you can
What
show
do you have?
You can show everyone
What do
what
you
you
have?
have.
Yeah, you can.
All right.
Okay, that's the
Hand shows everybody what he has.
Imagine if he was slow rolling.
King nine.
He's like 4 6s. That would be the best roll of history.
Bill is watching in chat right now on the delay. He does not know what
It's hard
happened.
to think of that in the moment, though, but it'd be so good.
Had to catch an airplane.
Calls the clock.
I'm good.
Goes all in and leaves the building.
Am I able to use these, Miranda?
I'm okay, thanks, Sam.
Actually, okay, right?
You're allergic to peanuts?
Just went to the bathroom.
Tree nuts. Which ones are the tree nuts? Oh, everything but peanuts.
Oh, this hand. Oh, it's a big hand.
Peanuts at Lagoon.
There's a big hand. Big hand.
That small raise on the fluff did seem like maybe top pair or something.
What was the turn action?
And I do have 200K back.
Check, check.
Yeah.
Turn was check, check.
You need a trigger case for a reload right now.
Yeah. That would change the negotiations.
What's up?
We have to renegotiate.
Yeah, you need 1.5 guys.
Bill Perkins in chat says, so suspenseful.
So worst case, you have 200K and $10.
Never seen anything like this, folks.
He gets 1K back.
In red
If he calls these wrong, he gets 1K back. In two after red. And it'll live on for the rest of the stream.
I think I might go with it.
I am not envious of the positions you're in right now.
Yeah, one more minute.
Doug, you haven't seen his hand, have you?
No. I'm actually really happy I didn't, because this would be way more tense for me if I knew his hand.
Yeah.
It is really tense.
Dude, look at this moment right now.
Yeah.
This is like up there for like all-time stream moments. He jammed 200 or 100 whatever over a river bet and just left town.
He's like in another state right now.
He's like, I don't have time for this shit. I'll see you
Hans
guys
is
later.
laughing at that comment.
Then he asked us, a report, are you going to still be running it at 3:30 a.m.?
I'll fly back to play.
I love playing poker with Bill.
Lays it down! And Bill Perkins from the Austin airport.
No, that's not a good.
Six of spades.
He folded.
Does anyone want to take bets on this card?
Holy shit.
I've got
4 or 5.
I've got
4 or
bluff.
5.
I got bluff too.
I got bluff.
I got bluff.
It's a 4 or 5.
You got value?
4 or 5.
We can go small if you want. In one
Who wants
ten?
to bet it's a 4 or 5? Like even odds.
No, I like
500.
I like,
All right.
I like
All
All right, we got
You
five.
want- you think it's a 4
We
or
got
5?
500. I have bluff. She's
I'll bet
value.
against for 2K.
You need six?
Anything except the 4 or 5.
Yeah.
Let's bet 1K.
Yeah.
All right, ready? Everyone knows?
I think it's the 6 of spades.
Do I have here? I might have
And Bill Perkins.
It's like 80 or so.
All right, guys, and we are going to get back into the action. Hope you enjoyed that clip of Bill Perkins bluffing from his plane. One of the best clips to come out of the Lodge live stream. It was certainly an exciting one. We're going to get back into this heads-up action. If you are just tuning in, first of all, welcome to the Lodge live stream. Thank you guys for watching. Doug Polk versus Kevin Rabichow. High stakes heads-up poker battle.
Wow, brutal. This is for you too.
Got Greg Potter in the booth today. I'm joined by Mike Brady to give us some excellent heads-up analysis. Give us a little peek into the minds of these two great players.
I am quite familiar with the thinking of Mr. Polk.
I imagine.
I was one of his heads-up students for years, and then kind of been his partner in crime when it comes to growing all these social media channels over the last few years. So I'm very familiar with his thinking, both on and off the felt. Crab, I'm actually somewhat familiar with his thinking too. I've played disc golf with him a handful of times. We talk poker strategy sometimes. Right into an interesting spot here. Kevin with just jack high after check calling the flop. The flop bet was small enough that he couldn't really let it go with jack high, even though he missed the board. Now he's turning that hand into a bluff. And Doug's hit just enough of a piece to consider a call. Kevin went for a small bet, just 1,100 into 3,600.
Respectful fold.
He does make the fold.
River to 9.
Respectful fold. Kevin says you could be less respectful.
Kind of hard board to find a lot of bluffs on.
I managed.
And you have a crap
man.
Raise.
Kevin giving a little away there.
6-5?
No.
Backdoor diamonds?
I had Jack 10. It's one of those like.
Yeah.
I think in a lot of those spots when you float high cards and don't have like any relevant blockers, it's a better small bet than.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's for sure true. That's for sure true. I made an exploitable fold too.
Love to see it.
That's why you just trust the math, you know?
Raise.
Looks like Rick hops in chat to make a great point. If you guys are enjoying the high stakes heads up action in front of you, hit like, hit subscribe. If you are new to the channel, welcome to the Lodge live stream. Means the world to us. Costs you nothing.
This one's gonna heat up a little bit, especially if
like
we see any more clubs on the
100-ish
flop.
to
I
start?
don't think Doug is gonna fold to this
Well, I
4-bet.
had 79 plus the 25,
Okay.
and then I won a small amount, so
Gotcha.
105, 110.
Clear call for Doug versus the 4-bet. These are kind of nice hands to have. Not a bad flop for 9-8. Honestly, Kevin, not a bad flop for King 4 either. This one could get interesting. No clubs, though, so we're not going to see a super nasty cooler in this one. Kevin checks back on the flop. Oh, that's a good card for 9-8. think Doug's luck might be turning around, everyone. Hitting a straight in a 4-bet pot. It's always a good feeling.
Certainly a nice hand.
Crab calls Doug's turn bet. Doug went for a big size, too. Jack on the river. I think that connects with a good amount of Doug's bluffs, like the 9, 10, or rather, sorry, the Jack 10s, Jack 9. Although Jack 9 might fold to the 4-bet. Not positive how he plays that. What bluffs does Doug have here? Ace 2 suited, maybe? Queen 10 suited? Would those hands bet the turn?
All in.
Hard to say.
Wow. This is the 2x pot.
Doug overbets all in.
Jam.
This is definitely targeting a hand like a 3 or an 8. I don't think Kevin's hand is ever supposed to call. He's going to think it over because he's a methodical player, just to make sure this isn't something that he should be maybe considering it with, but pretty sure Doug's bet here is basically designed to stack a hand like a straight or a hand set or 2-pair. I don't think he's expecting to get hero called by like a jack here, for example, or a 4 like Kevin has. But we'll see.
There's the fold.
He does let it go.
That's him.
Oh, nice pot to Doug.
Oh, really?
What does that mean?
Nice hand,
Hit the
not
nuts
really.
and try and stack somebody.
That's the best time to say nice hand. It's like when someone has aces and wins an all-in or something. Like, yeah, nice hand.
Yeah, fold.
So with that, Doug is up about 90,000 in today's match. And you
had
know what that means?
9-8
He lost 83,000 yesterday.
It's a really good hand.
About to say, he's in the
agree.
black the
Clubs,
first
actually.
time.
It's hard.
That's right.
So it's
He's
coming.
up
It's
overall
coming.
in the
It's
aggregate.
coming soon.
He keeps trying to get set up, but
River is really weird.
I think it
'cause,
was
like,
the first
you don't
all-in
really have
slick.
an
I was
eight.
thinking the same thing.
I was also thinking
it's
that.
rare. It's
Very rare. Because you check flop too.
Yeah.
4-bet and I mean, 8s are like one of the least common 4-bet cards. And then also to check flop. You just, I mean, you have like 8-7 suited.
3,200.
8.
I believe Doug bet this flop, and now Kevin's raised.
Like it feels kind
Not
of
positive.
donk just to be like overbet shipping it in trying to stack somebody, but like I don't think I think your big size should be all in there. I think it's got to be all in.
I don't see why not.
Yeah.
You definitely have more 8s.
I fold.
Yeah, pocket 8s or
8s doesn't 4-bet really.
no, you can have pocket 8s.
Oh,
I'm
me.
saying.
Oh, me. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
Yes, agreed.
No, you have a lot. You have a lot of 8s.
Yeah.
Relative. Raise.
Yeah.
Pairs for both players. We did start today with fresh stacks of 100,000 each. But these players have today, I believe, just Kevin has added on. So Doug finally clawing his way out of the hole with that last hand. Great board for nines. You think deuces could potentially raise this flop sometimes? Doug is the three-better.
Could Kevin raise sometimes?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think hands like pocket twos do like to raise sometimes on these boards. I think even more so if it was like king not paired, like king 4-8, for example. Probably not that specific board I said, but non-paired king-high board is my point. But it's also good enough to call. I mean, you have a pair on a board where there's only one really pair that beats you, a king, and then the higher pocket pairs, so it's just too good of a hand to fold on the flop for sure. See if he decides to come with a bet. I could see him going for like a 4K bet here. This like in-position third pot bet is really common in 3-bet pots when your opponent bets the flop and then checks the turn. If he bets, I think it will be something to the tune of like 4K. Oh, no, he went bigger, 7,600. So in this case, I think he's potentially setting up a multi-street bluff here. That was a pretty quick call.
Yikes.
Well, now I know Kevin is going to bluff.
100%. Completely counterfeit now are the deuces.
And with that, Doug's hand gets quite a bit stronger too. With Kevin, with the size Kevin chose to use on the turn, he doesn't really have a 10. Maybe like an ace-10 could bet that size on the turn, maybe. But for the most part, I think you're going to either check or bet small with a 10 on the turn. So it kind of makes Kevin a little more polarized. Like he's going to have like a 4 sometimes, of course, but how many 4s really call a 3-bet? Not so many. Queen 4 suited, Jack 4 suited, Ace 4 suited, of course. 4-5 suited. And then he could have a king as well. Kevin could have king queen here for sure, and that's a very strong hand in the spot with which he'd value bet. Let's see what size he comes with, because that'll kind of tell us what he's representing.
Full pot, it looks like.
That looks big.
Just about.
25-6.
All right, well, I'm not going to raise. This is a weird spot. This is a weird, weird, weird spot. This is a weird one. This is a weird, weird, weird one. Oh, 10's bad turn. King 10. 10x of clubs. 10x of clubs, king 10. You can value it a 4. Not a lot of 4s. This is a weird one. I do have a middling club, though, which seems like not ideal.
Wow. Kevin is going to get that one through.
That's a wild one.
Definitely a rough spot for 2 nines.
King 6 off, 6 of clubs.
I had pocket nines with the club.
9s with a club. Didn't feel like it was getting through against a king, just the way you said it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, having the 9 of clubs just sucks, I think, in that situation.
Doesn't seem good.
I got my deuces through on the button. It's a very polar spot. So weird. I also checked the river, and then I checked without really thinking, like, wait, I should have leads on this river.
Yeah, I
wouldn't lead that hand either way, but
I felt like I could see the sort of like snap check and then wait a second.
Yeah, wait a second.
What did I just do? This is a weird river.
I wouldn't, it wouldn't have
You probably wouldn't have ended up leading, but
I wouldn't lead 9s.
Just one of those rivers you probably want to think about.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of times, like in spots where you just like, you're getting ready to play your range out of check.
Yeah.
And you don't really, you just like kind of check automatically.
All good.
I was raising the river some though.
Had some, trying to figure out what 9s interacts with there. That'd be a fun one.
Yeah.
It did kind of, like, you took a second there and I was like, am I about to get raised? Like, does this guy have kings?
I was going to raise some, yeah.
I did check.
Well, I mean, if I said I'm not going to have leads, I'm going to need to have some raises there versus...
Jack high.
The Jack 6? Jack 6 off?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Isn't that bottom defend?
Not for me.
Jack 7? Interesting.
10-6 mixes.
Yep.
Jack 6 pure fold. Hey, you play a little looser than me, Bree.
Little piece for both players
I
here.
assume there are no rakes.
Doug with top pair and a gutter.
You at least got that part right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Different outputs, I guess.
Well, I guess it's possible you're not playing looser. It's possible you're just prioritizing differently, but yeah.
That could be, yeah.
Kevin adds a straight flush draw to his arsenal right now. Doug could lead this turn. It's better for his range, but he does just check it. Doug with the quick fold. Nice bluff from Kevin.
Fold.
So a little check-in. Yesterday, Doug lost 83 grand in about 8 hours of poker. Today, he's in for 170K, and he's got 244K in front of him. If you are familiar with math, that means he's up about 75K today. And overall, in the approximately 13 hours of poker these guys have played against each other in the last 2 days, Doug is just down $8,000.
That's wild to me, honestly.
Very close to break even. Yeah, 20 big blinds.
This goes to show how well matched these guys are. Even though, of course, there's a lot of variance in heads up. Anything can happen. I'm with you, Classic Mist. Got to give the boss some grief every now and then. Might not respect you otherwise.
Jake the Snake says this is bot versus bot. It's quite accurate, actually.
Pretty close to accurate,
really
yeah.
has been how this match. Yeah, these guys have really been trying to play pretty unexploitable strategies. There's been a couple points, as we see Kevin Hero call correctly here. There's been a couple spots over the last 2 days, but I can literally count on one hand. I think it's 2 or 3 where Kevin did deviate from, you know, what an equilibrium strategy would be, and then kind of made a play to either throw Doug off or to potentially use some information he has on Doug against him.
On the river and just hear you win like before you even know what the cards are. It's nice.
I just get right down to business. Like if you call me, I'm either triumphantly declaring my winning hand or I'm telling you you win. Like, can you beat a?
Cool. Yeah, you're not doing like I was playing a satellite early in the World Series, and there was some guy who like tabled his bluff after getting called, and then got upset because one of the players like told the other player in the hand. The other player's like hesitating, like squinting, looking across the table, like I can't really tell what you have. And then
that's why you should always just table.
And then yeah, so the other guy wasn't tabling, and the dealer didn't say anything, and the guy was just like, he has nothing. Like, he just said that across the table. Oh. The guy was like pretty upset. He's like, stay out of it. It's not your... As if he's just going to like table 10 high and win because the other guy mucks.
I mean,
sure, but...
there's definitely like a etiquette thing where you don't like interfere if you're not in the hand.
Yeah.
So I understand that aspect of it.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I also do feel like, you know, the spirit of the game is not for someone to misread your cards on the table and like mistakenly muck.
And it was clearly like a case of helping the dealer because the dealer was like trying to figure out and was supposed to be announcing it. So it was,
I'm more on Doug's side. Like, just once the hand's tabled,
honest fellow.
You just like.
But that's why it's like a tip
and
for
if, like,
people
a player
that
says like, yeah, he has nothing to try
don't
to
play
speed it
live a
along.
lot. You should really
it's reasonable.
make sure to table your hand unless you're absolutely positive.
I think the real key takeaway is exactly what Doug just said. Just table your hand. Always table your hand, especially in double board PLO pom pots. Always. As we see Doug flop trips. Kevin with a gutter. And backdoor hearts. Now with a pair.
Not a good card for Kevin.
Yeah, this could get expensive very quickly.
That's 3,700.
Ace on the river may save Kevin a little bit. Full pot from Doug.
So what could Doug be bluffing with here, chat? What do y'all think? Maybe like an 8-6? Maybe. That hand might check the turn, though. Maybe like a queen 9? Maybe like queen 9 of clubs. Although that hand might 3-bet pre-flop. Maybe... I don't think low hearts check raise on the flop very often. Like, I don't think 5-3 of hearts check raises the flop. Queen 8, maybe? I'm not really sure. King Queen of Hearts, says Spaghetti Man. Not much of a bluff.
Yeah.
8-9 no suits is also straight, guys. You know, like, actually pocket 3s or something like that could be a bluff hand here. Like, Doug check raises the flop with a low pocket pair. I think that happens on this board at some frequency, and then he just runs it. That would make sense. If you got to the river with, like, pocket 3s or 2s, that would be a phenomenal bluff hand.
It's a pretty big fold.
Nice fold from Kevin. Gets away from it.
Not happy about it.
You should be, Kevin. You should be quite happy. Saved yourself about 13,000.
So with that, I think Doug pretty much just pulled himself back to even in the aggregate over the 2 days. Yeah, he's up 80,000 right now, today. And he lost 83 yesterday, so basically even. Within 3,000 or so.
Yeah, I'm not sure about river
Just
size.
jack high. It's not going to go anywhere versus this bet yet. Doug turns the best hand, but gives Kevin an open ender. Jackball on the river. Kevin's got the best of it.
I feel like whatever I do here is going to be wrong.
Call. Jack. It was a good run out. It's a pretty good run out.
Yeah, we both paired, which was unfortunate for me.
Nice.
Almost 2,000. You raise.
32.
Raise 3,200.
Easy call for Doug on the button with a suited ace against this re-raise.
Bet 2,000.
That dealer really likes the all-in pronunciation, right? Oh! I'm not
Can hear it from the other room.
I realized while I was going to say it, I was like, wait, I don't want there to be any confusion. I am not jamming the flop over the $2,000 bet.
I feel like I recognize
Boats
his
up on
voice
the
from, like,
turn.
a tournament stop or something. I wonder if that guy, like, maybe he's dealt in Vegas or something.
We get some guys that come through that deal in Vegas, too.
Yeah.
Bet 10,400. Right. Fold.
Doug takes one down.
I see a good chunk of lodge dealers out at the series.
Yeah, a lot of people went out there.
Yeah.
They did.
See the lodge patches everywhere.
That had to be cool.
Yeah, it's
You
cool,
didn't see
cool,
that?
cool to see a little support like that.
Raise to 37. Oh.
It's kind of funny too when locals start running in deep and stuff. Like every year in the main, or I guess this will be my second year here for in the main, but last year during the main, we had like a few local players run deep, and like everyone's like, "Oh, did you hear there's 80 left? We got 3 guys in." It's like we're like, "Yeah, we're in this. We got this." It's like,
You had a nice little last minute rail.
oh, for the heads up thing? Yeah. He was commentating that, you know that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
I was in Vegas. I was in the booth.
Oh, that's perfect.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
I do feel like I had a little bit of a home court advantage thing going.
Yeah.
When the Weevil Polk you started to hit like the max decibel level, I was like, this is getting like, it's almost like, you know, at like an arena or a game, like a pro sports game, and like the chanting is getting really loud. Like you're trying to so they can't call audibles and stuff. And then he was like trying to get his chips and he like put the wrong amount out, and I'm like, there's like actually some home court advantage going on here. Although I think in that scenario it really kind of matters a lot, like how experienced you are.
Because pull your cards off the scanners, they didn't pick them up. They had to. Okay, go now. How's that? That works. Thank you. Raise to 1,000.
I think if you're a more seasoned player, you're not going to get as rattled by the.
Yeah. Go ahead. You're talking like Chan was definitely getting.
Yeah, they've been discussing the
under the lights.
I could see
it felt like he was struggling just to like
nice flop.
read the board, and like
yeah,
the shot clock was messing with him and the whole thing.
And then it was also very loud.
Yeah.
But I mean, he hung in there. I mean, he did a good job.
Yeah.
There was one where he checked down, and he thought he had 10 high, but he had a flush.
Oh yeah, I remember that hand.
That was.
Yeah. I mean, like, not the craziest check down, but he was out of position, right?
Yeah.
Hope so. Cool.
Doug has flopped trips, I think,
But
4
I think
times
if I bet
today.
he would have folded.
True.
So
Although one of those times he was up against a full house on the flop.
Correct.
imagine if I bet like top pair in the river, and he thinks about it for a little bit, and then he just folds a flush. So, like, just happened.
I mean, it was just like a check down spot too, right?
I think so.
Like
Yeah.
you could have been betting like third pair or something, and then he was just like, and fold a flush.
But, and this goes back to our conversation we were just having, he tabled his hand.
Right, he did.
And when you table your hand, you win the pot if you have the best hand.
It's a good habit. Raise.
Raise to 1,000. Call.
Doug's luck's really turning around.
Yeah, another nice spot for him.
What was the other one? It was We Will Polk You, and then there was Who Let the Dug Out. that one was pretty good. Who let the dog out? Like, wow. I think Kevin was We Will Polk You. I think Leon said the Who Let the Dug Out.
I think this is a good bet hand on the turn for Kevin. 9 of clubs is a nice card. Blocks some flush draws. I guess I'm wrong. Kevin knows more than me. Oh, and there's that 9.
He just knew. He's going to hit the 9 in the river. Don't need to bluff. Kevin going to go for value. And a snap call from Doug. Pretty standard, I think.
So we went with the 2 wolves yesterday. Today we're going with a little more flowery type theme, huh? A little color, a little rose garden action. Or no, there's like a rose garden.
I don't think there's a
Like
rose on that screen.
Starlight garden. A little rose in the bottom.
32.
Fold. A lot of different colors there.
Now Doug is up 83K today, which means that they are exactly even, like within $400.
Wow.
Pretty wild.
It is wild to me.
Like
Over what,
whoever wins this pot
550
is
hands or
up
so?
on the 2 days.
Yeah. Just call it after this one, guys.
I think it was even more than 350 hands yesterday, right? I'm not sure. I'll check.
Don't want to bet 3,000.
I want to say it was like
range here?
326 or something like that. Off the dome guess.
Ooh, Doug bangs off the winner on the turn here.
Wait, was it really 100% frequency?
Dude, I just bombs away, man.
Oh yeah, you're
bombs away.
I didn't realize it was full range.
Full range.
I thought that was just the side.
No, what are they going to do about it? I remember going through some samples, and it actually did pretty good. But then good players just start check raising you, and you just get really wrecked.
Yeah.
But they don't know.
Ooh, good river for Doug. Kevin now gonna think that 5 is definitely good.
Trips again, by the way, for Doug.
King.
King wins.
Nice pot-sized bet gets paid there by Doug. With that, up just under $90,000 on the day.
There it is. 83.8 according to the graphics. Might be off by a blind or two.
It seems like odd numbers, because that would have him in for like 174 or something, which doesn't seem right. But it's a ballpark. Don't worry about the exact. It's not really a big deal.
Yeah, these guys have, of course, taken care of our dealers out of their stacks, which we can't really follow on graphics.
Yeah, and I remember there was another spot earlier where Doug bet a flop, and then Kevin check raised, but the graphics just showed Kevin betting and Doug folding. So like things like that will happen, which will throw it off by 1,000 here, 1,000 there. So many hands are happening, it's just impossible for there to never be a little graphic hiccup.
Sure.
But it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. As long as we're close to the right number, we have a pretty good idea.
Doug smashes the turn again.
Base.
Kind of full wash in, huh? Full wash.
Randomizer.
Yeah, you gotta get the RNG.
Right.
Check.
Jamie, there is no limit on the number of hands. We are going to go until about 8:30, 8:45 or so. Yesterday, they got in about 330 hands. Probably going to be something similar today. Still got another 3 hours and some change. This high-stakes match.
It's going to end up being something like a 700 hand heads-up challenge, which is funny because, you know, if these guys were playing 2 or 3 tables online, they would hit 700 hands in 2 hours.
I was going to say a couple hours at most, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Figure 150 hands an hour on each table. Maybe say 100 just to be conservative. So 3 tables, a little over 2 hours.
Check.
$4,600.
It's 4,600.
Call.
Call.
You win.
Doug snaps it off with 2 pair. Doug now picking off some bluffs.
Good river.
Mm-hmm.
Raise 1,000. Call.
Good turn for Douglas.
Bet. 1,300. Call.
Better river.
Kevin could bluff this too. waves the white flag. Doesn't want to take a shot at this one without a heart in his hand. Understandable.
That 3,100.
You gonna sell me back some yellows?
Yeah, I got you. Actually, that's 20.
Thank you.
Check.
Pairs for both. Flop checks through. That's a turn card that Doug will get a little value on.
That's 16.
Queen.
Doug getting arguably the max from Rabichow on this
really
one.
reminding me of the exact. It's really reminding me of like the exact inverse of
You know,
yesterday right now.
when I
where
moved
it
over
really
to
felt like
just
this-
have the
every
best
hand they
hand
both had a pair,
strategy,
but Crab had the best.
things
It works.
It's a very strong strategy.
Yeah, the tables have turned, per
Very
se.
strong.
But at the end of this, Doug may just end up on the right side of it. But it's been a good fight.
Raise.
That's 700.
One in chat asked who is dealing in the second half of this. We have Miss Anna. And we have Clayton, the tallest dealer in the world. Wingspan of just under 45 feet. Our dealers have been great today.
Raise 8,300. 8,400, excuse me.
I'm just gonna put Kevin in kind of a tough spot here.
does get the fold. Rabichow. Doug. Probably feeling a little better from yesterday, really getting after it. Not to say he wasn't before. Sort of known for that kind of thing.
Yeah, Mortal Warrior in the chat said it a few minutes ago. He said, I've been watching both days, and when you have two players of incredible skill and fundamentals, it just seems like a coin flip. It's just going to come down to whoever gets luckier with good hands. Still so much fun to watch. I couldn't agree with that much more. I mean, it really does just feel like whoever gets the better hands, whoever gets the better bluff spots. That's simple when it's this high of a level of play. You know, if I was in there playing against either of these guys, they'd have such an edge on me that it would not be a coin flip.
Right.
You know, and I think that's the case for almost everyone watching. That, you know, you go in there against one of these guys and you're a big dog. And you're going to have to run very, very good. But when it comes to these two guys, you just need a little bit better run good than the other guy. Because you're both playing so good already. There's not a huge edge for either player. I honestly am still not sure who's the favorite in this match if they played infinite hands. And if I made someone the favorite, I think we're talking blackjack edges at the casino. You know, we're talking 53-47% chance to win.
Yeah, if that.
It's so close.
I mean,
It's like...
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, it's like a pick 'em in sports. Like, it just could really go either way.
Yeah, I'm not the most studied.
They're on a nasty card.
That is a pretty nasty card. I am not the most studied in heads up, but these guys really do seem to be right on the same level. It's great to be able to watch them play. This is going to get a little pricey for Doug. I'm curious what size Kevin is going to use here.
Yeah, I mean, luckily for Doug, the pot's not so big.
4,600.
Most Kevin can really bet here is, you know, it's like he's going about 2/3.
Yeah, I will say that's kind of a different type of run good where even if you
call.
even if you do get cooler in these spots, sometimes it happens when the pot is naturally tiny.
46, right?
Yeah, no, totally agree.
Beluga Steel in chat. Let's get you on the stream. Got an edge against Doug Polk and crap here.
No way I was a little happy to see the big size because I was like, oh, no, I don't really have to raise. We got small size, and I'm like, all right. Let's get our check raise on.
Add on here.
Hope we get just the right amount of action.
Doug's up about $100,000 today. He's in for 170. Kevin's in for 200,000. It's pretty easy math right now. Seven pairs on the turn. Kevin want to lead this card? No, he doesn't. Not with this hand, at least.
Doug Rivers trips yet again. Healthy bet, over bets.
Jay Nathan says, anyone else feel like they're playing tight? No larger bets or all-ins.
Right.
I mean, there's been plenty of large bets, and there's been one all-in, but they're playing very, very deep. We're talking 250 blinds. In other hands, they were 300 blinds deep.
Check.
You don't just get it all in for that deep between two good players.
Dark.
Like, even
very
a
relevant
Queens
piece of
versus
information.
Jacks
Base your strategy
collision
around.
would
I have
not
not
get all
seen
in
that flop
pre-flop.
when I
It
checked.
takes a lot to get all in for this deep.
It's fine. No, you did the right thing.
I'm surprised to see all these people saying.
No, you're totally fine.
I realized that might have seemed
playing
mean.
tight.
Like
They're
I wasn't,
playing every
I wasn't
hand.
trying to be
I was
mean at
about
all.
to say, let's throw some
No,
V-pips
you're doing
up.
your job. You're doing
Let's see how
a
tight
correct,
they're
good
playing.
job. I'm just saying, from a strategy perspective, the fact that I checked in the dark is like not really very. Anna dealt me my worst bad beat at the lodge.
Really?
I flopped top boat, and Boston Jimmy hit backdoor deuces to backdoor quads. Yeah.
So you let him get there.
What's up?
You let him get there.
I really
slow playing it.
I really did let him get there, honestly. There's,
like
really,
if
there's
deuce-
really no one to blame but
If
myself.
deuces saw the turn, it's kind of on you.
Grab with the phenomenal needle.
Two pair for both players. I think Kevin's going to pay this off again.
Made 1100, but you know what? $100 discount on the price it is.
This is such a stupid hand. I'm gonna lose for sure.
King 10.
It's just like I have a 5, and there's just no way it's gonna win.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Raise it up 1,000.
I have jacks on jack 10 10. I want everyone in here. Just everyone. Let's see a turn together, guys. Turn deuce. Like perfect. You raised me on the turn. Or no, I forgot how the turn went. Maybe I don't even remember how it went anymore. Remember it's a deuce.
Nice
I'm like,
flop
oh,
from
this is
Kevin here.
really
Open
good.
ender.
If he's got a 10, he's gonna think I've got a boat, but really I've got him with a boat. He's sitting there on quads. Oh man, that was pretty crazy. It's got to go 2 out, 1 out. I mean, you can't really get a worse beat than that. It's got to be. I don't think it can be 1 out, 1 out. I guess a straight flush situation.
Like Kevin's gonna check raise right away.
The kind of hand, if you did the small raise, you'd get a little action, but for the big, I'm out of there.
That's preferred.
The King of Diamonds. It's a card you can do some stuff with, but with no help, King Deuce, not really your favorite. Need a little help.
Actually, might be ahead of King Deuce. I'm not sure.
Oh, you had like 7-8 or something?
7-8 with a diamond. Yeah. I think I
Yeah.
might be ahead of King Deuce. Like whatever.
suppose.
It's a flip. Things you would expect
wanna trade
professional poker
hands?
players to know.
What'd you say?
Things you would expect professional poker players to know. You like tell people you do this for a living, and it's like, how much equity does Queens have against Ace King? And it's like,
The arguments,
57%.
the arguments that I've heard like that recently have been incredible. Like I forgot what stakes it was at. I think it was during high stakes poker or something. We're arguing about like what's a favorite pre-flop, like deuces or ace king or something. I can't even remember what we were arguing about. Or like, it was something like that. Check. It was something like that where it was like, how do we not know this at the table? There's like side action going on. People are prop betting. I'm like, the first thing in poker you do is check like what's the favorite hand. We're betting like thousands of dollars on it in a high stakes game. It's like, what the hell's going on, man?
That was actually here, and someone came out and found me and told me to run deuces and ace king in a solver to give exact equity suits and all.
Oh my god,
It
that's
was
so funny.
It was ridiculous. They were betting on which one was actually the favorite ace king or deuces.
Couldn't get in there.
And
after
I'm
the
like,
King
you guys
Deuce
don't know
conversation.
this?
Not my hand.
Somebody should know this.
You ever watch those Jimmy Kimmel sketches where he like goes out into the streets and asks people questions that like 9-year-olds would know the answer to?
So I'm familiar with the genre of Man on the Street,
Yeah.
and there's like really good stuff there, but not with him specifically.
Yeah, it's like it's the kind of stuff. It's like that basic info, right? That you would expect everyone to know.
Yeah.
He went. I think the last one was he went out with just like a blank map of the world. It's just the whole world.
Oh, Jesus.
No countries labeled, and it's just like,
no.
can you name a country? Like just a country.
Oh, like any?
Literally just a country.
Wow.
And just clips together all the people who like blanked out and had no idea, and like point to Brazil and say like Africa.
All you have to do for that is just go volume and then edit into the best ones.
Yeah.
And you're good.
I'm sure that's what they do.
Yeah.
3,200.
Raise, make it 3,200.
Doug not going anywhere with ace-jack. Whether or not he will call or 4 bets. I think there are options for both.
King 4's been kind of an exciting hand for Kevin today.
Sure has.
As we see Doug put in that 4 bet. King 4 is the hand that Kevin had when he flopped the boat against Doug's trips on King 4-4 when Doug had 7-4, and Doug ended up making a pretty heroic fold on the river. Then there was another hand where Kevin 4 bet with King 4 suited, and then ended up losing a good amount of money against Doug, who turned a straight. And now here we are again. He's facing a 4 bet with the King 4 suited.
$24,500.
Wow. I think this is the first 5 bet we've seen across 2 days.
How much do you have behind?
I can check. This is about 80.
Okay, thank you.
Things are heating up here. 5 bet.
Call.
And Doug will make the
First
call.
one we've seen. $50,000 nearly in the middle going into this flop. Interesting flop. Doug has 2 overs in the backdoor flush draw, plus obviously that straight draw. Kevin completely misses.
Yeah, this is not the flop you hope for when you 5 bet King 4. You 5 bet anything, really.
Yeah, actually, this is a really, really bad flop for the 5 better. Because the guy who 5 bets is going to have aces, some kings. I literally don't even think he would always 5 bet kings, by the way. That's how narrow the 5 betting range is, and that's why we haven't seen so many of them. Check, check on the flop. Ace on the turn. Doug has Kevin dead in this $50,000 pot, but he's going to have to not fold. So anyway, Kevin would 5 bet with a hand like an ace-X hand, maybe like ace-5 suited, could 5 bet sometimes. Obviously, this like king 4 suited type of hand, this high-low suited situation, those are often the 5 bet bluffs. And then aces. Aces doesn't even really love this 10-8-7 flop. So overall, Kevin's range is just really hurting. What a clean run out for Doug here. Does Kevin want to bluff here?
Colin?
I was about to say, I'm not sure what size he would use other than jamming.
Need a count.
That is awesome. What a jam
What a great hand
from Kevin Rabichow. This is an absolutely disgusting spot for Doug, too. Like, what in the world do you beat?
79-7.
Is there any way I can fold?
Yeah, so it sounds like Doug's initial instinct is this is a clear call. He's just kind of thinking, is there any way I can fold this? Yeah, I tend to agree.
79-7.
I'm almost certainly going to put it in, but just take it a moment. 79-7.
That's not what you want to hear when you have just jammed nearly 80,000.
Crab could definitely have pocket aces. Ace king, maybe. That's what he's representing. Such a narrow range.
In the call.
Not what you love to hear when you're bluffing.
Wow.
Nice hand.
Monstrous pots. $208,000 on a bluff from Kevin Rabichow. That is going to put Doug solidly on the winning side.
I'll get some change from you, probably.
Of this heads-up match.
Put this here so they can make it.
Absolute insanity. That hand was wild.
Yeah, and it was so innocuous post-flop. Check, check, flop, check, check, turn.
Give you 100 here.
And Kevin just jams the river. And with that, you see the cumulative winnings. Doug now up $200,000 today. Thanks to that call. Pivotal moment in this match.
Absolutely. That is definitely one that's going to be hard for Rabichow to recover from. And they are going to go ahead and take a quick break. Understandably, while we get everything collected, Rabichow is going to get more chips. We're going to get Doug's chips stacked up, make sure the graphics are correct. But wow, this has been a pretty wild ride for the last half or the last quarter or so of this high-stakes match. What are your thoughts right now, Mr. Brady?
Man, I'm a little taken aback by that one. You know, it happened so fast. Like, Kevin easily could have just folded to the 4-bet. I'm sure he would have folded to it some of the time, but he decided to 5-bet that time. And then the board just ran out so clean for Doug. I mean, 10-8-7, not a bad flop for ace-jack. Then you turn the ace, check, check. Beautiful. Keep that pot where it is. It's already big enough. Then the 7 on the river. Almost totally irrelevant. Just a crazy dream spot for Doug there.
Yeah, no kidding.
But yeah, now Doug's up 117K overall in the past 2 days after, I think at one point his overall worst point earlier today, he was down around 200,000. So we've seen a $400,000 swing for Doug in the last 5 hours. That is wild.
Yeah, that is monstrous. I mean, there have been few times I can remember on this live stream or any other that Doug has taken a swing that large. So it's pretty awesome to see it here in a heads-up match with two of the best in the world. We are going to go ahead and take a quick break. Real quick before we do, I did want to just talk about the Mega Monster $1 million guaranteed tournament one more time, coming up here August 3rd through the 14th. $400 buy-in, $250,000 guaranteed for first place up top. So if you guys like tournaments, and we know you do, come on down to the Lodge in August and get yourself a piece of the Mega Monster $1 million guarantee tournament. We're going to smash that guarantee. There's 24 starting flights. I don't see how we don't at least hit 1.5 million for that. Absolutely great value. So come on down to the Lodge. And for now, I'm going to go ahead and play a clip, highlight reel from one of our hands in the past.
It is sad. Mariano, pocket sixes. He's been VIPing a few hands. Raising it up. Alex, hadn't heard from him for maybe an orbit, but he's back. King 3 of spades, raising it up. I feel like there are some battles that are going to happen. The Mariano Alex one and the Mariano Andrew one already brewing.
Yeah, absolutely. I can tell.
Mariano does call. They're deep, guys. Oh! Quads for Mariano. Wow. Mariano, did he take the lead here? I think he called a 3-bet. That's small. Alex is going to make the call. 7 on the turn. Alex turns a straight draw. How can Mariano extract maximum value here? Checks it over. Alex is a very aggressive player. He might choose to fire here. If he does, those chips are never coming home.
It'd be cool if you could play music and it wouldn't get picked
Checks
up.
it back. Wise check.
Oh,
King on the river.
Feels like that technology should be a thing.
It's going to cost him a little bit more money.
Back there to where we can hear it, but
Now, what's Mariano do? Does he go for the trap or does he go for a bet? Looking like he's reaching for some chips.
Ooh, I like this.
Small bet on the river, 800.
only because when you don't have like the commotion of
Alex is at least calling. He's got top pair. It's very disguised. But now he has to ask himself, should he raise or just slow play it?
I feel it's relaxed. I feel it's
He
relaxed.
might decide that this is a hand like 8s or
Either that,
9s.
everybody's get like 5,
He needs
6
to
shots
raise.
in, and then it's create the own action.
That's another method.
He's reaching for chips.
Oh.
3,000 to go here on the river. Yep, still quads. Mariano, still quads.
Do you have wine? Wine?
You guys should be in this booth. Doug like tells a joke and then looks at us to see if we're laughing, and we're just not.
Who's the wine connoisseur?
What's that? He's a wine
Did you want a
No disrespect, my
Cabernet
friend.
or
Like that.
Sauvignon Blanc?
Mariano's gonna put in a raise.
I want that.
I'm kidding.
18,000. Bet 3 bet.
83 Bordeaux.
Caught a live one.
I had a feeling like the farmer had one. I said it was alright.
Look at the box too.
Painful spot here, Jamie.
He just knows Mariano's good enough to not have it, too.
That makes it more difficult. Against some players, you can just let it go, but when it's someone that's buying in deep and is aggressive, you don't want to raise here and then just have them bluff you. But it's also a weird spot. It's a small bet, bet 3 bet, and 3 bet pot. This isn't something that happens a lot, so.
Those paintings, by the way, very sick.
It's a
When I
respect
first watched
tank
the
here
stream,
that he's
I
thinking
thought it
about
was
this.
just a lens,
It's a lot
you
of
know, that was
respect for
kinda
Mariano.
doing the thing. And then when I got here to see that they were made like that, it was so cool.
I think that's,
This looks like he really wants to call.
Is it really?
I think so.
Great job, Haley. Wow. We want to get for the back American Gothic.
He does call.
Wow.
Quads. Fuck.
Wow.
Wow.
And
$40,000 pot goes Mariano's way. Pocket sixes. What a play on the river.
I haven't heard someone speak that highly of Mike in a long time. Yeah. Ace king or better. Wow. Good for you.
I called it all in from Tony last night.
Alex, we saw him pick up a lot of big hands yesterday to start the session, and today he's already back in the mix. Flop made enough flush that last hand. Now picks up ace king offsuit against Mariano. Mariano's got a great hand, ace 10 suited.
3 diamonds just before that one.
I was in that mode then. It didn't matter what it was. I was going on.
That happens.
You know.
Some deeper stacks here, Mariano. Pretty likely to come along. Pretty solid hand here. In position. Does make the call.
Just shy. Okay.
But really hard to play.
Ooh, ace queen deuce. Both players connect. Alex top pair top kicker. Mariano top pair mid kicker.
Looks like we got back just a little sooner than I was expecting. We're going to dive right back into the action. A lot of momentum from Mr. Polk going into this now. He has just won a $208,000 pot against Kevin Rabichow in a 5-bet scenario where Rabichow decided to bluff with the king 4 suited. Absolutely wild hand. If you're just now tuning in, go ahead and click back a few minutes. That is not one that you want to miss. Amazing display of poker. And it was incredibly fun to watch. And I do not envy Kevin Rabichow right now. Bluffing it off in a nearly $250,000 pot and then having to sit down for another 3 hours to play is certainly going to be a task. But I think he's up for it. And just like that, we've got action once again. 3 to a straight for Doug, and a pair. Kevin with a straight and a flush draw. Ten would certainly be an interesting card. John, he was not forced to stay by any means. He could get up and leave, but I think Kevin is a consummate professional. He's not going to leave after a beat. And my goodness, Doug has just continued to drill trips. He's had trips like 7 times today. Pretty wild. Yesterday was Rabichow's day.
8,000?
Ran incredibly hot, and I think that has turned around in spectacular fashion. Kevin is still going to be barreling, which I think is very reasonable with his exact combination. Doug going to make the call. Ace on the river. Clubs do brick. Doug is actually going to lead on this card. Does not want to see Kevin check back any hands. Incredibly small bet. What is that, a 1/10 of the pot? Exactly a 1/10. Little block bet here from Doug.
I actually have one of the hands where this is really annoying. Or maybe even just not close, but... All right.
8.
Wow. Makes the call.
Got an extra 2,800 from a bluff. The power of the 10% lead.
I think it kind of makes sense there. I'm not sure.
No, it seems to make sense. Just like I'm like struggling to search. I'm like miss straight draw, maybe somewhere.
That's possible.
But I didn't go with raise instead.
Yeah, raise would have gone very bad. You would have gotten at least called. At least called.
We are at hand 216 of this heads-up battle. If you guys are just now
Queen
tuning
Jack?
in, welcome to the Lodge live stream.
Worse.
Queen 10?
And Jack high clubs. And just like, probably
Oh,
just one of the
Jesus.
hands that's supposed to fold, but it's just like extremely painful to fold to that bet.
It really, really is.
Like, I think there's some 10 high. I don't know. Probably not much.
You guys have got Greg
Is there
Potter in the
7%
booth
of it?
today. I'm joined by Mike Brady. He will be back in just a moment. Still on break. Bet from Kevin. Snap call from Doug. This is certainly very reminiscent of yesterday, though the inverse.
Raise. Fold.
Spaghetti Man, yeah, you missed a pretty big hand. If you want to go back about 10 minutes. Hand number 214. Biggest hand of the heads-up match over 2 days. 5-bet pot. Nearly $250,000. No big deal. Doug hitting the turn once again. Russ, that's woman in the back is Miss Safi. She's
Fly's
our
back.
game host for the
Different
live stream.
fly. Smaller version.
As we hear the fly from yesterday has made return to the room. It is summer here in Texas. They are around. Justin, Doug was down about 83,000 yesterday, and now is up 200,000 today, so total net profit of about 117,000 or so. Kevin going for the raise here.
Wow, really leveraging that ace of hearts blocker.
There's Mike Brady.
Doug has a heart himself, which helps.
And he flicks it in. Kevin.
Man, it really does just feel like the complete opposite of yesterday.
It really does. It is rough, and we still have several hours poker to be played. Plenty of time for Kevin to turn it around. But currently he is zigging when he should have zagged.
Adding 50.
Yeah.
He will add on once again.
Non-hard kickers, I think you probably get me off it.
Seemed like I could.
Raise. Fold.
John Nelson, thank you for the kind words.
Thanks for the kind words about the stream.
We got it. We got this, Mike.
That's a good question. Is there a name for every pocket pair? A nickname? I want to say there is.
Absolutely.
I can't think of one for fives at the moment.
Speed limit.
Right?
Yeah.
Sixes?
I think sixes might be the one that doesn't have one.
Well, Route 66. Although that's kind of like
yeah.
It just is 66 in there, so it's a little bit of a cop out.
A little ham-fisted.
7s is hockey sticks, 8s is snowmen, 9s is
Gretzky's.
Bill Hellmuth. Gretzky's.
Yeah. Three threes the Crabs, of course.
Yeah.
3,400.
2s is the Ducks.
Whoa. That you could hear that scream from the other room. That's local player Turtle. It's been on the live stream a few times. Can tell that from a mile away.
What do we do in this case?
Just just misdeal. Heads up if you misdeal while you're dealing people and you just redeal the cards. Full ring, it's like hit the pros and cons, a lot of people.
Do you know if that would be the rule everywhere? So, because I know the default rule is like first 2 cards off the deck. So I wonder if like the third or fourth card would hold
heads up formats though?
No, well, I don't know about heads up, Raise. Like, let's say I'm playing a WSOP. They probably don't have a separate rule book for heads up.
No, they don't.
So it would just be the second card off the deck, or the first 2 cards off the deck.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. That makes sense.
I mean, it, like, we've been misdealing every, like, whatever, exposed situation. But.
Yeah, it's just going to happen.
Yeah.
But, I mean, in specifically this situation, we have 2 dealers. Clayton is locked and loaded with a fresh deck of cards. I think we can just go for a new one, or we can, whatever it is.
Oh yeah, that makes more sense.
Okay.
Oh, you shuffled?
Yeah.
Keep going. We're good. We're good. We understand.
No, but no idea. That makes sense.
Yeah, there hasn't been significant action. We'll just.
The other one just
Kevin drills the straights. The 9, Doug has 2 pair. By the way, 10-10 is the tanks, folks. That's what I've heard them called. Or perfect score.
13.
It's like Kevin's going to get a smidgen of his money back right here. Straight. Pretty likely to get paid off by Doug here.
4,600.
This is the full pot size bet.
$4,600.
There it is.
Straight.
Swamp action.
$32.
Raise 3,200. Call.
Doug giving action. The 8-5. That's a good flop for Kevin. Doug also with a pair.
Yeah, a lot of red. Pot
32.
could blow up a little bit.
Bet 3,200.
I'll say a lot of chat seems to think that Doug's going to change his play because he's up so much. I can confidently say he doesn't do that.
I was
He's
going to
try to
say,
play the right strategy.
yeah, they don't know Doug very well. They believe that.
It's possible he might play better because he's like in a better mental state, but he's not going to make looser calls because he quote unquote can afford it. That's not really how a player like Doug, players of his caliber, they don't really operate like that. Unless it's a tournament. In a tournament, of course, that is a thing. Having a bigger chip stack is an advantage. But in a cash game, not really how it works.
Bet 5.
Kevin's going to double barrel. He can represent that king quite well. And of course, he has his backdoor, or he has his flush draw as his backup option.
Oof.
Doug boats up on the river. Kevin has a pretty terrible hand to bluff with here.
I was about to say the same thing, and on just an absolutely terrible run out to bluff on at all.
So brutal to have 10-9 of diamonds. So many of the hands that Doug calls with on the turn are stuff like Jack-10 of diamonds, Jack-7 of diamonds, 10-7 of diamonds, so many different hands like that. I said Jack-7 there, I meant to say like 10-7 or 9-7.
I figured that's what you meant.
10 high. Had everything.
What do you say?
You had everything.
Well, yeah, I had a lot.
Flush draw. Full house draw.
All the draws. All there.
Kevin's still in good spirits despite the poor run of cards today.
I was going to say something similar.
Something to keep in mind is...
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's just another day at the office for these guys, right? I mean, whether win or lose...
Check.
Not many offices you can go to where you lose 200,000 in a day.
That's true. And if you go to an office like that, find a new job.
Hear that, Rabichow? He's telling you to find a new job. No, I'm kidding. But for real, though, despite that massive hands and his luck not going so well, Kevin is maintaining his demeanor. He's still playing well. He's maintaining discipline.
It's 9.
In the moments he knows he needs
Still
to.
has, like, the best posture.
Yeah.
Still has, like, the best posture of any poker player I've ever seen.
I agree with that.
Do you play PLO at all?
Very little. Like, when I played live cash more, there were times when it turned into half-half or, like, whatever, but not much. You?
I always was kind of interested in it. I played it a little online and stuff, but it gets really confusing because of the card removal effects. And I feel like there's enough rabbit holes and no limit. The rabbit holes you can go in PLO.
Yeah. I assume well, it's different now. There's good tools, but the level of detail that people put into PLO was never on that level. Right.
I mean, the thing about PLO that I think like you can really tell the good players is how they navigate board texture changes.
Yeah.
Because that's really like the art to PLO, in my opinion, is like how do you balance what you have, like what you're saying you have on certain streets, knowing the board can change, and when it does change, and still having bet ranges and still like protecting. I don't know. That's like really the how you can tell someone's really good at PLO.
32.
Cool.
Played a lot more heads up PLO than I should have.
Didn't go that well.
I always would beat people at low stakes, and then when it was
Flopping
higher,
good again in a
and really good
3-bet pot.
people, I would get kind of fucked up. But then I would just be like, I'd look at like someone folding 70% the delay, and I would just be like, gotta get in there. Raise.
Doug's just going to raise right away with his flush draw, backdoor straight draw. Kevin with just 7 high, no draw. Certainly going to get out of there, although Doug did raise very small.
Yeah, it's always seemed it seems like a fun format to me.
Heads up
but it's
PLO?
always been or just PLO in general, but especially heads up PLO, and just like it's always that big time investment that I never wanted to make.
Yeah. I mean, I think just because like your overall mechanics of how you play are good, I think you would obviously be at least pretty good right out of the gate. Just like understanding kind of like how often should I be continuing in spots, just minimum defense stuff. Yeah. But there's a whole bunch of technical stuff that I really never. It was just too hard. I remember I bought Omaha Ranger or whatever it's called. Omaha, no,
600.
Something like that. I forget.
So he's going to check raise the flop with ace jack. He's obviously going to win against the 6-high Kevin.
I'm going to need change again. You're going to just give me like all sorts of stuff. For 25.
You got it.
Thank you.
All sorts of stuff.
For 50, whatever.
All sorts of stuff coming right up. Make sure this is stacks 10. Okay. And then. Okay. Perfect. Make sure that's 25. Fold. Here, make it 25, 200.
Do people still play heads up PLO? Or is it like just as uncommon as heads up no limit?
I think there's still a bit. I would say they're similar probably, I imagine.
Yeah. I mean the tournament numbers at WSOP are indicating that PLO is like getting more popular than no limit at least in high roller fields. Like all of them are bigger. Like the 25K is bigger, the 10K is bigger.
I mean, I think for a lot of recreational players, they feel like if they play a PLO tournament, they're not getting like really hunted by people that have spent infinite time studying tournament PLO format, because there's just not that many PLO tournament events. So I think people get more of a feeling like they can just get in there and gamble without being kind of hunted, and I think that's
for sure. I
think that's a good approach.
I mean, that also means that like the pros who aren't as studied also feel comfortable playing. So like all the numbers go higher, right?
I guess that's a good way of putting it. Everyone has a way of thinking that they're doing good in the tournament, so everyone just piles in. Yeah, the 25K, that was sick. Yeah. That was sick turnout.
Condolences to upswing coach Dylan Weissman in the 25K. As we see this kind of sick hand developing, Kevin with flopping straight. Doug can probably continue versus this turn bet. Our boy Dylan Weissman, he's the coach for Upswing Poker's beginner PLO course, the PLO Launchpad. He got in with 78% equity in the final two tables of the 10K PLO and lost. The pot was worth roughly $1 million in equity.
Wow, that's kind of hard to do. Get it in with 78% in PLO.
Very sad, King.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, dude, he had the nuts straight. He had the nuts straight and top set against just a flush draw.
But
wow,
I'll take the pot. That is not
flush draw and a higher gut shot straight draw.
So it was like
I was
trying to chop on a king.
Still rough.
Raise 3,200.
You get him, I'd be impressed. I'm gonna get him. I'm rooting for you. So far, no one's been able to. It's a different fly today.
What's his name?
I don't know. I'm not naming him. I'll be gone by
his
tomorrow.
name yesterday. I thought Mickey gave him.
Oh, that's right. Mickey named.
I forgot what it was though.
Jasper, and I said the Jasper Tees story. Yeah. Okay. Good call.
Doug outflops Kevin here in this 3-bet pot. I feel like I've said that several times today.
Just a few.
Kevin comes with the small C-bet, as you would expect on a monotone board. Fourth heart. Neither player's loving that. Kevin's gonna check. Doug follows suit.
King high.
Doug will drag yet another one.
Raise.
Fold.
Lewis, if you are tuning in after a while, go up back and check hand number
Aces?
214.
Ace king of hearts.
All the answers to your questions are in that hand. If you guys are enjoying the heads up, high stakes between Kevin Rabichow and Doug Polk, do us a favor, hit like, hit subscribe. If you are new to the Lodge live stream, welcome to the channel.
This guy.
I'm done with it. I'm out. No more Jack 6 for me.
We have been doing a heads up challenge between these two
The hands I do
for
play,
2 days now.
I play them for big pots.
Yeah. You wanna. That's your plan, right? You wanna go post flop with the stronger range, so that you can fight for pots.
Yeah. It's kind of funny. For a very good number of years, my strategy was the exact opposite of that. Play really loose because people play too tight, and then just like pick your spots kind of, but generally just like they got you if they see the flop. I guess it depends on what era.
I learned that heads-up strategy from Doug myself. I remember that. Very, very aggressive pre-flop, taking advantage of people who used to play way, way, way too tight.
I feel like, you know how basketball
when they
players, as
did
they
call-
age, they usually get stronger, a little more skilled, a little less quick. They like kind of like, you know, they get older and they find their way to play in the league. So I feel like that's kind of been like me with poker. Like if I went through all my phases, like there was a time when I realized, oh my God, stealing is good, like just opening, and I just go crazy. Like, they called, just give up. And then I was like, wait, but they still give up post flop too. Then I had maniacs. Then like I got pounded by jungle. Like wait, that's not good. You need to like balance. It's like all these different like, you know. Check sevens.
Sevens is good. This high, no good.
David Peterson with an interesting question in the chat. Do these two have any heads-up history, and if so, how did they battle it out? So they didn't really play.
Where you, like,
Doug was
all
kind
these,
of
like,
at
crazy check raise lines, and eventually you're like, wait, no, the best is just betting for value. You know, you evolve.
Right.
So
At least you should be
when
trying to
Crab was
evolve, I
coming
guess,
up
as a player.
and starting to play higher and higher stakes, Doug was already kind of at the top of the heads-up food chain. So Crab wouldn't have battled him. He didn't really have the incentive to do so. There were a lot of worse players that Crab could have played, and he did play. But Crab did play quite a few of Doug's students. They were actually talking about this earlier. There were a few guys like Doogie Daniel McCauley, who's actually an Upswing lab coach, Donger Kim, Cheat, Jason Less, who's now in the cryptocurrency industry, and Jimmy Chow, who was for the Swarm on Stars. So they're like those four guys, maybe one or two others. They used to battle Crab quite a bit. So in a way, there was like a proxy match happening between Crab and Doug, where Doug was teaching these players and then Crab was playing the players that Doug was teaching. So that's kind of the history between them. But we're talking about 7, 8 years ago, 9 years ago even, before solvers existed. You know, the game was so different, and both of these guys have developed their strategy so much since then that it's almost completely irrelevant history, because how you played in 2014 barely matters with all that's changed since then.
You check back. Brick my Oh, my gutters flush everything, and then we face the overbet. God damn it. This hand's kind of nice in a way. It's just so much better to have a pair, I think. Fold.
Yeah, in regards to that question,
all right, let's get the check raise on. All right, let's get the check raise on. Oh, God damn it.
It's nice to have your insight on things like that because I only joined the poker community
I guess I just
in the past, like really seriously joined the poker community in the last like 6 years. So
Yeah.
I didn't get to see
I think so. I mean,
what it was like in the wild west of online days.
I guess it's possible
or
to go bigger.
I wasn't around when Heads Up was becoming a much bigger thing with these guys, like really before like the solver
It is kind of
era.
weird, like let's just say that we're like 180K deep, right? And the flop is like 10-9-7, and it goes check, check. And I check, turn, you bet. The solver is definitely going geometric there a bunch, and making it like $28,000 over the 2K bet, and then making it all the money on the river. Right. It's like, I'm just not going to do that. For value, as a bluff, I'm not going to just like blast off for 170K in those situations.
Those are the spots I've been like really hoping would come up this whole match, and it just like hasn't for me. But it's, you know, it's in there a little bit.
I got my threshold on Geo. Once I'm past that, I'm just like, you know what, you're getting a normal size and take the EV, or you're getting like a bigger version of it, but not, you know what I mean.
You know, on that board, you might just like maybe you just start countering it by checking like 20% of flop straights or whatever.
Yeah.
You're just fine, but.
Well, that stuff happens more deep, too.
Yeah.
To make up for the fact that the solver will
32.
just pile 450 big blinds in spots.
Yeah. I was finding lots of that stuff. Like, I reviewed the hand histories from Ruse playing like a different bot, and there were tons of hands like that.
Yeah.
It was so much fun to look through.
Yeah.
Stuff you just never see.
The problem with it is you have to be so precise, and if you're off, it can be off by so much.
That's 1,600.
It's kind of difficult.
16. Oh.
Doug picks up equity on the turn. This would just be so unfair.
It really would be.
He might not get to see a river, though. Might not get to see a river.
See, Cinnabon has joined the chat. About time, Cinnabon.
Oh, looks like he might get a river.
Doug is up pretty big right now. Check out hand 214.
Yeah, Doug's up about. Good call from Greg there. 214's a banger. Doug's up about 240K right now. But he's falling into this trap from Kevin.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Oh my. Wow. Oh, it's painful actually to see. Doug is just runner to straight.
This is how Heads Up is sometimes, man. It just like feels unfair sometimes. Like one guy's just running better than the other. Let's see what size Doug decides to come with here. 22,000 in the middle. We are going to be streaming that tournament on Saturday and Sunday, by the way. Someone in chat asked. $15,800 is the wager. God, it's such a good hand for Crab to have.
Have it.
Yeah, you got to call.
There's the call. Wild.
That was a dirty one.
That was a dirty one indeed.
That was a dirty one.
Mr. Polk.
I even had the king.
Oh. Oh my lord.
Brian in chat asks about, what's that tournament called that's happening tomorrow? Oh, right. It's the Summer 100K. June 30th.
I was like mentally gearing
the
myself
second.
up for like what rivers I was going to fire.
$300
that
buy-in.
one. Okay, get ready. All right. And then I just like, the river just, it's like, oh shit, did I just get there? Oh my god. Just a backdoor gutter.
Yeah. Come on down and check out the Summer 100K here at the Lodge. Going to be a great little
Not
tournament.
going to be a lot of folding in that hand's future.
Well, then it was a
Once you check the ace king on the turn, there's.
Oh my god, you had ace king?
Yeah, ace king.
Yeah, okay. That's. I was doing pretty good on the flop. I'm trying to.
Do the equities on your stream have decimal points? Like, does
and I might be your dealer too.
That was good from Rabichow. That was great. You were doing so well.
I
on the
really
flop,
hope.
Doug. Go ahead.
I really hope and suspect that Crab has gained some new fans over this session. I mean, he's just, his demeanor, despite running so bad, and not playing bad by any means, has been so good. Like, he's still so positive.
The one today is way less bad.
He's really, he's a true pro. True pro.
Absolutely, consummate professional. He has
Disciplined
gained a fan
Turnbull.
in me, for sure. I did not know of Kevin Rabichow
Very
really
disciplined.
before
Probably
this week.
too. I don't know. No, it was not too disciplined. It was correctly disciplined.
And he
You
is
just got like queen 10 over there, and you're just like, I'm gonna
definitely
take one off here.
King queen.
Okay.
rubbed off on me in a good way.
That's disciplined.
Yeah. King queen.
I'll give you credit.
Yeah, queen 10, and I'm like patting myself on the shoulder. Oh yeah, big discipline laydown over here. Huge, actually. Someone called it a huge laydown.
$3,600.
3,600. Cool.
I'm gonna add 25.
Adding 25,000. Raise to 1,000.
$32.
Raise to 3,200.
Kevin's had a lot of these suited connector hands in the big blind today, which, for those who are new to Heads Up, these are hands that always 3-bet versus a raise. Literally 100%. If you have 7-8 suited, 5-6 suited, 6-7 suited, all the way down to 5-4 suited, you 3-bet every single time.
32.
To kind of make up
Fold.
a big part of your sort of light 3-betting range. Although it's not that light. I mean, they play so well. As we see here, he flops an open-ender. These hands just can flop really, really well. And it's nice to have these hands in your range, so when the board does come low like this, you actually have some stuff that can hit it. Whereas if you only 3-bet with high cards and high pairs, those low boards are not so good for you. So it's important to mix those in. Yeah, Kevin's had a lot of 6-7 suiteds, 5-4 suiteds, 7-8 suiteds, 10-9 suiteds, etc. I'm gonna pin what they're in for. I think that might cut down on a question we've gotten a couple times. I think a couple people have asked what they're in for and who's up what, right, Greg?
Yeah, just a few, you know. A few short of a couple dozen, maybe.
Surrender.
Good surrender.
We see that poll got completed. 4.3 thousand votes. One of the larger polls we've had. Does show Doug a favorites to be the winner after today. And that has
discipline
come to fruition so far, though there's still plenty of poker
Back
left.
to winning at Showdown.
Oh, yeah, that was a good strat. I like it.
Yeah. I've got to play a little bit tighter now.
I did a bit of that myself, actually. That was... Did a little bit of rivering stuff, too. Rivering stuff, very, very good in poker.
Would have been a jump ball here, but with both players turning a pair, I don't expect anything to happen other than a chop pot. Got about 2 hours of play left today. We've been going since 12:30 or so Central Time. Over 6 hours of poker so far today. Gonna be a quick call from Doug.
I also have a 5, but oh, chop it up. Chop, chop. You play that trash?
Haha, the classic.
You missed your chance to say that hand can't win.
Oh.
Wait, or you tabled it first. I missed my chance. Raise.
That hand can't win. I fold.
Raise it
up, make it 3,200.
$32.
Fold.
Bet 32 and a fold.
Check.
Interesting board. Doug 7 is still playing currently. Goes check, check again. King high, likely still the best hand. Most certainly is now. And we will see yet another chop pot.
Okay, I won't do anything crazy. It's like, do I want to raise to 40,000 here?
Oh, that's pretty dangerous for you to do.
I think it's a little too dangerous.
That's pretty dangerous for you to do.
Like, what am I selling here? I just check back the trips board in position twice. I just had a queen and couldn't help my excitement. Had to check back twice. 32.
Raise 3,200.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that would be.
It's not very credible.
I mean, it was so unlikely that I didn't even think about the fact that you could raise.
Well, that's that's kind of what I'm betting on. Is like he just doesn't like. I'm sort of just saying like, he doesn't have a queen here.
If you made it 40K, I would be like, what the fuck? Sorry.
Oh, off.
They can both, yeah. Okay. Okay.
Problem. Raise.
Raise 2,000. Re-raise 37.
It would be a hell of a hand, though. 2K, 40K on the river. Alrighty.
That was the kind of stuff I was seeing, not in that spot, but the kind of stuff I was seeing the bots do in those hand histories. It'd just be like, check down to the river, and then the board runs out funny, and then someone's all in for like 100 times the pot.
It would be a very Dong-esque line to do that. Like, people are just like, I guess I'm going to let this go.
Kevin gonna get some back here. Top pair for Doug. Bottom set for Kevin in a 3-bet pot. Doug starts with a check, though, as he takes a swig of the worst brand of bottled water that there is.
Not a fan of Evian?
No, I'm not a fan of Evian.
I don't think I've ever had one.
It tastes like rocks somehow. It's weird. It tastes emptier than most waters. It's honestly bizarre. Doug checks and calls. Sorry for that aside, everyone. Two spades on the turn.
$22,500.
Overbets from Kevin. Unsurprising. Unblocking top pair. Quick call from Doug. Could get expensive very quickly.
Spades come in. 62,000 in the middle. Brad could just go for all of it here. Cinnabon asks if he purchases the Upswing Poker Platinum course, will he get to play Heads Up versus Doug? Cinnabon, we don't have a Platinum course. I think you might be confusing Upswing Poker with a strip club.
Nah, Cinnamon's got too much experience with those.
He would never mix those up.
He would never mix those up. Kevin really thinking it over. I do agree that he could probably just get all the money in. I'm not sure Doug would call.
Yeah, I guess. Well, if he goes all in, what is he kind of hoping Doug has to call with?
All in?
There it is.
He does do it.
I think Doug maybe has... Do you think he checks some ace-jack? On the
I think
flop?
so.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Nice hand.
Doug folds.
Thanks.
And he folded.
Confusing river.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, like...
Well, not confusing, but... Ace was offsuit, the jack was offsuit. Had to give that one some thought.
I had ace 10, no spade. It was a pretty easy fold.
3,200.
32.
Considered like 40%.
Doug definitely has
pot
some
also.
hands that make backdoor spades.
I don't know if that changes the outcome there.
I don't know. I mean, it's such a bad situation for ace 10 there.
It is.
And like, I want you to have 10-9, 10-8. It's just like very difficult to find any degree of hero without a spade there.
Yeah. 4,200.
4,200.
We're almost to 1,000 likes, guys. If that happens, I'm gonna smile real big, and don't you want that? Doug picks up a double gutter. Now hit a 9 or a king for the straight. Obviously can also hit a jack for trips. Kevin's not going to stop betting here with top 2.
$10,500.
Big bet. I don't think Doug is folding.
Doug calls pretty quickly here.
Wow.
And there it is. When you are running hot, you are running hot.
Especially when Doug Polk is running hot. The guy that can have every bluff you could think of. Probably a few more. Kevin will check it.
See what size Doug comes with here. 36,000 in the middle. If he's bluffing here, it's going to be with a hand like King Jack. Maybe Queen King. Something like that. Maybe some low flush draws, like 8-7 of clubs. Maybe he'd bluff with that. It's a pretty tough spot, though, man. I don't know if Kevin can fold this.
Straight.
And there's the call. Another huge pot. Sliding over to Doug. And I do think Kevin is starting to feel it. He's had a rough last half of day 2 in this heads-up match.
Raise 1,004. Shut.
Yeah, that one definitely got to Kevin a little bit. I mean, like we've been saying, his demeanor throughout the whole thing has been amazing and still is overall, but there was that just little exhale as he saw Doug straight there.
Yeah, it just goes to show that...
Is this real?
Yeah, is this real? It just goes to show that even when you get to the top of the game, you're still human. There's nothing wrong with that either.
One little thing I want to share with the chat that I think you guys will find interesting to keep an eye out for.
Check.
Doug randomizes his decisions literally hundreds of times per session. He randomizes a ton before the flop, on the turn, on the river. We've seen some famous hands where he like flips up a card and he's like, if it's the ace of spades, I'll call. If it's the ace of diamonds, I'll fold. He's done stuff like that a lot. But in the middle of the hand, he randomizes a lot too. And the way he does that is he pulls some chips out of his stack,
3,200.
shuffles them with his right hand, pulls them apart into 2 smaller stacks, and then looks at the top of one of the chips. He then uses the orientation of that chip to decide what to do.
Like a clock, right?
Now that I've told you that he does that, you're going to notice he does it every single hand before almost every single decision. So keep an eye on that. You'll see right there. Pulls the stack apart with his right hand. He looks down.
Wow.
That was the randomized right there.
Yeah, I saw it.
He's going to do it every time. You can't unsee it once you know that it's happening. But the important thing is he does it every single time, so you don't know when he's randomizing and when he's not randomizing. Because he obviously doesn't randomize every decision. You know, sometimes you have pocket aces and the guy raises. You know you're going to re-raise.
Absolutely freezing.
But he still has to fake it sometimes.
You know what happens? Every
so
other
his
room in this
opponent
building
can't get that info.
is warm, and then this one is cold. It's like, oh, we'll let him freeze. That's fine. It's an easy sacrifice. They can just make it. Every day I come in here, I'm like, it is too cold. Can we please put it? And he's like, oh, well, it's warm in other rooms. Like, oh, okay. Let's bring him out in a heater.
This is the guy that said Texas is not hot enough in the summer. Keep that in mind, folks. I say crank it down. Let him suffer. Let everyone else be comfortable.
Kevin's going to get some back here. Definitely going to go for the check raise. At least I'm pretty sure. I've said definitely a few times today and been wrong, so I should be a little bit more selective with my definitely's.
Doug's got the king of clubs.
In a pretty challenging spot. Yeah, exactly. That's what's going to make this even tougher for him to get away from.
Makes the call.
Let's pay it off.
A little bit back for Rabichow.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Nice hand.
Thanks.
I had king, queen, king of clubs.
Didn't need to recount the pot that time because it's the exact same line we played earlier when I blocked.
Yeah.
I was just like, all right, I already know. That's convenient. Happy that I have it this time.
Same exact line. Yeah. King of clubs is just the nicest card to have there if you have a king. Because you block the king X clubs, check call, check raises.
All right, so question for you, Mike. A lot of people don't really get why some players choose to randomize. And I have a decent reason I've heard someone talk about, but I want to hear what your explanation is for why players like Doug choose to randomize in spots.
Yeah, so it's funny you ask because this was the very first time I did commentary for the Lodge back in, what was it, January 2022. This was a topic, and I'm going to kind of repeat myself from what I said then, because I remember exactly what I said pretty much. Sometimes in poker, when a decision is very, very close between two options, in other words, the expected value between, for example, calling and raising is extremely similar, oftentimes the exact same. The right approach, the theoretically optimal approach, is to do both of the things at a mixed frequency. So if they're exactly even, their calling is just as good as raising, and you want to do both the same amount of the time, you essentially flip a coin in some capacity. Obviously, don't flip a coin at the table. Your opponents would catch on to that. But you do some sort of flip to decide what you're going to do.
Thank you.
This also has the upside of making your ranges more diverse across a bunch of different runouts. So, for example, let's say, very specific, let's say I defend my big blind with queen 10. The flop comes jack 8-4. I check, my opponent c-bets. I want to check raise that hand sometimes, but I don't want to check raise every time I have queen 10, because there's a lot of combos of queen 10. So what I might do is, I'll check call queen 10 some of the time. I'll check raise queen 10 the rest of the time. That way, when the turn is a 9, whether I called the flop or I raised the flop, I have queen 10 in my range. So whether I raised or called on the flop, when the turn is a 9, I can have the nuts. And that protects my strategy. That makes my strategy more diverse, tougher to play against. There's one other reason I personally like to randomize, and this is a little bit more of a symptom of me being a less studied player than these guys, which is sometimes I'm literally not sure what to do. I'm like, God, I feel like this is a call, but maybe it's a fold. I'm really not sure. So sometimes I hedge, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not sure. I'm going to just call 25% of the time. That way, I'm never going to be way wrong, you know? I'm not going to fold and then look it up later and find out, oh my God, that was an easy call. Or I'm not going to call and find out later, oh, that was an easy fold. So I kind of hedge like that, and it's a little bit of a trick to just make sure I'm not making huge mistakes in spots where I'm not sure what to do.
Yeah,
that's the short version of why players randomize.
Yeah, I like all that. There was one thing that I heard Tom Boshoff say that really helped it click for me as well, was that it completely takes out the emotion in your decision, right? Like it can really help remove any other biases or anything else that you have going on in the hand to give you a cleaner outcome. I suppose, and that was a really compelling reason that helped push me over the line per se. Because some people don't disagree with the idea of randomization, but I no longer do.
Yeah, I mean, I think some people certainly overdo it. I see Kevin take a stab at this one. Doug considering it with just a pair, very dicey board. He looks like he might want. Yeah, he's gonna flick it in. Wow.
Wow.
Nice call from Doug. Yeah, I mean, there's no debate that randomization is a key part of optimal poker strategy, but there is a debate on should you be doing it in, say, a low-stakes live game.
Right.
Which I think you can make a reasonable argument that no, like you should just play your opponent, try to make the best possible decision. But even then, I would argue there are going to be at least some
hand we had the
against
theoretically
players
correct
where
well,
you want to still randomize because you're not sure.
We
or
had
it really
the
is close
theoretically
or whatever.
correct bluff and the out-of-line call that got right against the hand that you had. Those spots just feel so tasty to call in general because you can just like always find really easy bluffs, you know?
Tasty.
Yeah. It's not. I mean, I guess it depends like what level of poker you're playing, whether that's like a fun bluff to run or a horrifying bluff to run. It's like against people who play really. I guess I hate level one. Like if people are not familiar with turning hands into bluffs, it's just like, oh, this is like, how could you ever bluff here? And you just bluff always. But
so how I perceive, you know how you always you look at spots, how you feel on the other side.
Yeah.
So like when I see that spot, I'm like, this is a terrifying spot to bluff because it is so easy to hero.
Yeah.
So it's like it's hard to then put yourself in the other shoe to be like, oh, it's actually a good spot to bluff. Maybe it is for some people.
Yeah.
But it's such a polar spot that it's very easy just to imagine pair bluffs that have to bluff or feel compelled to bluff. Also, when flop sizes get really small, it's like even easier to find floats that can bluff or want to bluff. I have a pretty good two pair.
That's going to win.
Thanks for getting us to 1K likes, by the way, everyone. We really appreciate it.
It just it reminds me, I can't remember the way the action went exactly, but it reminds me of a hand when I was watching like a big MTT final table, and they were down to heads up, and there was some hand that just goes like float flop, check check turn, pot bet river, like same action but different board.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter what the board is, and the person who was bluffing, these are both like two really good tournament players, but obviously they barely play heads up.
Yeah.
It was like turning third pair into a bluff when like you need to be unpaired to bluff. Like it was way over bluffed, and then on the other side the guy folded like top pair second kicker.
Oh my god.
Like actual top of range hand.
It's just a complete disaster for everybody, really.
I was just like, okay, I see how this happens. Like that's
yeah, I mean,
it's a very normal mistake to have happen when you're just like totally uncomfortable with how wide the ranges are.
I mean, I have a hard time imagining holding a top pair in that line. I don't know the board, obviously.
Yeah, I forget. I would get it wrong, so there's no point.
But yeah, the idea that people are just like way over, like bluffing a random pair and stuff, it just that's something that I should do more in Ring, honestly. It's like you hit a pair and you're like, yeah, showdown value now. It's like, well, what other hands do you have? Pair might not be that good.
Yeah, that's definitely where Doug. Players, well, really any heads-up player, like Doug, and myself too, you get a little weird with those 9-handed and 6-handed hands, as we see Doug's going to win this one with the 9. You know, in heads-up, you're playing these super wide ranges,
Usually in
and
like
they kind of get an idea of how you play
like small
those,
bet, check,
and then you switch to 6-handed, and everything changes.
Bluffs,
so different.
And typically in heads up, bluffs very rarely include paired hands.
Yeah.
I'm saying never have. Like some flush spots.
The board
are
we
kind
just
of like
played being an exception, but yes.
What's that?
The board we just played being an exception.
Yeah.
It's super rare.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that board, it's like, you don't bluff pairs. Where are the bluffs coming from?
Yeah, you're kind of out of hands.
Gonna be rough.
Dugout flops crab with 9-7, 2 hands in a row now. Crab with a flush draw, though. A good one at that. Check, check on the turn. Doug holds up. Clean run out for the 9. Could even see Kevin checking and calling a bet here with queen high. Doug's not going to bet with ace high here, so when he bets, it's usually going to be a hand like a 9, maybe pocket 7, stuff like that, or a bluff.
Nine.
Yeah, he does hero call. Kind of what I expected. It's just queen 8. It's better than it looks on that board against Doug's betting range.
It's a speculative call. Both suits from the flop. I was like, this could bluff catch. This is.
I've been there. I've been there today.
And like,
but you bet so big, I just like couldn't do it. I couldn't pull the trigger.
Yeah. Yes.
By the way, you definitely recheck your cards. Like a lot.
I'm doing it more now. I actually noticed yesterday that I was just forgetting my cards more than, like, normally I don't forget my cards. I think something about, like, playing heads up live or playing here.
Yeah.
I'm just actually forgetting my cards more.
So
normally I, like, never forget my cards, so I never recheck.
So I mean, I'm sure you know this by now, but I check every single street.
Yeah.
So then I never have to worry about, like, did I check or not, you know?
I mean, it makes sense as a procedure. I just had a shorter procedure from tournaments. I think I took for granted how distraction-free tournament poker is. Like, you don't play that many hands, and you're like, I'm just not thinking that hard about that much stuff.
Yeah.
Relative to this, I mean.
Well, dude, especially when you have 2 dealers. So
It
you
comes
pull,
at
it's
you
like, boom,
fast.
here's your next hand. You're like,
yeah, it comes at you fast.
it's just 8 hours stream of hands, you know? So it's like pretty easy to do.
It's actually like, it's more cognitively demanding than I thought it was going to be. Yeah.
The hardest part is conversation.
Well, that's what's breaking it up too, and that, like, today I just started rechecking when I'm in conversation because I'm, like, routinely forgetting my cards.
I mean, as long as you're, like, doing it consistently, then there's really no tells anyone's going to be able to get off of that.
Yeah.
Should have known that was going to be a 3-bet, Anna.
As we were just talking there, I was like, way off there. In my head, I was like, you have ace-7 off, and I check back, and it's like, you have 10-9 off.
Oh, with that, yeah, that's
completely different.
You need to check every street if that's happening.
Yeah. But I think it's because the hands are coming so quick. I'm like 2 hands behind. Like, the hand from the previous hand is like sticking in my head more often, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Which rarely happens when there's like 2 or 3 minutes break.
Dude, when we get old, we're gonna do shit like this all the time. Can you imagine?
We are old. That's already happening. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Like the kids are gonna be like, these old guys are crazy. Like, I thought I had ace-8.
It's a perfectly legitimate reason.
I mean, honestly.
It happened, I think, once yesterday. I just like snap check flop at a 3-bet pot. I just thought we were playing a single raise pot.
I didn't pick up on that, but it is kind of funny because
it seemed like I got away with it, but I was just like, wow, that's really bad.
Like, he's playing range check.
Yeah. It was an ace-high board.
Yeah, I don't know.
I was not playing range check.
I mean, I play pretty quick in spots. I have jack. Oh. Chop it up. Suited version I'll play. But a lot of it's repetition too. Like, I feel like I've just like had so many reps in all these spots where I know like what my strategy is going to be and like where my hand isn't within that. So like I can just like take a few seconds and go. I take a few seconds and go. It's the big situations. Obviously, you think a lot more.
Yeah.
Because you want to get it right when it's for a lot of money, you know.
But I do find, like, I don't know if you find this, but executing online feels very different than executing live.
Yeah.
Like, and
I agree.
Yeah, I don't know. Just like the pace that makes me feel like I won't make mistakes and that I'm like thinking clearly is a lot slower here than it would be at a computer, you know?
No, I got you. No, I thought your pace had been reasonable.
Spicy board, 2 pair for Kevin. Doug. Gutter ball and some backdoors. Kevin will be betting again.
$3,500.
Small bet. Doug does not bite.
I think there is something, and this might just sound totally off the wall, so if you have no idea what I'm talking about, just feel free to say so, but there's something like online where like I know that I'm completely hidden and the only output is just the number on the screen, where I feel like there's like a safety net of executing your strategy there. Yeah. Whereas when you're in person, it's like they can look at you. How do you hold the chips? How are you doing things? Like there's so many other things that are kind of happening in the same instance that it's a lot harder to feel like as comfortable.
Yeah, it is.
Than when you're playing online.
No, I agree.
Cool. Check.
Nines hold for Kevin. Doug with just queen high.
I think Doug is pretty likely to run this bluff. He's got the queen of spades, which is a really nice blocker to have. The 2 is a nice card because it doesn't interact with any of Kevin's range, really.
16,400.
There's the overbets. Run it. He does.
Chunky bet. Kevin with no spade himself. There are a lot of missed straight draws, though. Oh, but he folds.
Lays it down pretty quickly.
Yeah, nice bluff from
I
Doug.
talked to a lot of people about exactly
I guess
what
Kevin's
I'm referring
thinking
to after I played Ivey in the 25K heads up, because I'd like never played live with Ivey before.
Oh yeah.
And I feel like when you play, not just like playing against him, raise, but playing heads up against him, like literally this far apart, the whole time I'm like, he can see in my head.
I know.
I'm just sitting there for like 3 hours, and I'm like, he can read my thoughts. Like,
so I haven't played Ivey heads up, but the first time I played with Ivey, I remember being like, oh man, like I'm playing with like Phil Ivey. Like it's hard to.
Yeah.
It's hard to like when you get into poker, like for our generation.
Yeah.
It was like, wow, Phil Ivey is just like the biggest badass in poker, you know. And you play against him, he starts staring at you, and you're like, oh shit, I'm the fish on the hook now. He's reeling in. Check, by the way. Check.
No, it's true. To be fair,
What I was going to say about that last hand is Kevin probably called the river.
Nice.
Or folded the river.
But it doesn't
because he
change
has
the way it
7 in his
feels.
hand.
Like you sit there and it's just like he knows.
I could totally be wrong here. I don't know, but I feel like when I watch Phil Ivey now when he plays, he doesn't really seem that like interested in what's happening. He seems pretty.
I've seen that on the stream. I know what you're talking about, but I can say when he was across from me, he was very interested in beating me.
That's good. That's good.
He was dialed in the whole time. We played like 3 different hands where he took 7 minutes on the river. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was pretty intimidating. $4,600.
4,600.
Kevin with a boat. Doug, ace high, trips on the board. Diamonds also came in, though. Straights are also available. He lays it down. Not going to pay him off.
I do think there's going to be some generational gaps on like who people view as like the best players and like their favorite players, and like I feel like for anyone that came up like, you know, kind of our generation or like a little older, a little younger, it's like those were the guys, you know.
Yeah.
Tom Dwan, guys like that.
Yeah. Whoever was on high stakes poker, basically.
Yeah, basically. I feel like now it's going to be less. It's going to be a little less clear.
Well, there's like more ways to watch players now. Like there's just more heroes, I guess, on screen.
I think it also kind of comes down to how into the weeds do you want to get with like the way, like back in the day, no one knew what correct poker was, and there was no way to know or look it up. So you could just be like, wow, that was insane. He's so good, and like he could just be donking around. You know, it didn't really matter. Nowadays, you can go look it up and see, you know, how someone played. So I think like for people in the know, it's going to be very different.
Yeah.
But for the general public, I don't know if that's necessarily still the case.
Jiggities for Kevin.
The best examples are always like whoever the current online Six Max sicko is online.
Yeah.
It's like they'll have like a cult following of guys like this guy is the all-time greatest poker player, and then like what percentage of people in the world even know of them, like, or that follow poker? It's like 4%, 1%, 0.5%. Which is kind of a shame in a way. Like to be able to appreciate people playing something at its highest form, I think is like part of like the human spirit, kind of, you know, to see people like at the absolute peak of anything. Yeah, it's like interesting, you know.
I do think it's cool that there's like, now that there's more streams and there's more, just like, there's more eyes on the best players in a whole bunch of different formats.
Yeah.
It lets people like cheer for their favorite people the same way they do in like other professional sports. And
Right, yeah.
It just makes the whole atmosphere raise. I think like
I think
making it more like sport-like competition has always been important to me. I feel like that's just good for the industry.
Yeah, I agree. It'd be a funny spot to have the nuts. Yeah, no, you can make it whatever you want. You want to go a little bigger?
Flush comes in, but both players hit a pair.
Jack.
Jack.
Oh. Oh.
Fair fight.
Fair fight. You had your chance again.
I know, I just thought of it too.
You had your chance.
I can tell I'm not on my game.
Yeah, we don't play the hard betting line like it's like intent. As long, you know, if you like want to make it different or whatever, like right after is usually that.
I mean, that was what I figured was like you would probably extend the courtesy to me. So
Yeah,
I have no problem doing the same.
For sure.
32.
Raise 3,200. Raise to 1,000 and raise to 3,200. And raise to 9,600.
Doug's gonna put in the 4-ball here. First one in a while. Yesterday we had so many 4-bet pots. Today not quite as many, although we did have a 5-bet pot. And I'm not sure the ratio, Greg. What's the ratio of a 5-bet pot to a 4-bet pot? Does one 5-bet pot equal like 2.5 4-bet pots?
I would say so. I would even go further because 5 bets are so rare. I would say almost like 4 to 1.
4 to 1. I respect that.
Not a great hand, but a good hand.
Actually, probably means I'm even more crushed.
Yeah, probably.
Did not want to be up against ace queen there.
Ace queen.
Yeah. I read between the lines correctly.
There you go.
The Robbie for Doug, or as we will now call it, the Margot.
That Jack 8 versus Jack 8 hand could have got interesting in a bunch of ways. Imagine like an offsuit 10 and we're both like, yes! Yes, the nuts!
It would have been exciting.
Then a bunch of fake posturing. Finally someone jams like, oh shit, are we both have Jack 8 here?
Club draw for Doug. Top pair for Rabichow. Bet and call. There's the club.
Doug continuing to run hot. I did see someone in chat ask, are we going to be making highlights from these streams? The answer is absolutely. We're going to get a lot of highlights out from this stream. That said, because a lot of our team is playing the World Series of Poker main event, which is next week, there might be a slight delay. Like, we're not going to get these out next week, for example, because the guy who runs our YouTube channel is also playing the World Series of Poker main event. We all like to play poker here at the Lodge, so, you know, sometimes these events happen that kind of slow things down on our end. But keep an eye out. We will have links up on YouTube of the match, all the big pots, some interesting storylines, stuff like that in time. I would guess sometime in July. We'll get them up on Instagram and Facebook and such as well. Just going to take a little bit of time. Still got another about hour and 15 minutes of play left today as we see Crab peel this raise, drawing completely to 10 on the river, doesn't really change too much. Kevin is the player who's a little bit more likely to have a full house now. Doug wouldn't check raise with a ton of sets and 2 pairs of turn. Doug can't even really have any sets because he would 3-bet with all of the pocket pairs except for 2s pre-flop, so very, very few votes in Doug's. Looks like he's not going to do a huge bet, basically acknowledging the exact thing. I can't have a boat, so I can't bet super big here.
There's the call.
Crab pays it off.
Flush wins.
Really liked my side card.
And with that pot, Doug inches towards the plus 300K mark for the day.
Yeah, the little ones are kind of nice.
Leaves a lot of the bluffs.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Riversize caught me off guard though.
Yeah, I think some block gets used. Fold. The PLO players would know just what to do there.
Oh boy.
Oh, a big pre-flop clash here. Alert to those not looking at the screen. Thanks for the kind words, Brandon. Doing my best here. Trying not to make it too nerdy for everyone. Doug 3-bets to 3,700. Kevin's going to 4-bet this hand at least sometimes. It'll be interesting to see what Doug does against a 4-bet. Kevin just calls.
Like 80-ish behind?
Yeah. A little more. Like 85.
Okay, thanks.
Doug checks. Reasonable on a texture like this one. Gonna save Rabichow some money. And there's the queen for Kevin.
Little luck for Kevin there.
$7,400.
7,400.
Full pot.
Oh, ace, king of hearts. Why did it have to go like this?
Sad.
Oh, ace, king of hearts.
I got there.
Thing is, it's like I'm getting in just like definitely blocking bluffs territory. So
I would assume I'd have to think of what to bluff because I was not bluffing. Raise.
Doyle's watching this hand.
Probably king X suited makes sense. So.
yeah, it does. I think you use a bunch of big sizes, which is painful when you're a curious cat, you know.
That might be part of the plan.
Self-described.
If you're not going to make some disciplined laydowns, I'm going to force you to.
Yeah. It's like you said, if they don't fold, you just keep going bigger, right?
You just keep going bigger.
I think Doug has done that twice now. He's gone for the Evian bottle and it's been empty.
That's good.
Yeah.
Good for. I'm glad for him.
Don't worry, Sophie will get him another one, I'm sure.
I was gonna say something so live reggy. Ace King is definitely the hand where you get the most excited, but then can be the most disappointed post flop. You know.
Just a
pre-flop,
drawing
you're like, oh, this is awesome. I got Ace King. Post flop, before you know it, no pair. Walking back to Houston.
People in chat asking, maybe only one person, but I'll talk about it anyway. Could they ever get a chance to play with Doug at lower stakes out on the main floor in the lodge? You almost certainly can. We usually do 3 meetup games a year at least, and they usually are right before the start of our major series, our major tournament series. We have a major tournament series every spring.
Savvy, can I get another Evian?
Thank
you. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go Topo Chico.
There, good choice, Doug. Good choice. Attaboy. But anyway, in spring, and then in April for the LCS, and then in September, fall, for Fall Mayhem. At the start of all those series, we do a meetup game with Brad Owen, Andrew Neeme, Doug Polk, and sometimes some other special guests too. The whole idea is to get a lot of people in town right before our tournament series starts, which kind of juices up the tournaments. So it's kind of a win-win. You get to come out, play with the guys in low-stakes meetup games, and then the next day you could hop in some tournaments and, you know, play those. So keep an eye out for that. I would expect the meetup game to be September 4th. That is not on the schedule yet, but that's when it will. If we have one, which we probably will, it would be on September 4th.
Absolutely. I've been to a few of those, gotten to play with Doug right before our Millionaire Mayhem. It's likely when it will happen next. Come on down. Early September for 16 different events, over $1.5 million guaranteed here in the fall of 2023. Plenty of action, plenty of tournaments.
Wondering about his chances of getting in. The way it works is it's just a normal game, you know? It's first come, first serve. You get on the list for 1-2, you get in a game. We reserve the 5 seat on every single table. And then Doug, Andrew, Brad, and whoever the other meetup game guests are rotate tables every 30 minutes. So every table will get to play with at least 1 or 2 people, sometimes more, for the most part. But you will want to put your name on the list early, which we put up the list usually like weeks in advance. So get your name on the list early using Poker Atlas. Then come to the lodge early that day. Make sure you're in the game as early as possible because you don't want to get potentially in a situation where you're maybe 20th on the list and the meetup game has already started, because that will reduce your chances of getting to play with them. So just, you know, it's kind of what you'd expect. Get your name on the list early, show up early. That'll give you the best chance of playing with all of them.
Sound advice from Mike Brady.
Doug breaks out the pot size bet on this turn. Did he check raise the flop? I missed the action in this hand.
I did too. We're doing excellent,
Okay, so
excellent job.
Yeah, so Doug 3-bet and then C-bet on the flop. That's what happened. Now Doug's double barreling on the turn. He has a hand that's going to be really good to bluff on heart rivers. Otherwise, I think he's going to give up quite often. We'll see what happens. queen ball. Doug is going to go for it, despite blocking the missed parts. I'm a little surprised by that, but maybe he likes the other properties of the hand. 24.4K. It's easy to get desensitized to how big these bets are after watching them for, oh man. How much have I watched of this in the last 2 days? 14, 15 hours?
Yeah. I mean, saying that about 2 days, I'm in here every week. So is Rick and Mike. There are times where we're like, yeah, it's just 15,000. It's not that big a bet. It's just 24,000. Relatively small bet.
Kevin's got kind of a nice bluff catcher. He doesn't block a lot of the kind of high card hands that bluff this way. He does block like 9-7 suited, but that's a pretty specific hand. Only a few combos of it. Well, only one combo that he blocks with the 7 of spades. And then he obviously blocks 7-5, which Doug could potentially have. So it has some good calling properties. I'm not sure if it's quite good enough, though. We'll see. We'll see what he decides to do. He's definitely pained over it, and he lets it go.
There's the fold. Another great play by Mr. Polk. Dragging yet another one.
Oh, some good news for y'all, chat.
Like 6-5 suited? Something like that?
Wow, nice read, Doug. Nice
I
read.
don't know if I would have landed on fold with that one, but it's the same.
In that range.
Same hand class.
Okay.
Yeah. First I was thinking raise, and then I didn't get there, and then I was thinking call, and I decided against it. Yeah. Yeah.
Zig when he should have zagged there for Kevin, unfortunately.
I'm going to add 50.
With that, he adds another 50,000. So yeah, a little good news for y'all. The highlights for this match are going to be coming out on Sunday. Sunday or Monday next week, or this week, rather. So just a few days from now, we'll have highlights up from this match.
4-7 suited.
Keep an eye out for that. Thank you to Patrick, our YouTube czar, for letting me know.
I was about to say, working patches overtime.
Also didn't think, well, I just
He's the one who did it. He's just got a good work ethic, you know? We hit the jackpot with that guy.
Yeah.
You can actually have pocket 6s or pocket 8s, but like you can't really have pocket 4s. Well, you could, but you're just gonna have those more often.
Yeah, I just don't have that often, but yeah.
Or you can have 8-6 suited, but you can't have like 8-4 suited or whatever. But yeah.
I got a little 8-4 suited.
Do you?
Yeah, in there. Yeah.
Okay.
It's in there.
Okay. It's a spicy 3-bet range. Raise.
Greg, I think I could do one more day of this. You want to go ask these guys if they want to play tomorrow too?
Absolutely.
People is kind of like
I'm going to beg them to give us another day.
It won't work anyways.
I mean, it just obviously I have the same range. It's just like it's like yeah, I think it was 8-4 suited. Oh, I'm raising you by the way. They're very low frequency.
Yeah, I'm guessing you probably you don't like round out as much stuff as I probably do.
I round a lot for playing live. Online, I don't really.
Yeah.
I also simplify. Like there's some depths you don't really use 8-4 that much, and some you do. And I just throw in there a low frequency and call it a day.
Yeah.
I had a triple barrel hand there that I was also low frequency, but.
Was it still bluffing on the river? Or did it hit a queen?
No, I was bluffing. Yeah.
I thought there'd be some queen jack in there, some like.
I jack 10 with the 10 of hearts.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Which is like.
It's like the type of hand I thought would be bluffing turn, and then I was like, the queen's not really that good because that's like connecting with some bluffs.
Oh, the queen's better for you for sure. For sure. I definitely have some queens now.
That could have been why Doug bluffed that river, just how bad the queen is for Kevin's range. Yeah, so just to briefly explain the structure as we
Having
take a
the 5
3-bet
is
pot
way
here.
better.
Oh my God,
Wow.
Douglas.
I think it must
Douglas.
be.
It 100% is. 'Cause
Now you're just being mean,
You
Doug.
dirty
Yeah, you
boy.
basically like block
He
value.
is.
So I have ace-5 suited. But I'm not really taking that line off.
This is going to cost Kevin some money. It's a great board for 2 queens.
So how much is it?
1600.
That may save Kevin a little bit of money, though. I suspect he may even still go for value. Maybe not. Check, check.
Bet 6400.
Doug goes for a little $6,400 value bet here. God, what a brutal run out for queens. When Doug calls the flop bet, he's going to have a decent amount of king-high hands. That said, a lot of those king-high hands are going to be like king something of hearts because they have a backdoor flush draw. I don't know if Doug just like calls the flop with king 10 of spades. And yeah, just brutal run for Kevin, man. This is just ridiculous.
Yeah. Getting rough.
Yeah, I mean, Doug's playing great, but I mean, he would admit he's running insanely good right now.
Yeah, as we can see by those cumulative winnings, he's up just about $315,000.
Would you have like 10s or something
Insane.
like that?
He's up about 3 full buy-ins
queens with the club
on Rabichow.
Oh shit! Seems like a pretty frequent raise
on the
end.
day.
Raise on the end?
Maybe always. Yeah, check raise on the end.
About 240-ish, give or take.
My number
across 2 days.
Bet.
Spicy.
Just a cool $250,000.
Now it would have been with the best hand.
I had no
So-
heart, and I was like, it's probably an okay call. But
I guess actually having the club, yeah, maybe I shouldn't be bettering that ever. I really don't want the club.
yeah, don't you want me to have like some flush?
Yeah.
And not a.
Yeah.
Well. I'm
No,
actually
the
not-
club has to be bad.
Actually, not sure.
Club has to be bad.
Check. Bet 400.
Nice flop for Kevin, though he is not having Doug dead.
I will say the Robbie's flopped reasonably well every time that's been played, I think.
Bet 2000.
Betting a call. No club.
I'm gonna ask the chat what's Doug's
Ace.
WSOP plan. as it bricks out.
Oh,
Kevin
jack
goes
four.
for the trap. It doesn't work.
Ooh. Could have been that club over club.
Yeah, you check raise. Things could have gotten.
I didn't get my number, but I was thinking about it. I actually I don't love check raising that one on the turn, but it's not bad.
Yeah, I don't. It's one of those things on the turn where it's like it does happen some, but like the value you get from doing it, you know.
Raise.
Yeah, someone asked in chat what are Doug's WSOP plans. He's going to be playing the main event, apparently. I tried to talk him out of it because almost every time he plays it, he regrets it. But we'll see. We'll see if he just dusts 10K again for no reason.
Mike Brady, the
It's amazing.
biggest fan of the WSOP main event.
Oh, dude, I love it. It's my favorite tournament of the year. I can't wait to play it next week. But Doug, it's not Doug's tournament. Dude, here's what happened. One year, we're both playing it. As we see Doug hold up here. We're both playing the tournament, and we're in a group chat together. And he's like, wow, people are really calling me light. I wonder why. Reputation precedes him there. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna tighten up and go value only. Like I'm gonna really tighten up and take advantage of the fact that people are calling too often. Literally 2 hours later, I think not even one more level had passed.
Straight win.
And Doug was like, I'm getting bored. I'm just gonna go crazy. And then he ends up busting with like Queen 2 suited after opening under the gun.
I love
it. Just so out of line. I at least wish he'd buy in day 2. Like, that would be more reasonable. Save himself a day.
Save you from yourself, Doug. Mike's trying. He's trying his best.
I really am. But we'll see. Maybe it'll be different this year. It is really good for the Lodge and upswing poker if he runs deep, so I get his sort of urge to play it.
Raise 1,000. Oh. Check. Raise 13.
Actually, I think that's like one of the low boards where it is okay to just really blast
Yeah.
off.
Yeah.
Like wasn't.
More in 3-bet pot though.
I don't normally bother distinguishing. Yeah, in 3-bet pot makes sense.
The 7-3 deuce rainbow board is like for the bombs away.
Go. Check. Bet 400. Fold.
Have you ever looked at your overall, like, big part of your career or lifetime or anything like that, win rate in small blind versus big blind?
Yeah, like in heads up specifically,
In heads
or
up
like in every
specifically, yeah.
format.
How have you done in the big blind?
I guess it depends like what era I'm looking at.
Sure.
But I think I was probably losing like 7 or 8 big blinds per 100 long term, something like that. If I remember correctly.
I mean, that's still quite good, right? Because like small blind win rate should be like 20-ish or so, right? 20, 25? 18?
Yeah.
20-ish, I think. This is.
I think trying to remember what the bot positional win rates were.
I think it was 20-ish. I could be wrong. Maybe it was a little lower.
I think you're pretty close. I think I was always like. I think I was always lower on the button than I thought I should be, but higher in the big blind than I thought I should be. But I don't know by like how much.
Yeah. Same. When I played Ben, or when I played Sauce in that heads-up thing,
yeah,
we both lost on the button. How hilarious!
How many hands did you play?
Played like 25. Was it 25,000?
Wow.
I forget now.
And you both lost on the button.
I think it was 25. There's an outside shot. It was 15. It's been a little bit, but I'm pretty sure it was 25.
Actually, 15 sounds right for some reason.
Maybe it was 15.
Was it 25 versus Negreanu?
25 versus Mariano, yeah. That's so many hands.
Yeah, I think
we were battling it out.
I think it was 15.
It might have been 15. A lot of hands.
Check.
It might have been 15. That does sound right. The thing about 15 is such a weird challenge number. Like, what 15 is? I wonder why we.
It is a weird challenge number. I mean,
it's like not round at all.
It just sounds right for some reason.
It's kind of sad to me how. I mean, it's not really that sad, but like I really think that Ben is like one of the greatest poker minds ever, and I just feel like so few people are even going to know like how great that he was at poker.
Check. Queen.
10.
Why do you think so few people are going to know?
Well,
Just
I mean,
because he like doesn't show up to live stuff.
He's like
and
never
doesn't
anything
get-
online, or he's never anything live. He hasn't played in a very long time.
Yeah.
It's just like online guys in our era obviously like respected him like the most, but
yeah, that's just kind of like, I mean, I guess that's a bit of like the cash grinder mentality to be like a little lower profile and to keep your strategies a little more secure and
hard to keep strategies secure, man. Because if you can see the sizes,
yeah.
If you've got eyes, it's not the hardest to put together what people are doing, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. But I'm sure he's like way ahead of every game the way that he was way ahead of No Limit, you know?
Yeah.
He plays everything, right?
Does he play that much nowadays? I don't really know.
No, I don't mean like now. I just mean like every game format that used to run online.
Yeah, I saw he played a bunch of mixed game stuff too.
Fair fight here. Battle of the Jack Nines.
$4,600.
Four on the river. Bricks out. I think Kevin has the advantage here, being in position and the player with the initiative. Doug has already checked over to him. As we await Kevin's inevitable river bluff here, or at least I think it's inevitable. Someone in chat asked, what's the biggest pot Kevin has won so far? He won a 180K pot yesterday. Kevin takes it down with a well-timed bluff. Well done from him. Yeah, he won a 180K pot yesterday. Does anyone
I'm gonna
remember
win
what the
this.
biggest pot is Kevin has
If
won
he
today?
also has him to
today?
straw.
Because I'm not sure.
And gives up. But it has to be a pretty middling low draw. So this is not looking good.
Rescan again.
Oh, we got a problem with the scanners today?
They just have to redo like every hand every time, so we're a little fast.
See.
Oh, he folded.
Raise.
Fold.
There's those cumulative winnings. Doug still up on the day, just over $300,000. He was down $83,000 yesterday, so math says he's up about 220 on this two-part high-stakes heads-up challenge.
The
Doug Polk,
spot that
Kevin
still just
Rabichow.
like instinctively feels the worst to me is calling 4-bets. Like obviously it happens a bunch. It's not really not that bad. It's like a normal thing.
Yeah.
But just like something about like calling like a big ass 4-bet with like, you know, King Jack suited. You're like, is this really gonna go that great for me here? Like,
yeah.
Like Ace Jack off. Like let's take a flop. Hope you've got Ace 10. Fold.
That's true. It is uncomfortable.
Really uncomfortable.
But that, I mean, that could also just be that it's like the most different part of pre-flop strategy from like pre-solver pre-flop strategy,
Sure.
right? Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
Because yeah, like 10 years ago, if you called a 4-bet with any hand, you were fish tagged right away.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
What are you
And
doing
4-bets
calling?
were like 2.2 or something. They're like really tiny back in the day.
Well, that, yeah. I mean, that was just, I feel like that was just sharp players picking up on.
You can't
like
flat
no one,
4-bets?
no one was flatting, so it's like, okay,
Yeah.
well, let's make it a click, right? Like, if you're not flatting, let's just
But
make it
then
as small as possible.
Whenever I'd look at when I do flat, it would always get so crushed.
Really?
But yeah, I seen people were like under bluffing and like, I don't know.
Right.
Flatting didn't go particularly well for me either. Nowadays it's easier because you can just like look at what you would have and then look at some ranges. How does the solver say you should do it? Like it's like less.
Yeah.
Back in the day it was like, but what if they've got aces? Like, can you imagine back in the day being 300 blinds deep and check raising queens on 10-high flop? Be like, what is this idiot doing? Like, what is he?
I truly can't.
What are you thinking?
I cannot imagine it.
Oh my God, the speed at which they get a fish tag there.
Yeah.
Doesn't even realize his overpair isn't very good here.
Jack, we've had quite a few big hands today. The largest one being
I think I
hand number
looked at the same thing
214.
with win rates, but it was like
Check that
a
one out.
certain set of hands that was really getting crushed, but
Calling min raises?
just calling 4-bets.
Oh, calling for it. Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah.
I want to say it was the offsuit hands. I think I told my students, I was just like, just stop
Yeah,
calling
no,
offsuit
I looked
hands.
at some of that same stuff.
Like, they're just bleeding money.
I had the same conclusion, and then it was like, oh, ace jack, just right to the face. Let's go. We're taking a flop, baby. Hit your jack. Time to raise. It's like, what is going on? Check. I can beat the obvious gutters. Would I ever lose to a bluff?
Never what you want to be asking yourself when you're bluff catching.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Can I call sometimes just because I want to? It's effectively what he just said.
Oh, he's flicking it in.
Calls. Wow.
All after that speech, but I'll take it.
Do I lose to any bluffs?
For the show.
Could lose to a bluff.
It's possible. At Jack 4.
Jack. Yeah.
Keeping you honest.
Oh no.
Yeah, you could lose to a bluff there.
Yeah.
These are two really good hands. Doug 3-bets with kings. Kevin almost always going to 4-bet with these queens. This could get expensive.
This could certainly get expensive very, very fast. Depending on run out.
I'm very curious to see what Doug does should Kevin put in the 4-bet here.
I want to say we saw Kevin flat queens versus the 3-bets
About how much do you
earlier.
have?
I will check.
But he does not this time.
$110.
Okay, thank you.
Doug is just going to call. I kind of suspected this.
And time for some
When you're
flatting
this
4-bets.
deep, you can really only 5-bet with aces for value. Maybe kings sometimes.
Oh, no.
Oh, and we get the queen on the flop. Kevin takes the lead. Doug with the diamond, though.
$14,000.
That's 14,000.
Pretty big bet size from Crab right out of the gate. 14,000 in this 4-bet pot. A lot of times in 4-bet pots, you see smaller bets. He's going about 2/3 here. Doug, of course, not going to go anywhere yet with kings. Got shot. He beat some bluffs. Although, honestly, it's really not a good flop for kings against a 4-bet. I guess that's pretty obvious.
He will call.
10 on the turn. Doug's straight outs are now dead. I wonder if Doug can just fold to a turn bet here.
Can he? Maybe.
King of Diamonds. Yeah, the King of Diamonds is not really a good card to have.
30, he said 33.
33.
Yeah.
33.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
33.
Yeah, he said 33, yeah.
That's a big difference.
Yeah, it's a...
33.
It's an important difference for me. I could have at 3,300. He's got a customer, but I think for 33, I'm gonna have to let that one go.
Doug
You could
lets
hear
it
me
go.
even like, well, you probably didn't hear me say 1,000, but right after I was like, that could be confused. I'm going to say 1,000.
I mean, it was obviously 1,000. Like, it would have been ridiculous. Like, no, I mean 100. Like, get out of here. You do not mean 100.
I'm going for 7%.
33,000
I'm going
stamps.
for 7% potting position here.
I didn't hang in that direction.
Yeah, so Doug did.
Trapped you pre-flop.
Doug didn't lose too much there.
And the pocket Cowboys.
A very fortuitous flop for me.
Queens.
you could see the moment Doug realized he's like, you had queens, didn't you? Oh, man. That's rough.
Should have rabbit hunted, because if you 5-bet pre, I don't know what I'm doing. We're doing something. Raise.
Raise 1,000.
On these stacks, I don't play small 5-bet. I play jam or call.
Really?
Doesn't lose much EV. Mainly flat kings, a little bit of jam.
Look at that. That's so much to reveal.
I feel like he talked about that.
I mean,
Maybe.
they are in the last. I think
we got it
Doug
from
knows he's
some-
maybe in the
some
last
social
couple
stuff that we
hands.
ran.
Or maybe it was
At least I
Bud.
hope he does.
Yeah, I mean, we were all in the same thing, so
But same idea.
it would be the same for any of us.
I actually remember that. I remember criticizing it.
I
Yeah,
never
it was
5-bet small ever. You don't have to worry about
Well, he's at the
5-bets
same time.
ever.
It's a little bit better to play small 5-bet,
Yeah.
but it's a lot more confusing.
Confusing can be fun.
Plus, you show up with some nice hands and 4-bet pots.
There's the winnings once again.
And then, you save money when they got you beat.
After that, kings and queens
Big
hands.
part of King's pre-flop strategy is
Yeah.
it's a zone defense
Pot
strategy.
controlling, seeing if the ace falls, when the ace and the queen fall.
I mean, the 10 pairs.
You're
I'm
really-
like, well, this
you're
is
really
getting
in trouble.
this is getting really bad right now.
See some people in chat kind of.
I hope he checks and gives me a chance to hit a king. And even then, I'm getting stacked sometimes.
What was it, like 2/3 pot? I think that's, I mean.
Not that often.
Yeah, he went 2/3. It was kind of like a size that sets up a similar size river jam. I
Right.
mean, just the one thing I wanted to say is, yeah, maybe a smaller size as chat is suggesting, which I have to push back a little and say, results-wise, of course he should have went smaller, so it's hard not to be biased. And I assume at least some of our chatters, while answering in earnest, are probably being biased by the results. But while he didn't choose the best option given Doug's hand, there are upsides to betting bigger there. Perhaps the small bet is better, like some people in chat are saying. I'm not sure. But there are definitely upsides to betting big. If Doug has a 10, like Jack-10 suited, which he would always play that way, Crab is setting it up to stack him by the river. If Doug has, 10-9 suited, similar, a pair of trip 10s on the turn. And then if Doug has like King-Jack suited, which he has all 4 combos of that, Crab's going to stack him by the river.
Chop.
If Doug has, Ace-Queen for top 2, which there's only a few combos of that, granted, he's going to make a lot more money from Doug with that big bet size. So there are upsides to the bigger bet. I don't think it's like going to be a massive EV loss compared to a small bet. Yeah, Brandon Moore with a good point. Doug can also have ace-king there. For sure has ace-king quite often. And I don't think that ever folds. So you get a lot more value from ace-king with the big bet. I do think the size was like a little big potentially if you're taking like a geometric approach where you're trying to like, say bet a certain amount of pot on the turn and then the river you're shoving for the same % of pot. He would have had to go a little smaller to accomplish that.
It's good.
But I know you don't play a geometric bet size in every spot, so it's a 4-bet pot, 300 blinds deep. I generally defer to Kevin, but it's possible he made a mistake.
Tanks for Kevin.
32.
Raised to 3,200.
No value to be found.
Had one below. Had one tip below. What happened? Oh, you're talking. Oh, okay.
Raise.
Guys, it has been a long day and a fantastic stream. Thank you all for sticking with us. You got Greg Potter and Mike Brady in the booth doing this heads-up high-stakes challenge. We will be wrapping up here probably the next 20, 25 minutes or so. But it's been a fun one.
Yeah, it's been I was just going to say, it's been a privilege to watch these hands with y'all and get to share my thoughts on them. I'm glad at least some of you have appreciated.
I know I certainly do.
I've had to say, and I'm sure a lot of you have appreciated this action because this has just been phenomenal. Really, really high-level play from two guys who know their shit. And not a lot of downtime either, which is really nice.
Yeah, they didn't take too many breaks. In some of the earlier heads-up matches, the breaks felt a little more frequent, but these guys really seem willing to sit down and just duke it out for a while, as we saw Doug put in the check raise on this flop. Kevin called with queen high, backdoors. RG, there were a few all-in hands. Check out hand 214 for the largest pot.
Yeah, there was one really, really key all-in that I can remember. I believe it was that hand 214. And if you haven't liked the stream already, you're running out of time to do it, so please hit that button. We'd appreciate it. And subscribe to the channel if you want to see more stuff like this. Like Slick Rick just said in the chat, as we see Doug go for this kind of block bet size on the river. Interesting size. I guess he's targeting like pocket twos and like king high, which might hero call. Maybe Kevin's hand can hero call. I'm not sure. The 5 seems like a really bad card for Kevin to have, though. Yeah, please subscribe to the channel if you're not and you want to see more poker like this and not like this. We've got some great tournament streams coming up this weekend from our 100K guaranteed summer 100K tournament. It's going to be a $300 buy-in tournament as we see Doug drag this one in. It did seem like a weird bet to me too, Doug.
It was just it was clearly a check call.
I have to agree with you there, Doug. I was a little confused.
I don't know how to build raises here, so let's try and figure it out on the fly.
No, we don't have to go down this road. I fucked it up.
Still have to play the spot.
No, I understand. The moment I bet, I'm like, what are we doing here? This is it's been 7.5 hours of poker bet right here.
Yeah.
Just throw it out there.
Hey, it would have worked out if Kevin had exactly a 3 with a worse kicker. That would have been a great bet. That's tough to do, though, when you have a 3. Yeah, what I was saying is this weekend we have some great tournament streams lined up on Saturday.
Everyone's doing it. It's okay. Eventually it catches you.
On Saturday we have a feature table from the 100K guarantee tournament, and then on Sunday we have I believe it's the final table from this tournament. The 100K guarantee. And if you're near Austin or, you know, in Texas or anywhere nearby, come on down. It's going to be a great tournament, great action. Highly recommend it.
Check.
$4,600.
Fold.
4,600 fold.
Respect. Respect.
Roro, that tournament is happening
I had my worst
tomorrow.
open.
Darn.
The first 2 flights are tomorrow.
Take it back.
The next 2 flights
We
are
put
on
this one face
Saturday,
up,
and
it'll
that's
just
what we're
be
going to
like
be
a
streaming.
practice hand.
I get what you're thinking though
And
with the
then the
Jack
final
6.
day,
You're like,
day
Doug
2
just
is on
plays really
Sunday.
weak post flop and just like really just gun him down. Can get some loose pre-flop hands in here to these super soft post-flop ranges. They just have folds everywhere. Yeah, that's. I understand. Check.
Hey, Greg, my wife just asked who's commentating with me, and I said Greg Potter, and she said, "Is that the mustache guy?"
Yeah, unfortunately no longer. But I did have a pretty sweet mustache going for a while.
Yeah, the chat has never seen it because it's just a strictly audio medium when it's coming from us. The
Oh.
booth. But Greg had an absolutely stellar twisty mustache
Locking up
for
my
a few
Jack
months.
Deuce winnings for the day.
I did like it. I did like it. I was
Jack
going
Deuce
through
off.
quite a bit of pomade,
It was
though.
it was an early day open. It's a late day fold.
Yeah, you couldn't
I like it
afford
as
the
a fold.
pomade habit. It wasn't a good bankroll decision to have that mustache.
It was expensive. I was having to set
If you're
money
gonna make
aside
like one of
every
the bottom
week.
like hands that could go either way, I feel like it's got to be the 4-3 off or the 5-3 off one. I mean 5-3 is just an open in general, but
yeah.
32, right? Jack 2 is like the playability is just such garbage.
It's true.
Fold.
1,600 and a fold.
See, like that 4-3. Look at that flop for 4-3. Would you rather have 4-3 or Jack Deuce in that flop? That's how it works. Not gonna get that flop with Jack Deuce.
When you get that Deuce Deuce X flop.
That is a great feeling. That is a truly great feeling. Fold. Anytime you flop the trip deuces, it's always like, oh yeah, this is the sneaky trips.
Raise 1,000. Call. Check. Bet 700. Cool. Check.
Grab check calls the flop with queen high here. For a moment, I thought Crab had a straight, but that's probably because I am 15 hours into commentary over the past 2 days.
Right.
He's got just queen high. Wonder if he takes a stab at this one. He doesn't have very many worse hands after this run out. He'll have like some jack high hands, some 10 high backdoor flush draw hands, like 10-7 of clubs, for example.
Bet 1,100.
1,100. Doug could call this.
Raise 4,000.
I was bluffing with the 7, so I guess that you're not bluffing with the 7.
Correct.
Those winnings once again. Doug up $275,000 on the day. Just under $200,000 on this 2-day session. Over the course of almost 700 hands.
Playing tight now, just locking up my win.
No one in the history of poker has ever done that ever when they're losing. Or a little back. I'm just going to fold it out from here.
We are coming into the final hands of this live stream.
Survived the end of the session too, like yesterday. I'm like, let's get as many hands here as we possibly can.
So I do just want to thank you all once again for sticking with us for all 8 hours. It has been a blast. I have had a lot of fun. It has been awesome to watch these two guys duke it out in their favorite variants of Texas Hold'em.
Didn't think so.
I'm not going to raise, so let me think about this.
Rick, I was going to make the same observation. Very close to the exact same number of hands we will have gotten yesterday. As we see Doug make this call.
Good.
Thank you for the kind words, David. Once again, you guys have had Greg Potter and Mike Brady in the booth all day today.
Exciting last hand with Kevin holding the button. Yeah. Thanks a ton for tuning in, everyone. I had a ton of fun over the last couple days.
Thanks for coming
Great
out.
to see these guys battle. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
That's
for
fun.
sure. It has been a privilege.
Some fun hands.
Yes, many. I'll have to. I have this habit
So
of
those
like
final
completely
winnings
forgetting
for
hands
you.
The moment they're over. So
well, luckily every
once
single one
again,
is recorded.
Doug,
So
275,000, just under 200,000 on the session. He came out on top with quite a swing
the King 4
here in the last
region,
half
river.
of the second day.
I think that seems good though. I mean, I have looked at some small 5-bet stuff, and like those hands do
the
end
King
up-
4.
And it has been a wild ride. Mr. Mike Brady, any final thoughts from you?
I've said enough, my friend.
That is fair enough. I think we both have. Do just want to remind you guys one more time about the summer $100,000 guarantee tournament that is going to be going on this weekend. 4 starting flights, $300 buy-in. Come on down to the lodge if you are nearby. It's going to be a good one. Other than that, thank you all once again. You guys have a great night. We'll see you again on Saturday.